best time to call, but that's just the beginning. The AT&T Reach Out America plan also gives you a 10% daytime discount.
Great.
Plus an hour of weekend and night calls, so you can call all across America for one low price.
Oh, my assistant just brought me a copy of the budget.
To order the AT&T Reach Out America plan, call 1-800-874-4300. You'll get a 25% discount off our already low prices from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. An hour of weekend and night calls, plus our daytime discount. It all adds up to savings 24 hours a day.
Hi, Grandma. Yes, I'm fine, and so is Harry.
And it costs just $8.70 a month. Order the AT&T Reach Out America plan now and see how easy it is to save on AT&T long distance 24 hours a day. To order, call 1-800-874-4300.
Ready?
Need another reason?
And call, Maria.
The plan also includes an international discount at no extra charge.
I'll be there tomorrow.
You can even get an option that lets you save on calls away from home. And it's so easy to order. Just call 1-800-874-4300. And save on quality AT&T long distance, day and night. AT&T, the right choice.
Good morning to you all. I'm Bobby Batista.
And I'm Bob Kane. Here is an update on the war in the Persian Gulf. First, we are awaiting word of a briefing from Defense Secretary Dick Cheney from the Pentagon. When that comes up, or we get word it's about to begin, we will join it live. In the meantime, Operation Desert Storm continues to ravage Iraq and Kuwait, military targets there. Hundreds of warplanes, most of them are U.S. planes, have blitzed targets in both countries. The aircraft, we believe, have hit Iraqi airfields, air defense facilities, Scud missile sites, command centers, and chemical weapons plants. So far, the Pentagon reports one U.S. aircraft has been downed, and that the pilot has apparently been lost. Britain also says one of its planes has not come back.
Allied military officials are calling the initial stages of the war successful, especially in that the alliance says it has sustained very few casualties. We have more now on the Persian Gulf developments from CNN's Jennifer Mickel.
U.S. paratroopers in Saudi Arabia eat up and gear up in case Operation Desert Storm goes from airstrike to ground assault.
Basically waiting on the word when we're going to be moving, if we're going to be moving, and everybody's just glad it's finally getting started, and hopefully things are going to go all right.
I thought it was a good message for Mrs. Saddam.
Scores of U.S. airmen already have had their shot at the Iraqis. So have British, Saudi, and Kuwaiti flyers in waves of assault on Iraq and occupied Kuwait. French officials say their nation's warplanes also took part in a raid on Kuwait. British Royal Air Force pilots talked to reporters just after making their bombing runs.
Well, as I say, it ran on rails. It was well planned. You know, we achieved, well, we're going to have to wait and see what we achieved, but, you know, from what we saw, it looked good.
The initial word from U.S. and allied officials, Operation Desert Storm was on target, virtually wiping out key Iraqi military installations, though at least one U.S. warplane and one British warplane were shot down in action.
Response from Iraq has been limited, and United States Air Forces have experienced minimal resistance.
British Defense Secretary Tom King says the Allied attacks have been well coordinated, but he says it's way too soon to claim victory.
And I would warn people against jumping to early conclusions. This is very early indeed in a very difficult challenge that we face against a country that possesses very considerable armaments, that possesses some very nasty weapons as well.
Iraq's ambassador to Britain provided his country's first on-camera response to the U.S.-led strike.
I have no details about the casualties. They should be very heavy.
Will the ferocity of the attack force Iraq to compromise?
Not at all.
In a show of defiance, and perhaps to show his people he's alive, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein gave a radio address and vowed he would not be crushed by the forces allied against him.
The criminals are not ashamed of themselves, and And that criminal, the traitor, the custodian of the two holy mosques, and the traitor of the Islamic nation, who and his like, he means King Fahd, will rot in hell. He is a treacherous criminal, King.
We apologize for interrupting, but we understand that Defense Secretary Dick Cheney is about to begin briefing reporters at the Pentagon. Let's listen.
To acknowledge your questions. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Pete. As Pete mentioned, I have to leave after a few minutes. General Powell and I will take a couple of questions, and then I'm going to sneak off and turn you over to my compatriot. To date, the operation is going very well. I want, though, at the outset of my remarks this morning, to emphasize the importance of being cautious in our comments. I don't mean to be critical of our friends in the press corps, but I think it's very, very important for people to remember a number of key things. That this is a very serious business, that we are in the very early stages of an operation that may run for a considerable period of time. That there have been casualties, and there are likely to be more casualties. So while we feel very good about the progress to date, it is important, I think, for everyone to be careful about claiming victory or making assumptions about the ultimate cost of this operation in terms of casualties. So far, so good. But I would urge all of you to be cautious in your reporting, just as we're trying very hard to be very cautious and very precise in terms of what we say about the status of the operation to date. We've now flown over 1,000 air sorties in the first 14 hours of the operation. There have been over 100 TLAMs, Tomahawk cruise missiles, launched as well. So far, as of 0900 this morning, Washington time, there's been a single American aircraft lost and one British aircraft lost as well. At present, we are in the process of using our intelligence assets to assess the damage that has been achieved. As that process is completed, decisions will be made about going back to restrike those targets that require additional attention, while we at the same time continue to pursue and carry out the original plan for mission. The original plan specifically allowed for this kind of retargeting of targets that need to be hit for a second time. It's a normal part of the operation. As I mentioned last night, the operation will continue until we achieve our objectives of forcing Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait and implementing the United Nations Security Council resolutions. We'd be happy to take your questions.
Could you please describe the plane that went down on the American side, the type of plane, number of casualties?
It involves a single casualty. I don't know that we want to identify the aircraft, do we?
It was an F-18.
Was that a wound or a death?
A death.
What other information do you have about casualties?
All I can give you at this time is that the total U.S. losses are one aircraft and one individual.
Did Iraq manage to fire any Scud missiles?
Insofar as I'm aware, there have been no Scud launches.
Secretary Cheney, how would you describe the tactics by Saddam Hussein? Would you say that he could be intentionally laying low as some type of strategy and counterattack?
That may well be the case, but I think I'm going to yield to my chief military advisor to address that issue.
Good after you leave, sir.
Okay. Any more questions? Yes.
Can you tell us that the operation is still a total air operation? We have reports of some movement of ground troops near the border. Is there a preparation phase that's going on for ground troops?
Again, we never get into the business of speculating about future operations in order to safeguard the security of those operations. The activities that are now underway are obviously primarily the air portion of the campaign. That does not mean that we will not at some point engage ground forces as well. But we don't have anything to announce at this point on
Do you
that.
expect it to continue for hours or days, weeks? What is your...
As I said earlier, I think the best way to think about it is that these the early stages of the air portion of the campaign that we are now embarked upon, and it could run for some period of time. We are prepared to continue the operation just as long as we need to in order to achieve our objectives being getting Saddam out of Kuwait and implementing the UN Security Council resolutions. That could be a significant period of time, or it could be a relatively short period of time. That'll depend upon the success of the campaign and upon how he reacts to it.
Mr. Secretary, do you have any reports of damaged aircraft? The French said that 4 of their aircraft were pretty heavily damaged, but they only had 1 slight injury. How about our aircraft? How are they holding up?
I'll yield to General Powell on that. My general impression is that they're performing very well, that any damaged aircraft has been minimal, except for, of course, that one loss of an aircraft.
Mr. Secretary,
One more question.
Did any Iraqi aircraft take off to engage the attacking force?
I'm going to leave that to General Powell. And
Secretary, can I ask you one more question, sir? Is there any possibility that there will at some point during the air war be some kind of a pause to give Saddam Hussein the opportunity to rethink his commitment to staying in Kuwait, or is this a non-stop operation as far as the coalition is concerned?
As far as the coalition is concerned, and as far as my orders from the President are concerned, we've been instructed to execute the plan, to carry on these operations until we have achieved our objective. Our objective is to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait.
To follow up on a couple of questions, I only have a report of 1 other U.S. aircraft damage. There may be others, but those reports have not come into me yet.
Mr. General, are there any counteroffensive at all by the Iraqis, either on the ground or otherwise?
No, the only Iraqi action I'm aware of was the artillery strike across the border into Ras Al-Khaji, which you've seen on television, which hit one oil petroleum storage facility, but that's not been followed up, and we have silenced that.
How do you account for that? Does it surprise you?
You'll have to ask them. I'm rather pleased that we appear to have achieved tactical surprise. We should not, however, rule out the possibility of Iraqi action either in the air or on the ground, and I can assure you that we are on the lookout for it.
Any damage assessment, sir, of Iraqi aircraft, airfields? Can you give us any rough sense of what you have hit successfully?
Of all of the air sorties that went in, we are rating 80% of them as having been effective, meaning the aircraft got to its target, delivered its ordnance, and returned. For those that are in the 20%, that includes those that had mechanical problems, weather problems, or because of the very tight control we had over the aircraft, they did not make the kind of positive identification of the target that we required before going in and launching under the rules of engagement to minimize collateral civilian damage. So we're very satisfied with that level of performance on the part of our aircraft. We are pleased with the initial results. We have damaged the command and control capability of the Iraqi government and the Iraqi armed forces. We believe we have done reasonably well, as best we know right now, with the preliminary bomb damage assessment in attacking airfields, attacking fixed Scud facilities around the countryside, but I once again caution you that this is very preliminary, only 12 hours into the operation.
General Powell, give us some idea of the targets that were struck and the priority given to those targets and the weapons used against those targets.
The targets that were struck initially dealt with air defense systems, command and control installations, and the Iraqi Air Force and their ability to interfere with our air operations. B-52s were used, F-117s, F-15s, F-16s, A-10s, F-111s, F-A-18s, A-6s, A-7s, Apache helicopters, Tornadoes from the United Kingdom, Tornadoes from Saudi Arabia, Jaguars from the French, and the Kuwaiti Air Force is also involved. Specific ordnance loads are those ordnance loads commonly associated with these aircraft. I don't have any more specific information on that, Dave.
The cruise missiles, the Secretary said more than 100 cruise missiles. What were they used against?
They were used against a variety of targets where their precision was required for the target, or because of the air defense system around those targets, we felt that an unmanned weapon was the best system to use. It was a very, I got to say, it was an extremely detailed, well thought out plan. A lot of credit has to go to General Schwarzkopf and especially to General Horner, the commander of Central Command Air Forces, for the integration of this plan. Enormously complex, and it was a single plan encompassing all U.S. forces and all Allied forces participating in the operation, all responding to the direction of a single commander with a single air tasking order.
Michael,
Excuse me, Mike.
General Powell, in laying out your initial list of targets, you didn't mention the Iraqi Republican Guards or ground forces. Where were they in the sequence of the priority of targets, and what?
I really don't want to. I'm deliberately trying not to give prioritization or sequencing, because it is a plan that is unfolding, and there is a concept behind it. And if I say too much about it, then I'm giving away the total concept, and I'm not prepared to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Can you say if they were struck and if you did?
USS was. We are looking at live pictures of the battleship USS Wisconsin. I'm sorry, not live pictures, but tape, which we are just receiving now. And we see in the center of the picture, if you have been watching, a missile launcher being raised into position. That is a Tomahawk missile launcher. That is one of the kinds of cruise missiles launched against Iraq in last night's attack. Now back to the Pentagon briefing with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell.
You can't predict where they're liable to be. Trying to locate mobile Scud launchers, of course.
General,
come over this side. Yes, sir.
Do you feel that, in a general sense, the attack has been effective enough to give the United States control of Iraqi airspace? And if it falls somewhat short of that, perhaps you could just generally tell us how effective you think it's been.
I'm comfortable that we are able to achieve control of Iraqi airspace. That is not to say that the Iraqi Air Force has been totally destroyed at this time. Since I spoke to you last evening, I've had further reports that suggest they did come up. There were some air-to-air engagements. I'm not prepared to give you the results of those air-to-air engagements, except to say we have lost no aircraft as a result of those engagements. So the Iraqi Air Force is still out there, and we're going to work on them in their airfields.
General Powell, were you at all surprised that the Iraqi air defenses weren't more effective?
Was I what?
Were you at all surprised that the Iraqi air defenses weren't more effective?
I'm very pleased that they weren't more effective. I will not get into the details of why we believe they were not effective, because obviously I don't wish them to know why I believe they were not effective.
General, with all of this... Were there other Iraqi troop divisions that we targeted, and do we have any estimate of how many Iraqi soldiers may have been killed in the bombings?
No, I'm not able to answer that at this time. It is a comprehensive campaign with, as I've said many times, air, land, and sea components. And we have thought it out. It will unfold over a period of time. But I can't answer your question directly, except to underscore what the Secretary has said, dampen down some of the euphoria. We have just begun a campaign. It'll run for some time.
Along those lines,
yes,
with
sir.
all of the optimism about the initial stages of this war, what right now is your gravest concern?
I don't know that I have any grave concerns. I'm always concerned about the welfare of our GIs who are participating in the operation. But after 12 and almost a half hours of this campaign, I am very pleased that our initial objectives have been achieved. I am satisfied with the way the campaign is unfolding.
But strategically, what are your concerns right now still?
Don't know that I have any particular strategic concerns. My principal concern is to accomplish the mission. And we have to remember the mission isn't to bomb a while and pause and see if something happens. The mission is to eject the Iraqi army out of Kuwait and to assist in the restoration of the legitimate government of Kuwait. And our entire campaign plan is focused on those two objectives.
What is the extent of the damage specifically to the chemical and to the nuclear plants?
We are pleased with the performance of our systems against those facilities. I'm not prepared to tell you right now, because we don't know yet what the extent of damage is. We're going through that analysis now. Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, General, anything about the reports of heavy air attacks in the Basra area, and to what extent have we attacked the fortified positions in Kuwait, the dug-in positions in Kuwait?
Basra, of course, is a center of gravity for the Iraqi forces within the Kuwaiti theater of operations, and is very much on our target list and in our area of interest, but I don't have specific information, and I'm not prepared to comment on what we might be doing against dug-in ground forces at this time. It's still unfolding. Faculty.
Any reports yet of collateral damage, especially in Baghdad, and was there any attempt to go after the anti-aircraft units that are within the Iraqi ground forces in southern Iraq or Kuwait?
Certainly, we are interested in the anti-aircraft units within the Iraqi ground forces in due course, and we want to get the air defense system taken care of to give us absolute freedom of movement through the air. We have been very sensitive to collateral damage in the Baghdad area, and I think the best source of how careful we have been is listening to the CNN reporters who are watching it unfold. We were very concerned about collateral damage, making sure that no innocent civilians were killed or injured, and we were very sensitive to cultural and religious sites within the area. Yes.
General, can you tell us? You talked just briefly about the sortie rate, and 80% sorties were effective. Can you comment generally about cruise missiles, and how effective were the Tomahawk cruise missiles?
I'm extremely pleased with the effectiveness of the cruise missiles.
General, how are Navy aircraft used?
The Navy aircraft were totally integrated into the single air plan, and frankly, they were all indistinguishable. Obviously, where they're located had something to do with where they were targeted to go, but it was one single plan, and Navy aircraft came out of both the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea.
2 carriers or all 6 carriers?
I don't want to get into specifically which carriers launched at what time and which aircraft, but it is a single integrated attack plan.
General Powell, you said last night, General Powell, that you all were not, in fact, tracking Saddam Hussein or where he was. If one of the primary goals was to knock out Iraq's military leadership, why weren't you tracking him?
We were not targeting him, per se. We were not, because, frankly, I have learned from previous experience how difficult it can be to track a head of state in whom you might be interested. And I think we've spent a good part of the morning of the 20th of December 1989 in this room discussing that subject. So we simply weren't. What we were going after was the command and control of Iraqi armed forces and how their national command authority controls those forces, and that's what we were interested in, rather than chasing somebody around the countryside. Yes, sir.
Anything on Iraqi troop defections?
No, I don't have anything on Iraqi troop defections.
On the command and
Defectors,
control,
sir.
on the command and control, can you give us some assessment without being overly optimistic?
Who's overly optimistic?
I'm not saying whether you are or aren't. I'm just saying, can you give us an assessment as to whether the Iraqi troops are in, they have a chain of command, or whether there is some...
I think we have damaged their command and control system. I don't think it's collapsed yet.
Or do you have many defectors, sir?
I do not have any reports on
General
defectors.
Powell, are you concerned about any border activity? Are you possibly someone else coming in to aid Iraq, possibly Iran, any type of last-minute coalitions? That
I don't expect that. It seems to me the coalition is holding together rather well. I'm very pleased with that, and a lot of the soothsaying that went on about how we wouldn't be able to command and control this whole thing. The whole thing would collapse and you guys won't be able to manage it. I think our experience so far for the last 12 or so hours, we've done that very well.
You described a pause, and you said to see what happens. What does that mean?
I'm sorry?
You talked about a pause a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't.
And you said to see what happens.
I dismissed that.
You dismissed it, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is we have been given a direction to eject the Iraqi army from Kuwait and to assist in the restoration of the legitimate government of Kuwait, and that's what our military campaign is designed to do.
General, does your plan
I'm
allow
sorry, you
for-
had one if I may.
General, were Iraqi TV and radio transmitters targeted? Are you surprised that they're still on the air?
We were targeting the means by which the leadership of Iraq talks to its soldiers and communicates and maintains control, And I think we have done some considerable damage to that ability, at least according to what Bernie Shaw tells me. We will continue to review the bidding on that.
General, we were told that there's a small movement of ground troops. Could you tell us, please, the extent?
Ours or theirs?
Allied.
Allied?
Could you tell us the extent, please, and where that is taking place?
I'm not confirming that there was such movement. Let me just say that you shouldn't be surprised if you hear reports of such movement. It is one campaign, the air campaign, which has gone very well, and I can't tell you how proud I am of all of our airmen for what they've done in the last 14 hours. But it is just one part of a total campaign. The air campaign began last night and will continue to the end. Now, ground campaign does not necessarily mean that we're going to cross the border right away. Just the positioning of troops in various places I consider part of the ground campaign, the overall campaign. The movement of amphibious forces in the Persian Gulf I consider part of the overall campaign. And I would hope that the Iraqi leadership, the Iraqi military, who may be trying to follow all these events, should get greatly concerned about our ability not just to use one tool, but to use all the tools in the toolbox that we brought to this effort.
General, what can you tell us about reports that Iraq has...
Two more. You're first. I'm sorry.
What can you tell us about reports that Iraq has stuck some of its air defenses in bunkers, be it planes or additional missiles, and that they are prepared then to launch those at some point in the future against us?
Well, if they leave their airplanes in bunkers, then those airplanes are not up giving us difficulty, and we know where the bunkers are, and in due course we will take care of it.
They do exist?
Bunkers, oh yeah, they have hardened bunkers, quite sophisticated hardened bunkers.
Was there any common stream to what caused the losses, such as anti-aircraft or missiles, or what kind of fire brought them?
Well, there's not a trend. I mean, there's only been 2 confirmed losses, and I don't want to get into what those losses were caused by.
The strongest response and most effective?
There was a great deal of surface-to air missile fire, and there was a great deal of anti-aircraft gunfire. But as far as I want to get into, and then that one, and then I'll have to go through.
General, besides the various installations that we've talked about that we're bombing, are we dropping bombs on Iraqi infantry brigades or other troops?
Allow me to duck that for the time being. The campaign will grow and spread, and you will see other parts of it emerge in due course, and you will understand the very comprehensive nature in this campaign, But allow me to dodge that for the moment. Thank you very much.
Can you stop this campaign? Is there any diplomatic demarches from us?
We'll do whatever the President asks us to do.
As we wrap up this Pentagon briefing in Washington by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Colin Powell, we've just received this off the wires, and we have no way of confirming it at this point, but Egypt's government media is reporting that 50 Iraqi tank crews have deserted their posts in Kuwait and are headed for the Allied side. Again, repeating, Egypt's media is reporting that 50 Iraqi tank crews have deserted their posts in Kuwait and are headed for the Allied side. Again, we have no way of confirming that at this time. Bob?
Bobby, among the highlights just covered by Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, briefing reporters at the Pentagon, are that over 1,000 sorties now have been flown by planes from the Allies in Saudi Arabia against targets in Iraq and Kuwait, against Iraqi targets in Iraq and Kuwait. Both men reconfirmed the loss of one U.S. F-18 Hornet fighter plane and the apparent loss of the pilot of that plane. He's also been reported variously as missing. Also, one British plane, a Tornado, lost, and the pilot of that plane apparently also. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said he was, in response to a question, extremely pleased by the performance of the Tomahawk missile. If you were watching the news conference, you saw footage, unedited tape footage CNN has just obtained of launchings of the Tomahawk cruise missile from the battleship USS Wisconsin. Those Tomahawk cruises were sent into the outskirts of Baghdad and other locations in what's now become the war theater in one of the first steps. One of the most profoundly affected institutions by such an action as what's going on in the Middle East, the stock market. You just heard the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange, And there is now silence there. That silence being observed in honor of what is going on in the Persian Gulf. The entire machinery of the New York Stock Exchange delays going into action for 1 minute in honor of what is going on in the Persian Gulf and the role of Americans in that role. When we resume our coverage, we will be talking with CNN correspondent Richard Roth in Tel Aviv. Stay with us.
Wherever you do business, the future is approaching at breakneck speed. And the road your business travels is constantly changing. But you can take advantage of change with the world's most comprehensive computing and communication services from EDS. EDS can help you be more competitive by focusing technology on business goals, by creating ways to improve quality and save time, by making everything work together. We can even help you manage it. You can't control change, but you can take advantage of change with EDS.
This motel doesn't have 8-inch masonry walls like Red Roof Inn. Still, you meet some interesting people. You were saying?
Well, I grew up in Akron,
Of course you did.
but when I was 12, we moved to Findlay, where my...
Next time, hit the roof. Red Roof Inns. Call 1-800-THE-ROOF.
Right now, for every night you stay at a Red Roof Inn, we'll give you something very special to drive away with when you check out. A brand new Lincoln. Get $5 cash back for every night you stay through February 2nd.
Pip Printing suggests that before choosing a printer for your company, you take a moment to check their references. These are just a few of ours. Pip Printing. Give us a call. We'll show you why we're the biggest business printer in the world.
As the war in the Gulf continues, CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
The Federal Aviation Administration confirms that the level of airport security across the United States has increased overnight. Joining us on the phone right now is Chief Media Spokesperson for the FAA, Paul Stuckey. And Mr. Stuckey, you say that you've increased the security at airports. How high of a level are we taking that to?
Well, we're not in the position of actually describing the level. What I wanted to do was assure the public that FAA is definitely working closer with the airlines and airport authorities and to ensure a heightened level, and we have done that working closely with the airlines and the airport authorities.
What exactly does this increased security entail? Can you tell us that?
Well, there's a double-edged problem to that. If I tell you in much detail anything, then the problem will be that the people we're trying to stop will have a great deal of information to work with to everybody's disadvantage.
Okay, I understand that. What then does it mean to the public? Will there be changes in airport operations?
Well, the public will see some things and a lot of things they won't see. Basically, what we would probably suggest is that the public get to the airport earlier than they have in the past, and they'll see some changes with regard to some increase in security personnel and that kind of thing. There's some obvious things, and there'll be a lot of things that they won't know about.
All right, our thanks to Paul Stuckey, Chief Media Spokesperson for the FAA. Bob?
Bobby, there are a few places on Earth outside the actual Kuwaiti-Iraqi theater of operations where tensions might be higher or apprehension greater than in Israel. the threatened primary target of Saddam Hussein. CNN correspondent Richard Roth is in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning. Tel Aviv is known as the city that never stops. Right now, the city is not exactly living up to that slogan. As you can see probably behind me, all the streets are empty here. Stores are closed. They have been all day. Everyone in the state of Israel has been told by the government to remain indoors. This was the city that Saddam Hussein said would be the first target for his missiles, and he threatened a possible chemical weapons attack. Millions of gas masks have been distributed here in this city. Now, some of the developments that have been occurring today, the defense minister of Israel, Moshe Aarons, said that the U.S. strike on Baghdad and other parts of Iraq was effective, but the threat of a missile attack still exists. Prime Minister Shamir of Israel is still cautious. He says it looks good, but we still have to be careful. Israelis, though, were jubilant earlier this morning about the results that were reported by the first waves of bombers over Baghdad. And for this city, the night was rather quiet, but everyone was braced indoors for what might have occurred. The residents of Tel Aviv had a very tense early morning. As U.S. planes roared over Baghdad, to the west, Tel Aviv, the city Saddam Hussein proclaimed would be his first target, held its collective breath. On the streets, the few people out were either carrying radios or boxes with gas masks inside. The government had instituted civil defense emergency regulations. People were told to stay home, open their gas mask kits, and keep them nearby. Soldiers rushed into the Army headquarters in Tel Aviv. Others waited for buses to go on duty. At those places that were open, first reports on the U.S. raids were encouraging.
The situation is very good, quiet, nobody is worried about this.
But though chemical weapons did not rain down on the city, many were still scared.
Am I afraid? Very, yes, I am afraid.
A few ignored the government order to stay indoors.
Life must go on.
And right on schedule, the sun came up on Tel Aviv. But this would be a morning not seen since perhaps past outbreaks of war. No one was out on the roads. Stores would not be opening, especially not the Baghdad Cafe. Those who were out liked the news from the Gulf.
My reaction was satisfaction that somebody has done something against President Saddam Hussein in Iraq and brought order to the world.
But a former Israeli defense minister said it's not over yet.
I believe that the first strike was very successful, almost unbelievable. But you have to bear in mind, you don't win a war by the first strike.
There is still a lot of fear in Tel Aviv. Thousands called civil defense centers to ask for more information. At the main hospital of Tel Aviv, stretchers to be used in case of casualties remained unfilled. Out to see his city in the sunshine was the mayor of Tel Aviv, accompanied by the music director of the Israeli Philharmonic, Zubin Mehta. They felt it's too early to celebrate, but...
I'm happy. I mean, I respect, first of all, the Americans. They fulfilled their commitment, and they practically saved the whole world. Yeah. And secondly, I'm very happy that we were, for the time being, I knock on wood, you see, we were not hit.
This is the city Saddam said would be the first place he would send his missiles.
It's the first and last joke that I heard lately.
Now, I have a feeling that as the sun goes down here, some of the residents of Tel Aviv who were making jokes earlier in the day are rather tense now, with Saddam Hussein still around, still talking tough, at least to his people, as this city braces for who knows what. Some of the other developments, brief update on U.S. Ambassador William Brown to Israel, met with the Foreign Minister, David Levy of Israel. The minister praised the U.S. efforts and called the raid on Iraq an example of courage. There was cooperation between these two countries. The U.S. kept Israel informed on the timing of the raid. And also, military analysts here are comparing the strike with the success Israel had in 1967, wiping out the Egyptian Air Force on the ground in the Six-Day War. Curfew still in effect in the West Bank, 1.7 million people under a clampdown by authorities. Soldiers are warning the people there with loudspeakers that anyone who comes outside runs the risk of being shot if they leave their home. The Jerusalem police chief says we are in a period of war and are acting accordingly. And one final odd note, Hadassah Hospital says that early this morning there was sort of a mini record for the number of births that were born that occurred here. No explanation so far for that. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Developments continue to unfold related to the war in the Persian Gulf at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. About 20 minutes from now, we expect a military briefing from U.S. officials in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We plan to bring you live coverage of that. And then at 10:30 Eastern Time, British Prime Minister John Major is to address Parliament again. We expect to bring you live coverage. Bobby?
In the meantime, CNN correspondent Jeff Flock has been traveling the nation's heartland trying to take the pulse of the American public on the events in the Gulf. I imagine that pulse has quickened quite a bit with in light of the events in the past 14 hours. Jeff, you're in Independence, Missouri, we understand. Good morning, and where are you exactly in Independence?
Morning to you, Bobby. We're at the Continental Barber Shop here. I guess the fact is that life goes on in Middle America this morning. Folks are still going to work, still getting their hair cut, but I think they go on about their business here and elsewhere with an eye to the television monitor, an ear to the radio. What is Middle America thinking this morning? Let's go find out. Sir, your thoughts this morning. We've been watching television all morning, and I assume you were watching last night. What's going through your mind this morning?
Well, I'm very concerned for all of our men and women overseas, but I'm very supportive of our president. The only regrets I have is for those ones in our country that are burning our American flag, and that upsets me very much.
All right, sir. Thank you very, very much. Let's move on down, if we can. Sir, we just heard General Powell and Secretary Cheney talk about the possibility of a protracted battle, possibility of more casualties. Does that concern you?
I'd like to see no casualties at all, but peace doesn't come cheap.
What are your thoughts?
I think they're doing the right thing. I support the president 100%.
Fears?
No, not really. I just fear for all the people over there. I hope it's a few casualties as possible.
Okay. Good deal. Thank you, sir. As you watched this morning, first word from our military leaders about what had happened. What was going through your mind, sir?
First thing went through my mind was a lot of sadness for what was taking place. However, I felt that what was transpiring was necessary, and I was supportive of the president and our country, and I'm looking forward to the boys coming home as quick as possible. I was surprised at the speed at which the attack took place and the completeness of what they had done. And so I'm really proud that I'm part of this country and we stand for what we do.
Did you believe, Randy, did you believe that this would actually happen?
No, I didn't believe it actually happened, but I'm for our president. I think he's making the right decision.
I think it's fair to say that at this moment, as we have sampled the pulse of Middle America, that right now what these gentlemen are indicating is fairly well representative of this town that we are in, but we will continue to watch it. We will continue to travel across Middle America and let you know what you're thinking. I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Independence, Missouri.
All right, Jeff, and our thanks to you. Now back to Bob.
We are just getting word from Hans Einshaus, the emergency coordinator of the United Nations Disaster Relief Organization, that the Jordanian government, having been promised help from that UN agency, has agreed now to reopen its border with Iraq sometime within the next 24 hours and to accept all refugees from the Persian Gulf War. Jordan had closed its border during the course of the past week because it said its resources were simply exhausted. It could no longer cope with the flood of refugees of all nationalities flooding in across the Iraqi border. CNN correspondent Doug James is in Amman and joins us. Good morning, Doug.
Of course, what was a pre-war exodus out of Iraq into Jordan has now become a post-war exodus. Earlier today, there was a trickle of cars coming across the border, people with the special permission to cross the border. Now we do hear from the UN that it is possible the border will open entirely for anyone who wants to come across. Of course, the urgency is much greater now that the war has begun. We're also hearing at this hour that the Soviet ambassador to Jordan has just delivered a personal letter from President Gorbachev to King Hussein. We don't know the details of that letter, but one might speculate that he's urging King Hussein to do his best to stay out of the conflict in an effort to keep Israel out of the conflict. He may also be thanking him for his past efforts at mediation and hoping that in the future King Hussein may still be able to play some kind of a post-crisis role in trying to solve some of the broader issues here in the Middle East. There's some feeling here in Amman that outside people are in danger, in particular U.S. people. As a result of that, security around the embassies, the U.S. Embassy and other Western diplomatic missions has increased today. There have been few incidents, I might add. Apparently early today, somebody threw rocks through the Egyptian ambassador's residence windows. A few journalists have also been roughed up. As a result of that, the authorities here have started taking away certain press passes from photojournalists, from camera crews, ostensibly to keep them safe as they go out on the street. This is Doug James reporting live from Amman, Jordan.
Thank you, Doug. We will be watching. Bobby?
Let's go back now to CNN's Frank Sesno at the White House, where the president and his advisors have much on their minds and their agenda today. Morning to you, Frank, once again.
Good morning again, Bobby. The president and his advisors are indeed meeting with the congressional leadership just now. I was in the photo opportunity just a few moments ago, where a subdued, soft-spoken president spoke very cautiously about what is going on. Let's take a look at that tape now.
How severely the Iraq has been damaged, how long this may last, and at what cost?
Well, again, I don't want to go into questions here because of the moment. I will say that is covered very well by Secretary Cheney and Colin Powell, and the way we're going to handle this is I will not be commenting on the ups and downs. There will be some downs, or the trauma of the moment. There's a lot of trauma at the moment, but I think it is fair to say, and I will be repeating this to the leaders here, that we are pleased with the way things have gone so far. We are determined to finish what we've set out to do. But I just think, for procedural reasons, I'd like you all to know that I'm not going to be trying to do briefings from the White House on the details of the operations over there. I have full confidence in our Secretary of Defense and in our able Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and of course in our General Schwarzkopf. So for the future, though I will be in touch with the American people, I think it's better to leave the details of the operation to the briefings over there, and of course I'll be available for questions from time to time. But when we don't have all the information, I just would hate to risk misleading the American people. Having said that, I think all of us are very pleased that so far the operation is going forward with great success, and we keep praying that the loss of life will be held at an absolute minimum. And I feel so strongly about our troops over there. Certainly I feel that way about them, and I feel that way about the innocents who might get caught up in this conflict. So I think it's fair to say there's a lot of prayer going on both here on the Capitol Hill and across this whole country, and it'll be that way till this is concluded. That's all I want to say about it right now. Thank you.
Sorry, are you concerned this early talk success might lead to unwarranted optimism on some front?
No, I'm not concerned. There is no unwarranted optimism, and there will be none. And I would refer you to the briefing, Secretary of Defense and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Thank you all very much. We got a little business to attend to. Thank you guys for yesterday. Thank you.
Now, as we left that photo session with the congressional leadership, the president was heard to say that he's determined to keep the leaders briefed, to be seen with the leadership, and to be keeping them informed throughout this. A senior White House official says he expects a Senate resolution today, a House resolution tomorrow, endorsing and supporting the president and the U.S. troops currently at war in the Persian Gulf. I'm Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
All right, Frank, and we'll be checking in with Frank again soon. Bob?
The New York Stock Exchange opened less than 20 minutes ago. Traders have much to which to react today. CNN's Jan Hopkins is on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Jan.
And Bob, the reaction is incredible. It was widely expected that when war broke out, that stocks would fall. Instead, the world's stock markets are exploding with buying on the apparent early success of Operation Desert Storm. On Wall Street, trading has opened about 20 minutes. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 72 points. We'll take another look at how Wall Street is taking the news in a few minutes. But first, let's look at how the markets are doing around the world. In London, a major rally is underway. Right now, the Financial Times 100 index up 61.6 at 2116.4. The Frankfurt Exchange shares closed up 7%. The Paris Bourse is up 7.25%. In Tokyo, stocks soared to their 10th largest gain ever. The Nikkei index gained more than 1,000 points, or 4.4%. Nikkei closed the session at 23,400. Oil prices plunged on optimism that a short war will not disrupt oil supplies. Right now in London, a barrel of Brent North Sea crude is down $8.10 at $20.90. And in New York, trading has just opened on light sweet crude. It has opened down $7.50 at $24.50, and I must tell you that that is the limit that it can fall, and it is twice as much as it has ever fallen before. Treasury's 30-year bellwether bond is rallying up 2.5 points, the yield down to 8.17%, and the dollar is falling. The New York Stock Exchange has been open again. Let's check and see what the Dow is doing at this point. It is up 71 points. That's the latest from Wall Street. We'll have another report in 1 hour. I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
A program reminder, we do expect a briefing on the Pan-Arab forces in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, coming up in about 9 minutes from now at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, as our coverage continues.
At BASF, we don't make the plane. We make it lighter. We don't make the lotion. We make it smoother. We don't make the dress. We make it brighter. We don't make the carpet. We make it tougher. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF, the spirit of innovation.
These people never thought of themselves as high-pressure salespeople. They've always been committed to service. That's why they've become successful Better Homes and Gardens real estate agents, and why they use our proven real estate marketing systems to serve their customers better than anybody. After all, we've found that once you place service above everything, everything else falls into place. For information about a career in real estate, call 1-800-ADVANCE or your local Better Homes and Gardens real estate firm.
This is the Discover card, and this is $100 million. That's the cashback bonus earned by card members. But if you don't use this, you don't get any of this. It pays to Discover.
As war erupts in the Persian Gulf, the world turns to one source, where the principals check the widening conflict, key figures monitor world reactions, and families look for news of hope. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching CNN?
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues now with further updates from Washington, D.C. CNN's Mary Tillotson joins us from Capitol Hill, where there's a lot of maneuvering and I would imagine a lot of advice being given out today. Mary, good morning.
Good morning. The advice right now, if any, is being delivered at the White House. Congressional leaders are meeting at this hour with Mr. Bush. After that, those leaders of Congress and the president planned to attend a prayer vigil. Then at a later point in the day, Defense Secretary Cheney expects to arrive on Capitol Hill for a closed-door briefing on the latest news from the Iraq war with members of Congress. So far, that news is almost all good from the Allied perspective. 2 Allied planes now confirmed down. That is the bad news. One of them an American plane, one British. But otherwise, those early bombing strikes in the first hours of this war seem to be going as the Allied forces would wish. In fact, it's so successful that Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman Sam Nunn on CNN's air earlier this morning said that Operation Desert Storm opens up a new era in aerial warfare.
I think we're close to having air superiority, but we still have some dangers. They could put up some aircraft, and they could even go on kamikaze-type missions. You never know about that. You have to be prepared for it. We have The danger of, although we think we've got most of the fixed site Scud missiles, they could have some Scud missiles hidden. They're mobile and they could have them hidden. And of course we've got the danger of the artillery. That's sort of the ultimate danger when we have to use ground forces.
Senator Nunn says that he hopes a hard enough pounding by air would make such a ground war against Iraq unnecessary, since ground warfare is where the Allies could expect the heaviest casualties. Nunn says the Allied air power at this point is so vastly superior to Iraq that what he's hoping for at this point is what he called a psychological collapse on the other side. But Senator Nunn concedes it's much too early to predict that will happen. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live on Capitol Hill.
All right, Mary, thanks. Now joining us to give his perspective on the Gulf War is retired U.S. Army Colonel Trevor Dupuy. Colonel Dupuy is in our Washington Bureau this morning. And Colonel, the offensive has been underway now for over 50 or close to 15 hours. The initial airstrike on Iraqi communications and military installations reportedly carried out as planned. And as General Powell said a few moments ago, the purpose is to eject Iraq out of Kuwait. So what happens next, or out of Iraq rather, Kuwait, what happens next?
A continuation of the air offensive will undoubtedly take place for a day or two, and as long as a week or two before there is a major involvement of ground forces is my suspicion.
So it is a dangerous miscalculation for us to have assumed that this would have been an air victory alone.
No, it is not a dangerous miscalculation. It is a distinct possibility, as Senator Nunn said. This has never before happened in history. But the circumstances in the Gulf today are such that it is quite possible, although like Senator Nunn, I'm not willing to predict that yet.
All right, if it does go to a ground offensive, how will we penetrate the heavy concentration of Iraqi troops at the Kuwaiti border?
Well, I think we'll do two things. First place, we will probe to see where there are weak spots in that heavy concentration. But more than that, I think we'll go around that heavy concentration by what I would call a triple envelopment, a wide envelopment across the desert by our armored forces to come into Kuwait from the west, north of Kuwait City, an amphibious landing someplace along the coast, probably north of Kuwait City, and an air operation. We have an airborne division and an air assault division in between to encircle the forces in Iraq, in Kuwait.
Will we or should we go into Iraq?
Well, obviously, we are now fighting in Iraq with our Air Force. I think that the objective is very clear, that we are to eject the Iraqis from Kuwait, but if it requires, in order to assure the success of that mission, if it requires going into Iraq, I'm sure our forces are prepared to do that.
All right, Colonel Dupuy, thank you very much for your perspective. Bob?
We are going to take a brief pause now to allow our cable company affiliates to do something to pay their bills. Our continued coverage will resume shortly.
If you'd like to give a special gift to a boy or girl 8 years old and up, get your pencil ready and write down this number, because I've got just the answer for you. It's National Geographic World Magazine, published especially for kids by the National Geographic Society, the same people who produce world-famous National Geographic magazine. It brings real-life adventure, page after page of fascinating articles and pictures in National Geographic color on animals, outdoor adventure and science, faraway places, sports, and hobbies. And yet, while it entertains, it fulfills curiosity, stimulates imagination, and encourages your youngster to read more. It's amazingly inexpensive. For 12 issues in brilliant geographic color, compare this once-a-month, 12 times a year gift to a single gift from a toy store, and you can see what a bargain this is. There's no shopping, no wrapping, no shipping. You cannot buy it at a newsstand or bookstore. You can get it only through the mail, and it's so easy to order. Just call with that special child's name and address today. Call 1-800-257-1257. Each issue has exciting surprises, puzzles to solve, games to play with friends, stories about kids doing special things, and often supersized pullouts to put on the wall. Youngsters even have the opportunity to compete for a $5,000 scholarship. National Geographic World, what a wonderful gift for any boy or girl. And when you call with your subscription order today, we'll also mail a special personalized gift card from you. So call our right today with your young reader's address and your name for the gift card. Call 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. 12 colorful issues and a card from you for only $12.95. This gift lasts a year. The benefits last a lifetime.
This is CNN.
CNN coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. I'm Bob Kane at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Bobby Batista. We're going to break from our format now at this time because there's a Pan-Arab briefing underway now in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Situation and to answer a few questions. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. وما النصر إلا من عند الله. بيان قيادة القوات المشتركة ومسرح العمليات رقم 1. قامت فجر اليوم الخميس 2 من رجب 1411 الموافق 17 من يناير عام 1991 تشكيلات من القوات الجوية السعودية والكويتية والقوات الجوية الصديقة الأمريكية والبريطانية والفرنسية بقذف الأهداف والمنشآت والقواعد العسكرية العراقية بداية لتنفيذ خطة العمليات المشتركة عاصفة الصحراء.
You were perhaps under the impression that that briefing was going to be held in English, but it is not. We will try to get a translation and find out what exactly they are saying at that briefing. Well, during the past hour, the Pentagon held a briefing on Operation Desert Storm. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Colin Powell and U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney talked to reporters about the first hours of the Allied attack on Iraq and Kuwait. Cheney said there has been one U.S. plane shot down. All right, we are told now that we do have translation available now on this Pan-Arab briefing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Be relocated away from the range of the artillery of the aggressors. As a response to our successful aerial bombardment, the enemy has bombarded with artillery our oil tanks in Khafji. Civil defense people have tried to control the fires raging in the petroleum tanks, and we've had no losses among us, the civilians. Our forces have destroyed the sources of artillery fire.
Media that I read these statements in Arabic. We are going to give you a copy of these statements in English after a while. I'll despair because I'm not going to waste, the time of reading it in English. I'm going to give you a copy of that.
It's not a waste of time. We could use the sound in English.
And, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, most merciful and compassionate.
This is a statement from Joint Forces and Theater of Operations Command. Number 1. At the dawn of today, Thursday, 2nd of Rajab, 1411, 17th of January 1991, air formations from Saudi, Kuwaiti, and friendly U.S., British, and French air forces bombed the Iraqi military targets, installations, and bases as a start of implementation of Joint Operation Plan Desert Storm for the liberations of sister country of Kuwait. The air bombing has achieved its objectives accurately, and all our planes returned to their bases safely. Timing with the air bombing, the forces of advanced positions in the city of Khafji, previously evacuated from civilians, and in other positions were ordered to move to the main positions outside the range of aggressors' artillery fire, according to the scheduled plan. In response to our successful air operations, the aggressor shelled the Khafji area using artillery as it was expected. A number of oil tanks were hit. Elements from the Civil Defense Department have controlled fire of those tanks, except for 2 tanks of which their extinguishing is still underway. No loss in souls. The enemy fire sources were spontaneously destroyed by our artillery and air force. I will take some questions, and we limited them to 10 because there are some Arabic media and English media, and I hope you will make them short.
General, there was a report that at least 1 and perhaps 2 refineries were hit in Baghdad. Are you able to confirm this? This came from CNN, I believe, but are there any other sources that you can say would collaborate along with that information that 2 refineries were hit near Baghdad or 2 oil installations?
I can't really confirm how many, but I confirm that there is a refinery or oil installations in Baghdad was hit.
Can I follow up just one more question? Are there any evacuations of the offshore platforms in the Safaniya, Zuluf, and Marjan fields, which are rather close to the area of hostilities?
Well, I can't really answer those questions exactly because it's for security reasons, but I tell you all the installations are, if there is any civilians or employees, they are evacuated for safety reasons. Thank you.
هل تتوقعون أي هجوم معين على مدن المنطقة الشرقية أو إطلاق أي صواريخ على الرياض خلال الأيام القادمة؟
في العمليات الحربية دائما تتوقع الأسوأ.
In military warfare, says the general, you always expect the worst. And we expect the worst. And we expect an aggression against any place in Saudi Arabia and the kingdom.
يعني هل
The questioner asks,
يرجى أن لا يكون هناك شيء من هذا القبيل على ضوء النتائج الموجودة في المعركة حاليا؟
do we expect that no such thing will happen as a result of the aerial bombardment? We cannot really speculate about the future, says the general. Were missiles shot, Iraqi missiles fired against the Saudi border or the allies, the multinational forces, there were no missiles, says the general, which were fired against us.
The questions and answers, please. Could you translate the questions and answers?
Well, if I repeated the question and answer, you know, I'll maybe lose the time for answering your question.
General, can you say first in English? Do you still fear any attacks on Saudi Arabia, any missiles or anything? Is that still a fear?
Well, I told you we are taking all the precautions necessary to for expectations of any aggressions against our country.
General, are there other areas besides the one near the oil refinery that you are evacuating that are near the area of conflict?
Any area that's under dangerous of missiles or aggressions, I'm sure they are taking care of securing, you know, the people that are working in them. I can't, you know, specify what they are doing.
General, there have been reports that Iraqi soldiers were either seen or just the report itself that they were getting out of their uniforms and getting into civilian clothes to blend in with the rest of the population. Have any of your people told you anything like that?
Well, I hear that thing, but I can't confirm it really until I have very specific, you know, confirmations from the authorities.
General, what is the state of the Iraqi Air Force now?
Well, from the news you heard, you know, that they really didn't have any defense that can really count against our attacks on the targets that we already hit.
So is it no danger any longer?
I hope so.
Sir, what can you tell us about defectors from the Iraqi forces in Kuwait?
Defectors to Saudi Arabia?
Yes, sir.
There have been some in the past, and we are hoping, you know, for their safety to surrender.
What about since the fighting began? Have there been any more defectors, an increase in defectors? How many have come across since the fighting began, the deadline?
Well, I can't really, for their own security, I can't really tell you how many of them.
There have been more, though, right? Is that right?
After the operations began?
And since the operation began?
Yes, they were. One question, please.
What about the Kuwaiti forces in these battles?
Like what I told you, that there were some Air Forces planes, they joined with the Operation Desert Storm. Thank you. Thank you very much.
From Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we've been watching a Saudi colonel confirming the participation of Saudi forces in the Allied airstrike against Iraq. Before we go to break, we had a story earlier about possible Iraqi desertions, and we now have confirmation of that. The commander of Egyptian forces in Saudi Arabia has confirmed an earlier report that we had here that an estimated 50 Iraqi tanks and their crews have surrendered to Allied forces near the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. The commander said Egyptian troops would take charge of those tanks, which were heading towards their position in the northeastern region near the Iraqi border. We'll be back with more on the war coverage right after this.
Here's something different. Swipes. The two-sided cleaning towels from Fantastic. One side wipes, but the other side scrubs. Swipes. They're the only two-sided towels with the power of Fantastic.
If you suffer from congestion caused by colds, allergies, or sinusitis, you should know that more doctors and pharmacists recommend Afrin, America's leading nasal spray. But if you're in the dark about relieving dry, itchy, irritated noses, now there's new Afrin Saline Mist. It delivers soothing moisture to irritated noses. And because it's non-medicated, you can use it as often as you want. New Afrin Saline Mist and Afrin 12-hour nasal spray. We're just what your nose needs.
Real hardwood adds so much warmth and substance to a home that lots of people try to imitate real hardwood. They actually print a picture of wood on plastic, even paper, to fool you. Don't be fooled. Real hardwood glows with beauty and character you can't copy. Beauty to enjoy for lifetimes. To find out how you can get a book of fresh ideas for adding genuine hardwood solids and veneers to your home, call 1-800-835-2246, extension 50.
January 1991, the start of something incredible, a slim new you. Now only at TCBY, you can enjoy Ultra Slim Fast, blended with delicious TCBY non-fat frozen yogurt. It's an irresistible way to enjoy the Ultra Slim Fast plan. So, keeping that New Year's resolution will be deliciously easy. Now is such a great tasting way to help you lose weight. There are no excuses.
The country's best yogurt, TCBY.
This is the Discover Card, and this is $100 million. That's the cashback bonus earned by card members. But if you don't use this, you don't get any of this. It pays to Discover.
Earlier in this newscast, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney confirmed that one American aircraft had been lost in the airstrike against Iraq. We have further information on that now. A Pentagon official tells CNN that the FA-18 lost in battle was from the Marine Corps and not the Navy. It was a one-seat model of the plane, land-based and not carrier-based. Bob?
One barometer of American reaction to what is happening in the Persian Gulf is, of course, the American stock market. Stock prices are up very sharply, over 92 points up today from yesterday's close in very heavy trading of now more than 80 million shares. And the market's only been open for less than 45 minutes. It has to be borne in mind, of course, that the market is a highly mercurial, emotional animal and responds to world events, sometimes out of proportion. Much of what is going on in the Persian Gulf, in fact, the whole operation is, as most of our viewers know, going on under the aegis of the United Nations. CNN correspondent Charles Feldman is there. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning to you. It has been quiet here at the United Nations. There was a Security Council consultation last night, but there's not much the Security Council can do for at least the immediate future, since, as you pointed out, this action has been taken with the approval of the United Nations Security Council. And just a few minutes ago, the Secretary General of the UN arrived here and spoke very briefly with reporters, and it was not a very optimistic assessment that he had. In fact, for being a diplomat, what he had to say was probably very painful. What he did say was that this is not a time for diplomacy anymore, that the time for talking has run its course, clearly, as you can tell from the action in the Persian Gulf. He had no indication of what the United Nations, if anything, could be done in the near future. Although last night Cuba, which is one of the 15 members of the Security Council, indicated that it would move to try to stop the war. But a U.S. official told us last night that should that happen, in fact, should anybody introduce or try to introduce a resolution that would try to curtail operations in the Persian Gulf, this official said the United States would veto that. So it is not clear what action, if any, the United Nations could now take. We are efforting to do an interview live with the Secretary General of the UN and see if there are any thoughts that he has, and we'll let you know if that should come to pass. This is now Charles Feldman reporting live from the United Nations.
Thank you, Charles. And we remind our viewers that it was, of course, the United Nations deadline for Iraq to leave Kuwait, which it had invaded August 2nd, which expired at midnight the night before last. Bobby?
All right, Bob, let's go back to Washington now in the Pentagon, where CNN's Gene Randall is standing by with the latest developments from that vantage point. Gene?
Good morning, Bobby. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney says he is pleased with the way Operation Desert Storm is going, but he says this is no time for exaggerated claims. Cheney and his chairman of the Military Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell, held a briefing in this room a short time ago.
I want, though, at the outset of my remarks this morning, to emphasize the importance of being cautious in our comments. I don't mean to be critical of our friends in the press corps, but I think it's very, very important for people to remember a number of key things. That this is a very serious business, that we are in the very early stages of an operation that may run for a considerable period of time, that there have been casualties and there are likely to be more casualties.
The one American casualty so far, we are told, is the Marine pilot of a plane shot down by Iraqi gunners. The plane was an FA-18 Hornet. The British have lost a plane with a two-man crew. Secretary Cheney and General Powell, meanwhile, stressed there would be no pause in the air war, no time given for Saddam Hussein to rethink his occupation of Kuwait.
My principal concern is to accomplish the mission, and we have to remember the mission isn't to bomb a while and pause and see if something happens. The mission is to eject the Iraqi army out of Kuwait and to assist in the restoration of the legitimate government of Kuwait, and our entire campaign plan is focused on those two objectives.
Other facts we learned this morning from the general and his boss, the Secretary of Defense. The air war against Iraq has so far included over 1,000 air sorties and the launching of more than 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles. And we were told the sorties were 80% effective. That is, 8 out of every planes in the coalition sent out deliver their bombs and missiles on target, then return safely to their carriers and bases. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
Gene, thanks. We have not heard from our 3 stalwart reporters in Baghdad for quite some time now, and we have reestablished communications with them, John Holloman, Peter Arnett, and Bernie Shaw, all at the Al Rashid Hotel in Baghdad. John, how you doing?
All right, Bobby. There's a decided increase in the need for sleep here, though. You know, we're having air raids around the area of Baghdad every several hours. It seems like we haven't had a long, calm period in a while, although we're in one now, which is very pleasant, I must tell you. We're able to sit here and joke and, you know, have some soft drinks and look out the window, and we see that Baghdad is totally in darkness now, at least from the area where we're looking. There are a few fires out on the horizon. We don't know how far away they are, but they're still burning as we look out the window, and it appears those fires might be leftovers from earlier air attacks from the coalition forces, which would have occurred perhaps as early as last night or this afternoon. In the past several hours, there were numerous little strikes. The all-clear siren from the air raid wardens here in Baghdad went out about 45 minutes to an hour ago, and that was certainly a good sign. I'll tell you, I was able to go out in an automobile and take a tour of some limited parts of the city a little while ago, and I can update you on what I found. A major area of damage in downtown Baghdad was at the telephone company's headquarters. We saw some satellite dishes and microwave transmission dishes used to get telephone calls from Baghdad to other parts of Iraq and the outside world that seemed to be melted. They were crumpled like a giant hand had come and just sort of crushed these things. And so it was quite a sight. And also there were bricks and mortar missing from the side of the building. It was almost as if what had happened was that something had come into the building from the side rather than from the top, as a bomb would have done, indicating, at least the possibility of some sort of a missile coming sideways. In the Karada district of Baghdad, which is the area where the United States Embassy is located and many of the shopping areas of this town, we saw a microwave transmission tower that was destroyed, and the other buildings around it had some windows broken, but not major destruction there. All the stores on the streets of Baghdad are closed today. We saw one fire truck as we drove by. There were groups of 5 or 6 soldiers standing on some street corners, but not every one. And at the United States Embassy, we passed by, as we used to do once a day, to get a little briefing back when the embassy was open. The Iraqi guard who was outside recognized us and waved. And we saw lots of glass on the street. We saw some in the area of this telephone company building that seemed to have had the most damage that we were able to see in the downtown area. We saw some houses that looked like residential housing next to this building where the bricks had just crumpled and the buildings were flattened almost. So there was a lot of damage to the houses next to this telephone company building. Crossing the Tigris River, one of the beautiful rivers in the world, we saw no visible damage to anything on the river. And so that's our report, Bobby. It's quiet here tonight. We're hoping it's going to maintain this quiet for some time into the future. But based on our experience last night, we're certainly a little tense at this moment. Bobby?
All right, John, we get a little worried about you when we don't hear from you for quite some time. Try to get some sleep, and thanks, Bob.
Let us get the perspective now of a military analyst's view of what has happened over the course of the past 16 to 18 hours in Baghdad and throughout the Iraq-Kuwaiti theater of operations. CNN military analyst James Blackwell of the Center for Strategic Studies joins us. Mr. Blackwell, good morning, and will you tell us what, from your perspective, you see as having happened?
Good morning. Yes, this was likely to be a very historic air attack. It is one of the largest in history, now numbering at over 1,000 sorties, including American, British, French, Kuwaiti, and Saudi aircraft. And it certainly was the most complex in history, involving dozens of very new, highly sophisticated technologies that, according to General Powell's estimate, have apparently worked quite effectively. An 80% effectiveness rate is good for any system, much less for so many that have not been tested in battle. And I thought it would be helpful to sort of dissect this a little bit, at least with the information that's available. Now, last night, when we heard the graphic reporting from the reporters in Baghdad, we heard descriptions of very precise targeting in and around the city itself of Baghdad. The reporters reporting from the hotel could look out in several directions and see flashes of light and targets being hit. We've heard the description just now of the damage done to the microwave towers at the communications center. We heard them talking about buildings. There are reports that the presidential palace might have been hit, and various other targets south and west of the city. Now, many of those targets, in my judgment, must have been hit by Tomahawk cruise missiles. These are very long-range, highly capable systems that have never been tried in combat. What the Tomahawk cruise missile does, it has a computerized map inside its missile body. It follows that map all by itself over a distance of hundreds of miles. Inside that computer, there's also literally a photograph of the target that it is supposed to hit. And if it confirms that that thing is at the coordinates that it was told to fly to, it then flies in and destroys it. It's used principally against fixed targets, and apparently it hit them with quite effectiveness last night. As well, much electronic warfare that Bernard and the others were not able to see went on. This was conducted throughout the Kuwaiti theater of operations. Systems such as the F-4G Wild Weasel aircraft and others were used in this non-observable phase of the war, but very important and apparently also very effective. These things shut down all the electronic systems that allow the Iraqis to determine what's going on. Now, the F-4, of course, is a Vietnam-era aircraft, but it is highly capable for this new electronic kinds of warfare. Then the ground attack went in, and again, all kinds of systems were used. One of the principal ones that apparently was used with some success was the F-117A stealth attack fighter. Now, this, of course, was used in Panama for the first time, and reports were that the pilots missed their targets. Apparently, they did much better here. The advantage of the F-117, of course, is that enemy radar can't see it at all, and by the time ground observers can see it, particularly at night, it's too late to do anything about it. These aircraft would have been used against the more mobile targets. Likewise, the F-A-18s were used, carrier-based attack aircraft, both for air superiority and for ground attack. And of course, it was an F-18, an American F-18, that was reported as the only American loss in this particular fight. B-52s, no doubt, were used in this attack. The reports from the reporters of seeing the great bright flashes, the very loud, hot, forceful shock waves reaching them were likely caused by very large bombs dropped by B-52s. Again, this is probably the oldest airplane used in this attack, probably used against the hardened targets, the nuclear and chemical sites, the frontline trenches. Now, one of the remarkable things about this attack will be the A-10s and other attack aircraft used against tanks, artillery, and other armored vehicles on the ground. The A-10 last year was canceled by the Department of Defense for in order to look at other systems designed to kill tanks from the air, but frankly, it's the most effective tank-killing aircraft in the world. Its critics have told us that it's slow to survive. As well, the AH-64 Apache was used, the AWACS. In short, this was a highly coordinated and very effective air attack.
Thank you, Joseph Blackwell of the Center for Strategic Studies. Let's go to the White House now, where President Bush today met to brief congressional leaders. House Speaker Tom Foley.
We can only hope and pray about that. The House Representatives will be called into session for a regular session tomorrow. We're meeting today to announce that. And the Majority Leader and the Republican Leader, Mr. Gephardt and Mr. Michael, will make that announcement shortly after the House goes in today. And I would refer to Senator Mitchell for the decision regarding the Senate.
The Senate will meet today. We've already come into session and recessed subject to my recalling the Senate following consultation with Senator Dole. We've not yet established a precise time, but we'll have an announcement later today. At our request, the representatives of the Defense Department will be briefing all senators at 5:30 today in the Capitol, following what I believe will be a similar briefing of House members at 4:30. The briefing provided by the Secretary, and it was primarily a briefing by Secretary Cheney, was a detailed review of the operations to date, similar to the briefing he provided to the press and public earlier today, although in somewhat more detail. And of course, any further information regarding the operation will be coming from the Defense Department,
What were the
Secretary Cheney and
casualties? Why
others.
can't we find out what the figures were?
Those should all such details should appropriately come from the Secretary of Defense or other Defense Department officials who are in possession of such information. Well, the briefing was by the Secretary of Defense.
Senator Mitchell, is the declaration of war now necessary?
No, I do not believe so. I believe that the action taken by the Congress last week was, by its terms, a specific authorization for the President to take the action which he did of using military force against Iraq.
Senator Mitchell, Speaker Foley, could you each give us, please, A, how you feel academically about the way things have gone so far, and B, how you feel emotionally about where we are now, about what has happened?
Well, I don't know what you mean about feeling academically. I don't have any academic feelings. I have genuine feelings. and emotion. We are, of course, pleased at the low rate of casualties. We hope and pray, as I know does the President and all of our officials, that the loss of innocent civilian life will be at a minimum. We have no information on that. We had a sincere and genuine debate over policy in the Congress last week. A decision was made by the majority. The President has acted pursuant to that decision. And all of us now hope that there will be a swift resolution of this conflict. I have said many times that I do not believe there could be any doubt as to the outcome of armed conflict between the United States and Iraq. I've said many times, believed and do believe that the United States will prevail.
And we hope you regret your vote.
We hope that the outcome is swift and with the minimum of damage and loss of life, and we will join in full support of the men and women of our armed forces who are displaying such courage and skill.
Yes, there will be a resolution to that effect, but I would agree absolutely with what Senator Mitchell has said.
Okay.
And the Congress will and has formed total ranks behind our armed forces, and
why do you need another resolution?
Well, I think the members probably desire to express that, and I think that's not inappropriate this time to demonstrate that regardless of the debate last week on the matter of policy, that the Congress stands behind the armed services, in the hope that this can be quick, decisive, with a minimum loss of life.
Any second thoughts? One last question. Were you satisfied with the notification you got, the advance warning?
The notification by the President was in accordance with the requirements of the act that was passed by Congress.
We've just heard the Democratic and Republican leaders of both the House and the Senate say they have been briefed and are hoping for the most sanguine possible outcome to the Persian Gulf War. Right now, British Prime Minister John Major is in the House of Commons for question time, and he is making remarks on the Gulf War.
Represented in the multinational force, and following direct discussions between President Bush and myself over a period of weeks. It was taken only after exhaustive diplomatic efforts through the United Nations, the European community, Arab governments, and others to persuade Saddam Hussein to withdraw peaceably. The action is continuing. Attacks have been directed at Iraq's military capability, in particular airfields, aircraft, missile sites, nuclear facilities, chemical facilities, and other military targets. Reports so far received suggest they have been successful. Allied aircraft losses have been low. I regret to inform the House that one Royal Air Force Tornado from later raids is reported missing. The instructions issued to our pilots and those of other forces are to avoid causing civilian casualties as far as possible. Our aims are clear and are limited. They are those set out in the United Nations Security Council resolutions: to get Iraq out of Kuwait, all of Kuwait, to restore the legitimate government, to re-establish peace and security in the area, and to uphold the authority of the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, as I explained in the debate in the House of Commons on Tuesday, it is only with the greatest reluctance that we have come to the point of using force as authorized by the Security Council. We did so only after peaceful means had failed and Saddam Hussein's intransigence left us no other course. We have no quarrel with the people of Iraq. We hope very much for a speedy end to hostilities. That will come about when Saddam Hussein withdraws totally and withdraws unconditionally from Kuwait. Our military action will continue until he comes to his senses and does so. Most of all, Mr. Speaker, our thoughts go to the men and women of the forces and their families who at present wait anxiously at home. They have our wholehearted support and our prayers for a safe return home.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for his statement. As the House and the country considers the current conditions in the Gulf region, does the Prime Minister not agree with me that it is both relevant and fair to remind ourselves that the first act of
We
weapons...
apologize for interrupting, but we have news of late developments elsewhere. Bobby?
And John Holloman will now join us on the phone from Baghdad. John, are you with us?
Yeah, Bobby, as you know, CNN has had a very good communication system, which we've been able to use to talk to you throughout this crisis and throughout the war so far. We have just been advised by a Ministry of Information official here that someone in the government above his level wants us to stop our broadcasting. We don't know why, but our executive producer, Robert Wiener, is now downstairs or on his way downstairs to plead for our continued ability to talk to you and give you the news of this obviously very big and important story. From the beginning of this crisis, we've been able to use our special communications to stay in touch, and there's been concern about our ability to use it on our parts all along. We've attempted to work with the Iraqi and the American authorities to make sure we could continue to do this, but now we're in a certain amount of jeopardy. What we'd like to tell you, and Peter Arnett will have some thoughts in a minute, is that if you don't hear from us much in the future, it's not necessarily because anything bad has happened to us. Peter?
Yes, John, this development comes on the night when Baghdad is bracing for another night of possible bombing from the multinational forces. We have been talking during the day, I can tell you, with government officials who have expressed concern about live reporting such as this. Now, we know that in other countries neighboring this region, in Saudi Arabia, Israel, Jordan, there are forms of censorship. Here, we can tell you that there has been no attempt to monitor our or not to influence our broadcast for the government. We have no official in our room where we are doing it. We are restricted simply by being not able to move beyond our hotel, and we've been talking to you from the vantage point of our 9th floor. The government has been concerned, though, about some of the details we've been able to give you, that we have told them that there's no way we can report on what we're seeing without going into some detail. John?
Exactly, Peter. This is an unusual situation because the government of Iraq, and one official told us this, has never before allowed any sort of media, local media, Iraqi media, or Western media, to have this sort of access to the outside world. And as you've known since the crisis began, our competitors have had an extremely difficult time in reporting to you, and the fact that we've had the cooperation of the Iraqis to this point has been very good for us. And so we want you to know that we'll continue. We're fighting the fight right now in the lobby of the hotel. Robert Wiener is there. We'll continue talking to you and keeping you updated as long as we are able. And I can look out the window and tell you that Baghdad is very, very quiet right now. And that continues to be a good sign. It's quiet. There are a few fires or bright lights, at least, appearing out on the horizon far away from where we are. We don't know what those lights are. But if anything should happen and we're allowed to talk to you, we'll continue to keep you informed as best we can. For now, it's John Holloman along with Peter Arnett. Down the hall, Bernie Shaw, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, if it's any consolation to you, the NBC reporter in Baghdad was also told the same thing by Iraqi authorities, that he was to stop transmitting on his satellite phone line, and he threw it back to the studios in New York, but we'd like to keep you on the line as long as we can.
Okay, Bobby, we'll be happy to be here. You know, CNN has had a certain amount of experience in the government's trying to pull the plug on us. You'll remember that historic moment in Beijing and after the Tiananmen Square massacre when our entire staff of people in Beijing was there arguing with government officials, attempting to do whatever we could do to keep our television pictures coming back to you around the world. And in Beijing, at least, we were able to get some telephone calls out, more frequently than we can here. I'll tell you this, in our hotel and all the telephones in Baghdad, I'm going to double-check this while you talk. If you pick up a telephone, and I'll do that now, actually, I get a dial tone, but the last time I talked to an operator, she told me there would be no outside lines to the United States. Caller, Peter's talking to you. I'll ask if we can get a line now. Peter, go ahead.
John, I think the fact that we've been able to broadcast for the last 12 hours during these bombardments is an acknowledgement of the unique role CNN is playing in Middle East politics, at least. I've been in the Middle East for about a year. In the country I normally work at, the authorities watch CNN all the time. They tell us they watch CNN because they want to know what neighboring countries, their allies and their enemies, are thinking. And they know that these countries are looking at CNN too. Now, We haven't talked to officials here. We don't know who is actually looking at us beyond the foreign ministry, but it's clear that they want a version of what's going on, their version presented on our network, just as we present the views from all over the rest of the world. That is why we've been able to survive so long, and it'll be interesting to see if the government feels that it still feels necessary to let its message get out through us and the other press here.
Exactly, Peter. We've, as you've noticed today, you haven't seen any pictures of the attack from overnight on CNN or anywhere else, probably. The reason for that is that the Iraqi television, which has been very cooperative with us through all of this, invited us to go and broadcast our pictures to you, but it turns out there's been some damage there, and they're not allowed. They're just unable to establish a link with the satellite. If this system that we're using now fails, that'll be our next resort to attempt to help them with their television system so we can get pictures and sounds out of here, because we know that is the most important thing to you, our viewers. We have a couple of other options that we can consider as well as a method to try to get the news out to you. If we lose this, we'll try everything else in our bag of tricks, and in order to make this system work, we've had to pull many rabbits out of the hat in the past few days, but it's continued to work technically, and we hope it'll continue to work officially with the officials in the Iraqi government. We'll do everything in our power to talk to you and keep you, our audience, informed. Bobby?
John, are there any officials with you at this time? Are you guys alone?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Bobby. Ask again, please.
Are you guys alone? Are there any Iraqi officials or any kind of presence with you at this time?
Nope. Ed Robertson, our satellite engineer, the only Westerner to see Saddam Hussein today, Mark Biello, the best cameraman in television, Chris Manich, the woman who has provided all the beautiful pictures you've seen from here in the past several days before we got cut off, me and Peter. Ask away, Bobby. You have the floor and you have our ears only.
Is there anybody else in the hotel at this point? I'm just curious.
Yeah, there's some other reporters. Yesterday, we were told there were, I guess, 45 reporters, journalists of any kind, including camera crews here. 8 of them are ours, and the rest of the media has the other 30-some-odd. And
John, I can report that the Iraqi government is putting pressure on the press here, print photographers, the freelancers and staff photographers who comprise maybe half a dozen of those among the 45 who are here. They were basically advised to leave today. Only one has remained. They joined a caravan of vehicles that headed off to the Jordanian border mid-afternoon with basically half of the press corps that was here. So the pressure is slowly mounting the longer we are here, John.
Yeah, I just heard from Mark Biello, who's talked to the other networks and the other reporters here out on the streets, and he says that about 20 people were in that caravan today, which means that in the entire world, there are 25 people who do what Peter and I, Mark, Nick, Chris do, left in Baghdad to bring you the news. So obviously there's a certain amount of pressure on us to do as much as we can, because it's a small number of people to cover a whole lot of news.
John, this is Bob Kane in Atlanta. It is 20 minutes till 7 o'clock in the evening where you are there now. Is it dark yet, and can you see anything going on outside?
Yeah, it's very dark here, Bob. I'm going to walk over to the window with a microphone, just take a look out and glance left to right and tell you what I see. I won't be able to see much, though, because there is a blackout in effect in Baghdad. Just a sec. I have to flip a switch to do this. There we go. As you look out the window, there are a few cars out on the street, the 8-lane highway, which runs in front of our hotel. You can see out on the horizon, some distance away, you can see some signs of light far away, maybe from automobiles, maybe from other things. And it's very dark, it's very peaceful, it's very still in downtown Baghdad. You know, we've been here, Peter and I, the other CNN crew people, since August. And this is a hopping town. There's a lot going on at night in Baghdad. There are discotheques, there are nice restaurants, there are places to go and dance. None of that's been open for the past few days. And tonight, that stillness that we've talked about before continues here. We're talking to you via candlelight in our room because there is no electricity. Peter?
Well, we can see on the horizon, John, fires in the distance and probably 8 or 9 different locations. I would think that'd probably be industrial plants that were targeted by U.S. multinational forces, oil refineries, chemical plants, and so on. The bombing has been going on fairly constantly since 2:30 this morning. There has been a lull in the city area for the past hour or so, but I can see red flashes in the sky to the south, so it is certainly continuing in the area between Baghdad and Basra, John. Baghdad, in fact, in Kuwait.
Yeah, all right, Peter. It's about as quiet, as I say, here, and It's too bad, or maybe it's not too bad. I guess from a journalistic point of view, it's too bad that we can't have reporters on the ground in Kuwait with the communications ability to talk to you right now. Peter and I would be interested in seeing what's going on there just so we could tell you about it. But here in Baghdad, it's, there's also been a lot going on for the past 24 hours. Bobby?
John, Peter, do you guys have any idea why Iraqi officials are trying to shut you down now after letting you stay on the air as long as you have been?
Not sure. You all heard, as we did, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney talking about how the forces, the Allied forces, were getting some information about what they were doing based on our CNN broadcast from Baghdad. And it sounded to us like there was some laughter or applause or something in the Pentagon briefing room after he talked about our coverage. It's been remarkable to us that we were able, being allowed to do what we've been able to do so far. I don't know, Peter, when the government official was in here, did he offer any reason for this? I don't remember him giving any reason, except that he said that the post office, which is the telephone company, basically, had a problem with our doing what we were doing.
I think it's the age-old struggle, John, between security considerations, the military worried about what the outsiders, the opposing forces, the enemy may learn about themselves, and others in the government and the information ministry and the foreign ministry who are concerned about getting the image across. And what is the image we see today? It's of a city that is basically calm. The people have evacuated in an orderly fashion. They are not panic-stricken, even though the city, parts of it, has been in flames today. There is no evidence that this country is falling to pieces. From Baghdad's point of view, I think that is a message that those who are interested in international perceptions want to get out. On the other hand, the military people who are concerned about security, concerned about targeting, must cringe when they hear us identify we don't have much choice but to identify targets which have been destroyed in this city.
Yeah, exactly. We're not sure, Bobby, is the bottom line, but those are things that have been used by governments which didn't want people to do the news, particularly the live news, particularly on a situation like this, like CNN has in the past.
John and Peter, I believe I heard you say earlier in your last report, in fact, Peter, that some Iraqis or Iraqi officials were talking with you and or other journalists to try and find out what is going on their behalf. That is, to get a better sense of the...
point, Bob.
Go ahead.
Yes, Bob, I will answer that. Now, we have the best communications in the world because we are getting CNN piped back to us, all our broadcasts. We get the President's message, the Secretary of Defense press conferences. I mean, not only in Baghdad, but all over the world, in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, in Cairo. As we well know, in 103 capitals all over the world, CNN has become a primary source of news. Now, the officials that we run into don't see CNN, and they come to us. They would like to know the assessments. They ask us the assessments that the U.S. government has about what's going on and their determinations abroad from the opposing side about what they're actually doing. This government, there are no newspapers published here at the moment. There is no basically public broadcasting that is free in the sense or informed as it is in the West. They've found that we are a source of information. Incidentally, CNN is piped into the government ministries here, but it's not available to the public. I mean, CNN, I think, is made information and communications an international commodity, and all over the Middle East I found individuals who are excited to learn about what's going on right now.
Exactly right, Peter. And the situation, the fact that it's a two-way street, our communication setup here is excellent because we can keep informed. If we lose the ability to talk to you on this equipment, we may also lose the ability to listen to you, and that'll be a very lonely feeling. I'll tell you, the American and the international press corps that has been here in Baghdad is clustered from time to time around our setup just so they could hear what the news of the outside world was, and other people are reacting. From a personal and very selfish point of view, we would miss hearing from our reporters and correspondents in Saudi Arabia. There was a time earlier today when we heard the folks in Saudi Arabia talk about a group of airplanes taking off from Saudi Arabia. About 40 minutes after that, there was something going on here that might have been connected to the departure of those planes, and it gave us a little warning. So we hope we'll be able to continue to do what we're doing right now. We hope our executive producer, Robert Wiener, one of the great negotiators of our time, will come back up the 9 flights of stairs between where we're located and the ground, where government officials are, with at least some compromise, so that we'll be able to continue to do what we believe we've been able to do pretty well for the past 24 hours.
John, speaking of great negotiators, and I hope sincerely this does not sound in any sense self-serving, it is not meant to be, one of the greats would have to be CNN's Vice President of International News Coverage, Eason Jordan, on whose shoulders putting together this extraordinary network of communications for this event rested, and who did a marvelous job doing it. This is Iraqi television. We are receiving these pictures live now. John, can you see this? Can you tell us what we're seeing?
No, we don't have any electricity here, Bob. We and don't have a battery-operated TV. The next time we come to Baghdad, we will, though.
Let me tell you.
Tell me what you see, and
okay.
I'll tell you what I know about
We
it.
are looking at Iraqi television pictures of Saddam Hussein with his head bowed. He seems to be speaking either to someone at whom he's looking down or even possibly praying. He has his hands crossed in front of him. He does not appear to be in a place of worship. He's standing up, wearing his military uniform with no cap. Does that sound at all familiar to you? I believe, yes, we are...
Not at all. Not at all, Bob. We've seen pictures. Before the lights went out here, we did see some pictures on Iraqi TV of President Saddam Hussein sitting at a desk making a statement to the Iraqi people, which sounded to our translator in Atlanta very similar to a statement he made on Baghdad radio several hours earlier.
Right. Let me just interrupt you, John, to say that it was the picture camera pulled out, and we saw that President Hussein was praying. He knelt on a prayer rug after reciting the prayers that he had done while standing up, touched his forehead to the ground, and he is praying now. This is the picture being shown to Iraqis and anyone else who's able to receive Iraqi TV of Saddam Hussein. Something less than 24 hours, in fact only about 17 to 18 hours after his country was the object of a very strong attack by the Allied forces in the Persian Gulf. John, I'm sorry for the interruption. I did want to make that clarification.
Absolutely, Bob. We were glad to know what you had to tell us. The fact that you're getting pictures from Iraqi television is, to me, a good sign. If you can get pictures from Iraqi television of President Saddam Hussein, it may be possible we can get to Iraqi television and send you some new pictures or some pictures from last night's raids here in Baghdad. And, Bob, as you can hear, there's an air raid siren. This is the attack warning siren. We're going to put our microphone out the window, let you hear this, and Peter and I'll provide you some commentary in a minute.
This is Peter Arnett. We have heard this siren 5 times in the last 4 hours. On only one occasion was it followed by an actual air attack. The others were obviously just preliminary preparations, practice ones. We don't know if this will be followed by a tag. I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon, John.
Right, Peter. There's 2 signals. This is the attack warning. If you hear a solid tone later on our microphone, you'll know that's the all clear.
This is Peter Arnett in Baghdad, Iraq, 17 hours after the bombing. Now the siren has stopped. So we can only presume it's a practice run or an all clear to a previous siren. John?
All right, Peter. Bob Kane, Javi Batista, as you were listening to what we had to say, you could probably detect the change in the tenor of my voice and perhaps in the tension level in this room. Those, last night, I was grabbing the 1 hour of sleep I got last night, and I heard that siren, and immediately after that, a lot of loud gunfire, and it was quite unnerving to be awakened after an hour's sleep to that kind of sound. I'll tell you, we don't see anything, we don't hear anything outside now, and we can continue to talk about what we were talking about before, if it suits you.
Excuse us, John, we have just taken a live picture of President Bush. We believe he is at Fort Myer, Virginia, where he has arrived with the First Lady to attend a church service.
Okay, we'll just listen to what the president has to say, Bob.
He is not going to talk, John. He is not going to talk. We're just simply showing you the picture. The sequence of pictures we saw before the president entered the chapel in Fort Myer was almost surreal, John. We had you holding your microphone out the window and giving us this very dramatic air raid siren as Iraqi TV broadcast pictures of President Hussein apparently meeting with his military high command and then leaving the room and being applauded by military men and others. John?
Well,
Bob, it's Peter Arnett and John here now. We saw some pictures on Iraqi television. It might have been yesterday. No, I guess it wasn't. Maybe it was yesterday or the day before, the past 48 hours of President Saddam Hussein, who, and we were told these pictures were made of the president at about the time of the United Nations deadline in Kuwait or on the front in Basra, which is down on near the border with Kuwait. And it sounds very much like the pictures you're seeing now might have been some pictures like this. We got a report. We didn't see this, but we heard from others that President Hussein might have been on the streets of Baghdad today meeting with people in Baghdad. We didn't hear anything about military commanders, so you giving us the news is often the case.
Well, you may have given us a recount of some old pictures that Iraqi TV could be broadcasting today. We have no way of knowing whether these are live or shot within the past hour or the past day.
All right, Bob. My colleague Peter Arnett has gone to another part of our workspace here. He's been called over by engineer Nick Robertson, who has seen something interesting. I don't know what it is. I think what I'll do, if I may, is take about a minute and walk across to the other side of the building, and there may be something going on over there that we need to talk about. Just a moment. Here we go. I'll walk across the hallway. We put a 100-foot extension cord on our microphone so that we can get from one side of our work area to another. And the biggest problem working by candlelight, Bob, is trying to get the cord disconnected. Peter, what do you see?
Well, we see a sole light in the sky, John, making an arc. It looks like a sort of a dive on Baghdad. It could be just a surveillance aircraft. It could be an airstrike. It seems to me it's probably surveillance. It is flying very high and very fast and towards us.
Well, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney announced a little earlier today that the next phase of the operation, I guess as he put it, was that there would be some surveillance, some intelligence gathering from the coalition side to see what else needed to be done, not only in Kuwait, but I guess also here in Baghdad. So we can only speculate. We can only hope that this is a surveillance plane that doesn't have any bombs in the bottom of the aircraft, and we'll continue to be here to provide you with what information we can. Peter, go.
We've been asked frequently during the day about our own safety, and I can assure our viewers and our families that we are pretty safe here. There's a strong hotel, but I think we are here because we feel the story is important to us, and that safety is an important factor, but what we are viewing is more important to us than much. We're about to turn off the lights here because
the thing that we saw outside has turned its lights off. That's what Nick Robertson was reporting. All right, we'll continue to look out the window. Peter, if you think it's good to blow out our one candle, we can do that. But for now, Bob, we'll stay here and keep you posted for as long as we can.
John and Peter, while we are on the topic briefly of your own personal safety, let us just inquire briefly about Bob Weiner and Chris Krizmanich and the rest of your staff there. Are they all well?
Yeah, I'm looking at Chris right this minute. Chris, come over here. Tell your folks how you're doing. Robert Weiner's down in the lobby of the hotel. He hasn't had enough sleep, but he never gets enough sleep. Chris Krizmanich, we've been trying to reach parents on the phone. We don't know whether we've gotten them, but what message do you have for them tonight?
Well, of course. Tell them I love them. I miss them. I wish I were in Cleveland, Ohio at the moment, but we're doing fine. We have a lot of support from each other here. And Bob, hello. And I know you're thinking about me, too, and I'm thinking about you.
There you go.
Thank
Sounds
you,
like the soldiers in Saudi Arabia, doesn't it? Right here from Baghdad. On the streets right now, we see some automobiles with their lights on going down the main drag of town. Everybody on our CNN crew and all the other reporters who are here, although there's only a handful, maybe 25 left, are all in good shape. They're in good shape. Just a minute, a man has come into the room, and he's Mr. Allah from the government. Mr. Allah, tell me what you want me to do, sir. I don't understand. You got to talk to me.
Well, John, Mr. Allah is making a gesture that would requires us to cut off our communications. Is that right, Mr. Allah? Can you give us a reason for it, Mr. Allah, as to why we should close down now?
The regulation of the PTT. What does that mean? What's the PTT? Telecommunications.
Are we required to do so at what time, Mr. Allah?
Well, Robert Weiner has just come back up from after his series of negotiations. Robert, tell us what is happening. Tell us what the situation is.
John, we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship. We have been told that we may no longer transmit live to our audience, and that in the future, taped reports will be subject to censorship.
So, that's, well, I don't know what to tell you, Bob Cainard and Bobby Batista and our viewers. This official, Mr. Allah, who's been a good friend to CNN for our time here, is now, demanding that we do something that we desperately don't want to do.
So, John, I will make the decision to cut the communications because I'm the senior man here. So for Bob Wiener and John Holloway and John Holloman and Bernie Shaw and myself, Peter Arnett, who is signing off from Baghdad for CNN, and I hope we can resume our communication with you in the very near future.
For those of you in Atlanta and up and down the network, we'll try to get back in touch with you as soon as we can. Obviously, this is something that is just abhorrent to all of us in our journalism. We'll talk to you as soon as we can.
And you heard it then, with correspondent Peter Arnett's explanation that he, John Holloman, Bernard Shaw, and the rest of the CNN crew had just been ordered to stop transmitting live communications from their hotel room on the 9th floor of the Al Rashid Hotel in Baghdad, Iraq. We don't know whether there could be any reestablishment of that link, whether it'll happen or not. They broadcast the first reports. They may just have broadcast also the last reports live from Baghdad. We will keep you posted. They will, of course, continue to try to reestablish that phone link. Bobby?
And, of course, all of these events are having a huge effect on the stock market. In fact, oil prices are dropping like a stone, according to one source. Here's Jan Hopkins again at the New York Stock Exchange. Jan?
Well, thanks, Bobby. Things have turned around here a bit. Stocks were up almost 100 points about a half hour ago. Now they are up only 81 points. That's an incredible move, though, for about an hour, a little more than an hour of trading. The Dow now stands at 2588 2/3, and volume is incredibly heavy. 139 million shares have traded so far today. To give you some idea of the amount that is, on Tuesday, we had only 109 million traded for the whole day. So investors are coming off the sidelines, and there was incredible euphoria at the open. But now things are slipping a bit. Oil has not traded since the open in New York. The price of oil fell immediately $7.50 a barrel to $24.50. That was the limit, and oil has not traded since. So things are rather hectic on the financial markets. This is Jan Hopkins reporting live at the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you, Jan. And CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue right after this break.
Before they could walk, they wanted to dance. Before they could talk, they wanted to sing. But they needed a lot of heart and desire before they could get to Broadway and make it on a chorus line. Now this Broadway legend is back and on tour. But if you want tickets, get to the box office early and get out your Visa card. Because this show won't be in town long, and it won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
How do you recognize the mature cat?
He's the one with the dentures.
Oh, wrong.
The one in the rocker.
That's wrong.
The one with the barely noticeable toupee.
Oh, that's wrong. You can't always recognize the mature cat. His looks may not change, only his needs. Introducing new Cat Chow Mature brand. Recommended for cats over 7. Less fat and calories, easy to chew. Because cats' needs can change. They're just not always easy to recognize.
Come on, Tyler. Hurry up, boy. Come on, Tyler.
When it's cold and rough outside,
Come on, Tyler.
try something warm and creamy inside. Cream of wheat hot cereal or instant cream of wheat. Their smooth texture always lets the taste come through.
Again?
2 warm ways to come in from the cold.
Ricola, the all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Ricola has been soothing throats and relieving coughs naturally for over 60 years.
They're coming
Dow bathroom cleaner with scrubbing bubbles. It's 50% stronger than original Dow bathroom cleaner. We work even harder, so you don't have to.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
Well, so far, so good, says Defense Secretary Cheney, as the coalition forces assess the damage of more than 1,000 sorties against Iraq. An American and a British plane lost. I'm Reed Collins in Washington.
And I'm Marianne Laughlin at CNN Center in Atlanta. Just a few moments ago, the last communication we may hear for a while from the Al Rashid Hotel in Baghdad. Our correspondents there were forced to stop transmitting. Here is what it sounded like just a few moments ago before the line went dead.
If I may, take about a minute and walk across to the other side of the building, and there may be something going on over there that we need to talk about. Just a moment. Here we go. I'll walk across the hallway. We put a 100-foot extension cord on our microphone so that we can get from one side of our work area to another. And the biggest problem working by candlelight, Bob, is trying to get the cord disconnected. Peter, what do you see?
Well, we see a sole light in the sky, John, making an arc. It looks like a sort of a dive on Baghdad. It could be just a surveillance aircraft. It could be an airstrike. It seems to me it's probably surveillance. It is flying very high and very fast and towards us.
Well, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney announced a little earlier today that the next phase of the operation, I guess as he put it, was that there would be some surveillance, some intelligence gathering from the coalition side to see what else needed to be done, not only in Kuwait, but I guess also here in Baghdad. So we can only speculate. We can only hope that this is a surveillance plane that doesn't have any bombs in the bottom of the aircraft, and we'll continue to be here to provide you with what information we can. Peter, go.
We've been asked frequently during the day about our own safety, and I can assure our viewers and our families that we are pretty safe here. There's a strong hotel, but I think we are here because we feel the story is important to us, and that safety is an important factor, but what we are viewing is more important to us than we're about to turn off the lights here because
the thing that we saw outside has turned its lights off. That's what Nick Robertson was reporting. All right, we'll continue to look out the window. If you think it's good to blow out our one candle, we can do that. But for now, Bob, we'll stay here and keep you posted for as long as we can.
John and Peter, while we are on the topic briefly of your own personal safety, let us just inquire briefly about Bob Weiner and Chris Krizmanich and the rest of your staff there. Are they all well?
Yeah, I'm looking at Chris right this minute. Chris, come over here. Tell your folks how you're doing. Robert Weiner's down in the lobby of the hotel. He hadn't had enough sleep, but he never gets enough sleep. Chris Krizmanich, we've been trying to reach parents on the phone. We don't know whether we've gotten them, but what message do you have for them tonight?
Well, of course, tell them I love them, I miss them. I wish I were in Cleveland, Ohio at the moment, but we're doing fine. We have a lot of support from each other here. And Bob, hello, and I know you're thinking about me too, and I'm thinking about you.
There you go. Sounds like the soldiers in Saudi Arabia, doesn't it? Right here from Baghdad. On the streets right now, we see some automobiles with their lights on going down the main drag of town. Everybody on our CNN crew and all the other reporters who are here, although there's only a handful, maybe 25 left, are all in good shape. They're in good shape. Just a minute, a man has come into the room, and he's Mr. Allah from the government. Mr. Allah, tell me what you want me to do, sir. I don't understand. You got to talk to me.
Well, John, Mr. Allah is making a gesture that would requires us to cut off our communications. Is that right, Mr. Allah? Can you give us a reason for it, Mr. Allah, as to why we should close down now?
The duration of the PTT. What does that mean? What's the PTT? That's the listen for communication.
Are we required to do so at what time, Mr. Allah?
Robert Weiner has just come back up from after his series of negotiations. Robert, tell us what is happening. Tell us what the situation is.
John, we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship. We have been told that we may no longer transmit live to our audience, and that in the future, taped reports will be subject to censorship.
So that's, I don't know what to tell you, Bob Cainard and Bobby Batista and our viewers. This official, Mr. Allah, who's been a good friend to CNN for our time here, is now, demanding that we do something that we desperately don't want to do.
So, John, I will make the decision to cut the communications because I'm the senior man here. So for Bob Weiner and John Holloway and John Holloman and Bernie Shaw and myself, Peter Arnett, who is signing off from Baghdad for CNN, and I hope we can resume our communication with you in the very near future.
For those of you in Atlanta and up and down the network, we'll try to get back in touch with you as soon as we can. Obviously, this is something that is just abhorrent to all of us in our journalism. We'll talk to you as soon as we can.
What you just heard happened at 10:59 Eastern Time. That was the last message we have received from the Al Rashid Hotel. Let's listen now to the line and what there is to hear at this hour from Baghdad. Military censorship has cut off our communications with our correspondents in Baghdad. We, of course, will do everything possible to reestablish a link with them. We're working on that now. Now to Washington and Reed Collins.
Well, it was about 3 in the morning Baghdad time that Allied air forces assaulted targets in Iraq and Kuwait, jet after jet, missile after missile, bombing the Baghdad area and others, making good on the UN's promise to try to force Iraq from Kuwait if it did not leave peacefully by midnight January 15th. Operation Desert Shield, now Operation Desert Storm, and there have been some losses. Over the past hour, pan-Arab military personnel briefed reporters in Saudi Arabia. A Saudi Arabian general said Allied forces destroyed the sources of artillery fire in Iraq. He said also no Iraqi missiles were ever fired against them. Here in Washington, U.S. President George Bush calls the first phase of the Gulf Offensive a success. In Moscow, a senior Soviet official says President Gorbachev has sent a message to the Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, appealing to him to announce an immediate pullback from Kuwait. In Baghdad, broadcasts of patriotic songs, Baghdad radio praising Iraq's elite presidential guard, welcoming what it calls the mother of all battles that will free oppressed Arabs. More now on the events thus far and CNN's Don Miller.
From the Pentagon, a summation of the latest on Operation Desert Storm.
We've now flown over 1,000 air sorties in the first 14 hours of the operation. There have been over 100 T-LAMs, Tomahawk cruise missiles launched as well. So far, as of 0900 this morning, Washington time, there's been a single American aircraft lost and one British aircraft lost as well. At present, we are in the process of using our intelligence assets to assess the damage that has been achieved. As that process is completed, decisions will be made about going back to restrike those targets that require additional attention.
After 12 and almost a half hours of this campaign, I am very pleased that our initial objectives have been achieved. I am satisfied with the way the campaign is unfolding.
Full video from the USS Wisconsin shows the dramatic launch of a cruise missile, one of the many weapons in the Allied arsenal. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, assessed the cruise missile's performance this way.
Can you comment generally about cruise missiles and how effective were the Tomahawk cruise missiles?
I'm extremely pleased with the effectiveness of the cruise missiles.
But while the Pentagon's initial assessment of the Allied operation was positive, U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney was quick to interject a strong note of caution.
This is a very serious business, that we are in the very early stages of an operation that may run for a considerable period of time. That there have been casualties, and there are likely to be more casualties. So while we feel very good about the progress to date, it is important, I think, for everyone to be careful about claiming victory or making assumptions about the ultimate cost of this operation in terms of casualties.
Saddam Hussein has delivered taped messages to Iraq via radio and television. The bottom line of his translated message, no backing down.
As long as the oppressors and the unjust continue...
We are interrupting now that report from Don Miller to go live now to Iraqi TV. We don't know if these are live pictures or if this looks like to be videotape on Iraqi television. President Saddam Hussein.
He is a traitor to the two holy mosques and the Arab nation. He and his likes will rot in hell. He is a criminal, treacherous, and sly. God is with us, dear brothers. God Almighty, with the patient, steadfast, holy warriors. And their victory is assured, God willing. And with the increase of the combat and the steadfastness of the faithful, success will be written. And the presidents and the kings, the traitors, will be overthrown. The traitors who have swerved from the right path will be overthrown. After the will of evil in the White House and hegemony, American hegemony, comes to an end. The time is nigh when before the whole nation will rise to overthrow the thrones and the chairs of those politicians who have betrayed their nation, and to get rid of those after we get rid of the Satan in the White House, the hornet nest in the White House, and the poisonous hornet nest in Tel Aviv. And so we will liberate our dear Palestine and restore its territory to its owners, and liberate Lebanon and Golan Heights. And the Arab person will be liberated as long as there are such rulers. Oh God, pray to you to give success to the patient, steadfast Iraqis. God is great, God is great, God is great. How beautiful triumph is with the guidance of God, and the traitors will be punished.
You're watching what is obviously a taped broadcast that was just being aired on Iraqi television. We were bringing you their signal live. So Iraqi President Saddam Hussein still saying that his forces in Iraq will succeed and be victorious in this current battle. Let's go back to Washington and back to Reed.
And the postscript, the he that Saddam Hussein was castigating so heavily at the outset is King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. Well, the man who made the ultimate decision to shift from defense to offense, President Bush, was up early today, as was, of course, our White House correspondent Frank Sesno, who joins us now live from the White House. Frank.
Reed, however much Saddam Hussein may rail at George Bush and those arrayed against him, George Bush is choosing his words this day very carefully indeed. He says, so far there has been great success, but in a meeting with congressional leaders just a short time ago here at the White House, the president warned against any premature sense of euphoria.
I will not be commenting on the ups and downs, there will be some downs, or the trauma of the moment. There's a lot of trauma at the moment, but I think it is fair to say, and I will be repeating this to the leaders here, that we are pleased with the way things have gone so far. We are determined to finish what we've set out to do. But I just think, for procedural reasons, I'd like you all to know that I'm not going to be trying to do briefings from the White House on the details of the operations over there. I have full confidence in our Secretary of Defense and in our able Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and of course in our General Schwarzkopf. So for the future, though I will be in touch with the American people, I think it's better to leave the details of the operation to the briefings over there, and of course I'll be available for questions from time to time.
At the conclusion of his meeting with congressional leaders, the president received understated endorsement from the Democrats and overt endorsement from the Republicans. He was meeting with Senate Republican leader Bob Dole and the ranking Republican in the House, Bob Michel, along with George Mitchell and Tom Foley, the leading Democrats. There will be resolutions of support and encouragement for the troops in the field from Capitol Hill. Here at the White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says the president was up just after 5 o'clock this morning, came over to the Oval Office, then took a solitary walk around the South grounds before visiting the Situation Room himself to hear some of the early reports from the field personally. He will be meeting with the cabinet later this afternoon. I'm Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Frank, thank you. Of course, quite a number of pilots were involved in the mostly successful raids last night on Iraq. We are going to hear now from one of the U.S. pilots who was involved in that raid last night. Let's listen.
At about 3:50, like I said, we started a engagement. I got the contact that AWACS calls out as a hostile chasing my number 3 man, and at about the same time I'm turning back around towards the east. When I turn back around there, I get a contact on a contact that isn't squawking our IFS, so when I lock this guy up, I can tell that he's not a friendly airplane. Come to find out that it's an F-1. He's at about 8,000 feet headed west towards Baghdad, towards my number 3 and 4 men also, and we EID him as hostile. About 12 miles, I take a Fox 1, a radar missile. Everything's looking good. Thinking about taking another Fox 1, but no kind of interference or anything like that, so I just let one Fox 1 go. And about 4 miles in front of me, get a huge fireball. Actually get the missile coming off, which is a big flash coming off. Get a huge fireball, and the airplane blows up. When the airplane blows in a big, huge fireball, pieces get scattered everywhere. My number 2 man and I, we turn back south to get away from that initially. We come back up and trying to find, hopefully he has a wingman or something else. Actually, hopefully not, but we're looking for his wingman up there. See if he has anyone else coming up with them. We can't really find anyone else. AWACS is calling the picture clean. Actually, no Iraqi threats airborne at that time anymore. We continue to sweep and cap until all the wild weasels, all the EF-111s and the F-111s, F-15s are out of the strike area. Once they're out of the strike area, then we egress also. When we're going up there, as we start to push, we can see the populous areas out in front of us, and AAA starts wherever there was populace, wherever there were city lights, town lights, or lights out there where a bunch of people were at. AAA starts with tracers. You can see them coming up shooting at you. We're egressing up there high, so we're not really worried about that until we get in the cap location. Then we have to get down a little bit lower, and we're a little bit worried about that.
Did you ever get a chance to see the enemy you shot down? Did you have him actually within your eyesight when you fired the missile?
No, not when I fired the missile, no. When he blew up, I could see pieces of the airplane blowing up. Obviously, it was at night. I couldn't see if a parachute or anything like that. It was a huge fireball. I don't anticipate anybody getting out of that. It could have happened.
Was he up there by himself?
I think that he had a wingman with him, but we couldn't find him, and AWACS was calling the picture clean right after that. So if he did have a wingman on him, he either dispersed and tried to go back to the base he took off out of or go somewhere else, but he certainly wasn't around the area for, he wasn't a factor threat for any of the package or ourselves. So as we're going up there, you can see the light, the city is just lit up with it looks like a bunch of sparkles just going off across the entire city. The AAA was incredible. We got lit up by a couple SAMs. Means that they were looking at us. We didn't actually see any SAM launches that I saw out there, although there's a lot of other things going on. There could have been maybe one. Other than that, we pretty much did our job, took the air-to-air threat out, even though it was limited. They don't like to fly at night, don't have the capabilities that we have. We're, you know, just superior technology, and they can't come up at night and do what we can do.
Captain Steve Tate, one of the U.S. pilots involved in last night's raids. Our comprehensive coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue here on CNN. Stay with us.
Okay. Captain, thank you. You put on quite a show.
Hey, Mrs. Susan Amato of Teaneck, New Jersey writes, I really want a Volkswagen Jetta, but what exactly does Fahrvergnügen look like? Well, Mrs. Amato, did you see it? Fahrvergnügen. It's what makes a car, a Volkswagen.
Gosh, Mom, this is a magic place. And there's more magic tomorrow.
Good night, kids. At the Walt Disney World Swan and the Walt Disney World Dolphin, the magic begins the moment you arrive, because these new Epcot resorts are as entertaining as everything around you.
Well, kids, ready for a magic day?
Yeah! The Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin, the magic starts here. For reservations, call 1-800-MAGIC-05.
Flu season again. When the aches and pains, the fever and chills of the flu get you, it's important to know doctors are recommending Tylenol more than ever, 6 times more than aspirin for the flu. Doctors know there's more medicine in extra-strength Tylenol than regular aspirin. It's stronger relief for the aches and chills of the flu. Tylenol, the doctor's choice by 6 to 1, and the pain reliever hospitals use most.
No matter what shape you're in, when your hair starts to thin, you lose confidence. But you get it back with the Folicure system. An ampule of the Folicure formula massaged into the scalp every other day. An invigorating Folicure shampoo every day, and you're on your way. Folicure gives you fuller, thicker-looking, more manageable hair. The Folicure system. We grow confidence.
Let's get this thing over with. With me, I feel better now that it was done because, you know, I'm going to be like one of these guys. If it would have been a long, drawn-out situation, shoot, we could be here till July, August, and I like to go home just like everybody else would.
What do you think about what you're hearing about...
We just heard and saw Steve Tate of Michigan describe how he flew his F-15 into what may have been the kill of what's believed to have been a Mirage 1 fighter plane in the darkness over Baghdad. Other planes and other pilots were busy too. We'll check now on that activity at the Pentagon. Here's CNN's Gene Randall. Gene.
Reed, the early air war against Iraq is apparently well on its way to a major goal, the control of Iraqi airspace. Partially the product, we're told, of more than 1,000 coalition air sorties described as 80% effective. All of this from a briefing this morning from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Colin Powell.
I'm comfortable that we are able to achieve control of Iraqi airspace. That is not to say that the Iraqi Air Force has been totally destroyed at this time. Since I spoke to you last evening, I've had further reports that suggest they did come up. There were some air-to-air engagements. I'm not prepared to give you the results of those air-to-air engagements, except to say we have lost no aircraft as a result of those engagements. So the Iraqi Air Force is still out there, and we're going to work on them and their airfields.
There has been a strong early move against the elite Republican Guard units in southern Iraq and northern Kuwait. Used against Republican Guard armor, the U.S. B-52s flown to the Middle East from Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. Defeat of the Republican Guards is thought to be essential in convincing Baghdad its military cause against the U.S.-led coalition is hopeless. The B-52s have also been used to put huge bomb craters in the runways of Iraqi air bases. And so far we are told of one American casualty, the Navy pilot of a carrier-based F-A-18 fighter. Finally, on CNN being tossed off the air in Baghdad, senior military officials here say they are surprised the Iraqis didn't do it sooner. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
All right, thank you, Gene. We're going now to check in with Richard Blystone, who is our correspondent standing by now in Jerusalem. Richard, it's about 6:30 p.m. where you are. Can you tell us how things stand from your vantage point?
Well, Marianne, night has fallen here in Jerusalem, and the sidewalks are being rolled up, have been rolled up. Traffic is sparse as the few remaining people of the few who ventured out today go home. Most people already are at home with their gas masks at the ready as per government order. Obviously, the U.S. made it its business today to see that Israel was not drawn into the conflict by hitting early and hard at Iraqi missile batteries based about 300 miles to the east of here. Still, Israeli authorities are not positive. The last sting has been drawn from Saddam Hussein's tail, and hence the orders to stay close to home. So Israel is relieved, if not relaxed, and the danger diminished, if not over. Meanwhile, in East Jerusalem, there are curfews in some neighborhoods and also in the Israeli-occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip, all of which prompts the notion that with the war expected to be so short and the military defeat of Saddam Hussein so predictable, it might not be too early to start thinking about the aftermath. For Israel, the sword that decapitates the Iraqi regime has two edges.
There is a kind of ambivalency among Israelis that believe that, first of all, we must get rid of Saddam Hussein. But as soon as we get rid of Saddam Hussein, we get rid of another excuse not to give up territories.
Israelis know that the Arab allies in the Gulf will want a reward for their cooperation. U.S. pressure on the Jewish state to make concessions on a Palestinian homeland. And hardliners won't like it. Ironically, the war that brings their self-styled champion down may well make the Palestinians less willing to negotiate.
This land and Jerusalem, it's Palestinian land, not Israel.
Palestinians see the world through the prism of their frustration and outrage at their domination by Israel, and by extension, Israel's supporters in the West. And it's not necessary to agree with their interpretation at all to recognize it's deeply felt. From youths of the Intifada to intellectuals in comfortable exile, many Palestinians have told CNN that they saw Saddam Hussein as a liberator, a unifier, and a role model for all Arabs who feel themselves oppressed. Never mind his reputation for ruthlessness and brutality. Never mind the fruitless war he started with Iran and the disastrous one over Kuwait. There's a Bedouin word, nakwa, that means something like chivalry, something like machismo. And Saddam Hussein has it.
Even if they know that he's going to be defeated militarily, they're not going to turn around and they say at least he died standing. He didn't kneel.
Saddam would not be the first Arab leader to gain prestige and influence by losing to superior force.
It would be very short-sighted and simplistic to view this merely as getting rid of one leader and therefore making room for other leadership or more moderate or more cooperative leadership. On the contrary, this is going to give rise to even more extremism in the region. Because the leaders who are now the allies of the West, or the Western coalition, are leaders who have already been undermined in the eyes of their own constituency and their own people. They are leaders who are viewed as reflecting an external will, and not as people who are democratically expressing the will of their own people.
There are Mideast watchers and diplomats out here from the West who say much the same as Mrs. Ashrawi, that the aftermath of the war could be worse than the war itself. I'm Richard Blystone reporting live from Jerusalem.
Richard, thank you. Our coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue in a moment.
Awesome power there. Do you think they worked like they were planned?
Yeah. So far we found out on the news, we've had direct hits on most everything.
Did you know that you can send beautiful flowers like these anytime, anywhere to anyone by calling one phone number? The number is 1-800-FLOWERS because now more than 5,000 of America's finest florists have the same telephone number, 1-800-FLOWERS. All you need is a telephone and a major credit card. Just pick up the phone and call 1-800-FLOWERS. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, toll-free. 1-800-FLOWERS. We're America's florist.
Ask any two people to describe the New Yorker, and chances are you won't hear the same word twice. For those who want the intellect stirred, there's Pulitzer Prize-winning fiction. For those who want wit, there's humor and satire, plus the latest on music, art, dance, sports, and of course, the New Yorker's famous cartoons. Get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95, 70% off the newsstand price, and get this brand new cartoon collection free with your paid subscription. Call 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
The financial markets keeping a very close eye on the war in the Gulf. Let's check in now with Jan Hopkins for the very latest. Jan?
Thanks, Marianne. Stocks opened higher and went straight up, almost a gain of 100 points. But they've given up some of that gain. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up about 83 points at a level of 25.92 and a third. Volume is very, very heavy. 169 million shares traded so far. On Tuesday, only 109 million traded the whole day. And advancing issues are about 4-1 over declining issues. On the broader market, the New York Stock Exchange Composite Index is up 4.25 points. The S&P 500 index is up 8.25 points. Secondary markets also higher. The American Stock Exchange Index up 3.44. The NASDAQ index up 8.5 points. Stock markets overseas also surged today. Right now in London, the Financial Times 100 index up 48 points at 2102. Overnight in Tokyo, the Nikkei average gained more than 1,000 points, finishing the day at 23,446. Oil prices are plunging around the world. The Allied attack is not the only news affecting oil. The International Energy Agency and U.S. President George Bush have made moves to release extra supplies into the world markets. Trading has been halted, or was halted, after oil fell $7.50 at the open in New York. Right now at the New York Mercantile Exchange, the U.S. benchmark crude is down $9 at $23 a barrel. And unleaded gasoline is off a sharp 20 cents. It's selling for 62 cents a gallon. Precious metals are plunging also. The Commodity Exchange has introduced limits for each of the commodities, and gold is down the limit at $7.50, or actually it's off $27.50 at $377 even, and silver is down 17 cents at $4.06. Bond prices are surging to near three-year highs. Right now, the government's bellwether 30-year bond up 2 6/32. The yield down to 8.19%. The U.S. dollar is plunging against major world currencies, but recovering a little from earlier lows. Right now, the dollar down 2.25 yen against the Japanese currency. The dollar is down 2 3/4 mark or pfennig versus the German mark, and down 2.5 cents against the British pound. That's the latest in business news. We'll have another update in 1 hour. Now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 82 points, I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
Some added insight now into those Allied raids on Iraq, what they may or may not have accomplished. We'll turn to military analyst Dr. Peter Zimmerman. He's a professor of engineering and applied science at George Washington University, also a consultant on national security issues. We know it's early, but can we state for a fair certainty that this is a technological triumph of some sort?
I'm not going to call it a triumph until we've had a little bit longer to look at what happened and get some hard intelligence back. But it certainly looks like if you've got stock in companies that make cruise missiles and cruise missile guidance, it's going to do very well.
We hear a great deal about the efficiency of planes that first can come over, confuse all the radar, even with HARM missiles, take out radar sites on the ground. Does this mean that air power has finally achieved a sort of hegemony over people on the ground?
I don't think so. I think it will always take the poor bloody infantry to go in and take territory and hold it. On the other hand, it looks as if air power has made it a great deal easier for the infantry to go in when they're ordered to do so.
Apparently there were, especially in the nighttime at least, we haven't had a full report on the daylight activities, few pilots from the Iraqi Air Force in the air last night. We saw that Steve Tate says he shot one down with a Sparrow missile, but we don't seem to know what happened to all 700 planes. What did happen?
I don't know. I watch CNN. That's the world's intelligence service right now.
What did you think when you saw in the past half hour that communication service to the Rashid Hotel has been cut off?
That did not surprise me. I think it must have been a deliberate decision of the Iraqi government last night to allow the coverage to begin and to continue. I think they made a deliberate decision to turn it off because, after all, telling us by telephone where they were seeing bright flashes was a good bit of military intelligence useful for U.S. planners to know what bombs had gone off, what places had been hit. And as it now becomes darker in Iraq, it's probably time for massive raids to be gearing up again.
Even President Bush hinted that he took some satisfaction from the collateral knowledge that no collateral damage was being done, and he probably could only have figured that out from the reportage coming out of the Rashid.
I think that was a very important part of it. We didn't see pictures or hear stories of civilian areas being hit. People who were on the scene with microphones and windows told us that the flashes, the bombs going off, were all out of town in the direction of military facilities. And that's wonderful.
We had some information from other sources, a variety of them, that now seems to have proved wrong, which had to do with the launch of Scud missiles. What happened there?
Way back in about 1830, a German named von Clausewitz wrote a book on war. And Clausewitz was a very perceptive man who described something called the fog of war, in which, once the conflict began, information would not be transmitted properly, the channels would be noisy, there would be static, there would be conflicting reports. It took us hours to determine whether or not something as simple had happened as the launch of a few Scud missiles. I'm not even sure that right this minute I know for certain that none were launched. But what I can say is that the reports flew fast and furious, everything from 5 were launched, some of them hit, some of them fell short, to not a one got off. And the fact that there was that kind of confusion from all kinds of reliable sources shows you that in a war, you don't know what's going on.
All right. Clausewitz also said that war was the extension of politics, something that a lot of people at home have a difficult time believing. We've been talking with military analyst Peter Zimmerman, a professor of engineering and applied science at George Washington University. Marianne?
Gentlemen, thank you. Anti-war protests are scheduled throughout the United States today, and at this hour in San Francisco, a gathering is underway. Our correspondent there is CNN's Don Knapp. Don, what's the scene?
This is the scene. We're at the federal building in San Francisco, a very noisy and angry protest going on. This is what federal employees had to face this morning as they attempted to get into the building. Officially, the federal building is open, but unofficially and clearly it is not open because federal employees arriving here are facing this, trying to get into the building. Now, the demonstrators came out here this morning, and we must say they number perhaps in the thousands. It's hard to tell exactly. They came out here with the announced intention of shutting down the federal building as they did on January 15th. Let's look at some tape we shot about an hour and a half ago of one federal employee as he attempted to get in this morning. The demonstrators surrounded him, harassed him. He was very determined. He attempted to get in. Eventually, he did get some help from the San Francisco Police Department that was standing here, but it was a very difficult call for him to get in. Meanwhile, the federal authorities apparently are filling the reflecting ponds in front of the building with water, something that hasn't been done for years out of concern for the drought. Probably some effort to gain some help with crowd control. Now, as we said earlier, the federal employees attempted to get into the building, but unfortunately, as some of them arrived this morning, they got no help from the U.S. Marshals here.
I did since 6:30 this morning, but I'm gonna go back home. I've tried calling in there. I've tried calling the marshals and everything, but all the facilities are blocked off, so there's no way that I can get in.
Yeah, no, I walked all the way around and took a look at the entrances, and I didn't try to get in.
Demonstrators here have made it clear they intend to keep this up, keep the pressure up for as long as possible, as long as the war goes on. And we can tell you from our past experience, they usually manage to accomplish that. So they will be demonstrating here in San Francisco for some time to come. Reporting live, Don Knapp, CNN, San Francisco.
Don Knapp, thank you for that live report from San Francisco. Of course, other demonstrations are expected to take place throughout the United States this day. We'll be keeping an eye on all of them for you. Just still to come as our live coverage continues of the war in the Gulf, we'll be speaking live with Crown Prince Hassan of Jordan, who is in Jordan today. That interview coming up. Also, some phone numbers for the State Department for those of you who are concerned about relatives who are involved in Operation Desert Storm. We'll bring you those numbers as well at this time. The two phone numbers for the U.S. State Department, civilian information, 1-202-647-5225 or 1-202-647-0900 for relatives of people who are involved in Operation Desert Storm in the Persian Gulf. Stay with us. Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues in a moment.
These people never thought of themselves as high-pressure salespeople. They've always been committed to service. That's why they've become successful Better Homes and Gardens real estate agents, and why they use our proven real estate marketing systems to serve their customers better than anybody. After all, we've found that once you place service above everything, everything else falls into place. For information about a career in real estate, call 1-800-ADVANCE or your local Better Homes and Gardens real estate firm.
Tough getting out of bed to face all the chores ahead, till that aroma comes through when the Folgers starts to brew. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Folgers is mountain-grown coffee, and the rich aroma of mountain-grown beans makes Folgers one coffee made with the morning in mind.
Now things are feeling right. You see the morning in a whole new light. There's hard work to be done, another day yet to be won. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
As war erupts in the Persian Gulf, the world turns to one source, where the principals check the widening conflict, key figures monitor world reactions, and families look for news of hope. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching CNN?
Much of the Allied forces, of course, deployed in Operation Desert Storm, based in Saudi Arabia. We take you live there to Saudi Arabia, and our correspondent is Rick Salinger with an update. Rick, I'd like you to confirm something for us, if you can. We had some confusion earlier on the identity of the U.S. pilot and the one plane that was lost in the raids overnight. The Pentagon earlier identified this as a Marine pilot, but we understand it was, in fact, a Navy pilot.
That is the understanding that we have, that he was a Navy pilot from a carrier. Where that carrier was based, we don't know for sure, and no identity has been released as of now. It's about 7:15 in the evening here in Saudi Arabia. It has been a very long day, and the F-15 fighters and the British Tornadoes continue to take off at the airbase next to us. At that airbase, we talked a short time ago with several Saudi Arabian pilots who took part in the bombing of Iraq. Now, there was much concern before all this began that if Iraq succeeded in attacking Israel, the Arab nations might drop out of the multinational coalition. Well, that scenario just did not occur. In fact, 2 Arab countries were in the forefront of the bombardment of Iraq. These are some of the planes that bombed Iraq. They belong to the Air Force of Saudi Arabia.
We know that we are fighting for something we believe in it.
So I'm grateful and proud of all our air forces and ground forces, and they did a good job.
Saudi and Kuwaiti planes joined the U.S., Britain, and France in the air attack. The pilots said they were amazed at the lack of Iraqi resistance.
It looks like massive air attack was going on. I mean, they were coming in and going on, all friendly forces.
Fighters from 2 Arab countries attacked a fellow Arab nation.
The pilots said they had no problem taking part in a bombing raid against the forces of Saddam Hussein.
They are Arabs and Muslim, and maybe we both lucky not to meet in a fight.
Some of these Saudi pilots had to politely excuse themselves. They explained they had to go on more missions into Iraq. Now, they told us, though, before they left, that they felt Saddam Hussein was foolish, perhaps even stupid, to invade Kuwait, and now they were off to teach him a lesson. Live in Saudi Arabia, I'm Rick Salinger, CNN.
Well, here in Washington, President Bush did what a lot of people did today. He attended church services just across the river under the trees in Virginia. CNN's Mary Tillotson is standing by now and has the latest on the doings from Capitol Hill.
Congress is expected to take up a resolution today offering its support and praise for Allied forces in the Persian Gulf. Only 5 days ago, when Congress voted to approve this war, it was a close vote. But now the shooting is started. The vote on the new resolution is likely to be unanimous or close to it. It will be one more way for Congress one more time to urge Saddam Hussein to withdraw from Kuwait and stop the fighting. As Republican leader Bob Dole left the White House in a meeting with President Bush this morning, he said he's hoping that's just what Saddam Hussein will do.
Where was this guy? Where was Saddam Hussein? He must have been on vacation or asleep because nothing, there was no response. And maybe he didn't think we would do it. Maybe he didn't think there was a resolve. But in my view, that was settled last Saturday in the Congress of the United States. But there was a feeling of satisfaction about the punishment inflicted not on innocent civilians, but on strategic targets.
There are still worries on Capitol Hill that this one-day-old war could stretch into weeks or even months. But Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman Sam Nunn told CNN today that he's encouraged by the apparent early successes of the Allied bombing strikes against Baghdad.
The air power is overwhelming. We've never seen anything like this. This is a new era in the air battle. And we're doing extremely well. I hope that we will have, although you certainly can't predict it now, a psychological collapse on the other side. It can't be predicted, but we can hope and pray that happens.
Is this what we're waging, really, a psychological war as well as a technological one?
Well, anytime you have this kind of overwhelming technological advantage and you have the pilots and the training we have, and you have, for instance, cruise missiles, and they've done extremely well with cruise missiles, electronic warfare, jamming the radar, confusing the SAM missiles when they shoot at our aircraft. We must have done that extremely well. When you have that kind of advantage, it's bound to have a big effect on the psychology of the adversary.
Just what effect it's having by the end of the day will be better known to members of Congress when Secretary Cheney arrives in late afternoon to brief first the House, then the Senate on how things stand in the Gulf. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live on Capitol Hill.
The coverage of war in the Gulf will continue.
What do we have here? Acute lower abdominal pain.
I don't see any alternative.
I don't either. We have to go in. Have we gotten the parents yet?
I have them on the phone, Doctor. They're out of the country.
Fax them a consent form, stat.
That's the only thing we're waiting on.
I know it.
Okay. I've got it.
Any minute now.
Doctor, I've got the parents' signatures.
Excellent. Here we go.
Dex Facsimile, one of a wide range of business communication solutions from Fujitsu, the global computer and communications company.
Advanced salon thinking from the salons of Vidal Sassoon. Vidal Sassoon conditioning rinse. It goes beyond traditional conditioners and helps protect hair too. First, it finds and conditions the damaged areas and goes on to help seal and protect hair overall, from heat, from styling, from the world. So your hair moves, shines, feels salon fabulous. Go beyond conditioning. Protect with Vidal Sassoon. Advanced salon thinking, advanced salon hair.
We were 3 days out of Dakar on the Queen Elizabeth II. I was right in the middle of an apricot flambe.
Captain, I'm afraid we've just run out of Colombian coffee. Run out, Mr. Harwood? Full about, Mr. Roberts? Engine room, full cleaned.
So we turned back. Under the circumstances, it was the only civilized thing we could do.
100% Colombian coffee, the richest coffee in the world.
No matter where you look, there's Mazda.
We're introducing new products like the Miata, setting new sales records, winning the respect of the automotive press, and winning awards for both quality and customer satisfaction. But most important, we're making thousands of people feel just right.
It just feels right.
A recent survey that I saw, I believe, stated something like a percentage of 75% or so of U.S. citizens knew someone or knew of someone who was involved in Operation Desert Shield, now Desert Storm. How are people in America coping with the tensions of having, say, a loved one overseas involved in such a situation? Dr. Sonia Friedman joins us from New York now with a special guest to talk about that very subject. Sonia?
Thank you. Joining me now to discuss the impact of the war on the world psyche is Dr. Robert J. Lifton, Professor of Psychiatry and Psychology at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Doctor, regardless of your religious affiliation, your national derivation, is there a universal human response to the fact that war has begun?
I think there's a response of awe and a certain amount of shock. There's some new dimension of life when there's a war around, and underneath that is fear and dread. I think that's especially true in the nuclear age, where we sense that our high technology could make any war, should it escalate in some way, profoundly dangerous and destructive. So I think that that awe and fear underlies everything.
While we heard from the CNN communication at the Rashid Hotel in Baghdad, there was a cushion, an emotional cushion, I think, for many of us. Now that is no longer there. For families who have heard that there may be some casualties, who are waiting to hear, how do they take care of that stress, that fear, so that they don't deteriorate?
Well, this is a strange kind of war now in which communications have been almost instant back and forth between those fighting it and civilians back home. And that connection that CNN had in Baghdad until just the last hour or so was an example of that. But even without that connection, there still is a very close tie between the front and the home front that's never existed to that extent before. That means they will feel at the front our anxieties back home, and we will feel their anxieties. We'll also respond to their victories, and of course there will be victories given our high technology and our supremacy there, but there's a danger, I think, among people on the home front of a kind of triumphalism. That is, a sort of excitement, a high state at the seemingly easy victory, because the danger is for a further letdown when there come to be really painful results, casualties, and even, as President Bush said, harm to the innocents, as he put it, harm to, say, Iraqi civilians.
Let me take that up for just a moment, if I may. Is there any way to foreclose the next generation of hate? I'm talking about the Iraqi children that we may have seen carrying banners or arms who now are in a bombed city.
Well, I think the very fact that we, as outsiders, come into the Middle East, whatever our purposes, and conduct a major military operation is going to result in a certain amount of hatred and resentment, particularly on the part of Iraqis and young Iraqis, and on the part of many other Arabs in the Middle East. Perhaps the only way of resolving that kind of problem is a very sensitive concern about the area and people's feelings for future arrangements. We would make a mistake if we see this entirely as a strategic problem of winning a devastating war. We still haven't eliminated the long-standing problems in the Middle East that have haunted us and everybody else for a very long time.
And what about the children? I mean, what do parents do? Do mothers and families send them out of the room so that they don't watch and listen? Do they keep them close by? Some of that we have some history in previous wars.
Well, with American children or any children anywhere, you can't keep them out of it. They see television. They know there's something on. I think there has to be close dialogue between parents and children. And I think parents have to convey to children a concern for human life in general. That is the humane parental handling of children. But the notion that one can protect them from it and not be candid with them is just illusion. One doesn't want to load them up with material they're not ready for, but one has to take them along and be with them as they take in information.
Doctor, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And now we go to Reed Collins in Washington. Reed?
And CNN's coverage of the war in the Gulf continues in a moment. I'm Reed Collins in Washington. Thank you for joining us.
And thank you. I'm Marianne Laughlin. Our coverage continues in just a moment. Back to Reed for something breaking. Reed?
Our interview now, I believe, is prepared with the President of Turkey, Turgut Özal. Are you with us, sir?
Yes, Reed.
We last spoke to you here in Washington when Desert Shield had not yet become a Desert Storm. Tell me, sir, what is Turkey doing in terms of support of the effort against Iraq?
Right now, you see, we have logistical support, first of all. Second, what we have done to put more troops in on the Iraqi border. There is now almost 100 and maybe some thousand. I don't want to tell it exact figures, but there are armored brigades and mechanized infantry brigades, and quite a lot Air Force.
We understand, sir, that there are some 30,000 Iraqi troops just below that border defending against Turkish troops. Has there been any contact, any threat of it?
Sorry, it is about 8 divisions, but I don't think they will do anything. But in addition to that, today Parliament voted in favor of to help much more than this. Now the bases could be used if U.S. wants, and also airspace would be used.
Have you allowed the F-111s and some of the other U.S. planes that were based in Turkey to cross the frontier? Have they been active in the war against Iraq?
Not in the first day. Today, our parliament, we got the parliament approval today, and this is a process, and after that, it could be used.
So you do expect the air war to be launched against Iraq now from Turkey, is that correct?
It is up to U.S. command. I don't know that.
All right, you have a number of NATO aircraft on your shores now that you requested and were granted from NATO. How would those be used? How would those be employed?
No, they are not going to be used. Basically, this is mainly symbolic presence in Turkey to show that if there is an attack in Turkey, to Turkey, it could be used, or NATO would be brought in.
Have you had any feelings that other Islamic nations have had against any direct engagement with Iraq as opposed to getting into Kuwait? Do you personally fear politically for your future if it becomes a fighting war?
You mean any Islamic country opposing to go to war with Iraq?
I mean, if Turkey, for example, becomes actively engaged in warfare, do you fear for your own presidency? Do you have a feeling that politically this would be inimical to you?
No, there isn't much about love for Mr. Saddam Hussein in Turkey. He's a dictator, and my people doesn't like him.
Have you talked to President Bush recently?
I talked before the operation start.
What did he tell you, sir, if you can tell me?
He informed that he's going to attack. he has already given the orders, roughly 1.5 hours before.
And you said to him?
I said to him, good luck and pray. We pray. And he said, cross your fingers.
Mr. President, you have, among a few others, stuck your neck out in Turkey, if you will. Do you anticipate that if this thing does not go well, you might have it cut off?
Cut off what?
I mean, might you suffer?
Don't worry. You see, I am on the side of the United Nations, and I don't think United Nations will be the losers. They tell me, my opposition tells me that I am a gambler. I am not a gambler. I am a man of calculators, calculate everything. I am an engineer. I know mathematics and logic, and therefore I don't think I will lose it.
What would you say the mathematical chance of Saddam Hussein surviving this are, as an engineer?
I think he cannot survive anymore. And unless U.S. may stay, may say that is when he says that I am enough, the war is enough, then you might be in trouble. I think this has to be finished.
If you allow, now that you have the parliamentary approval for the United States and the F-111s to operate out of Turkey into Iraq, are you afraid that the Iraqi forces on your border may attack you?
We have enough forces, then they will be the loser.
Are you getting, as a neighboring country, any reports out of Iraq today on the effects of the bombing, on the populace or otherwise? Are there people trying to get into Turkey?
We followed mostly from the CNN, I'll tell you. And but they will not cut off, as far as I understand. But we get some small news from our borders.
And what is that news?
I think there are people coming to make refugee to our border, and this number looks like it's going to be increased as the time passes.
Will it be like it was in Jordan, a tremendous burden for you to share?
I do not know. This was in the first time we had some, but not like Jordan at that time. But this will be the people of Iraqi people, which will be afraid of air attacks or war, may come to other neighboring countries, not only Turkey, probably Iraq and Syria.
What do you hear of the other frontiers over by the Soviet Union? Is all quiet there?
Our border with Soviet Union?
Well, theirs with yours and theirs with others in the region.
There is no problem. I mean, as I can say this, for example, Caucasus are not very easy area. There are opinion differences between Armenians, Azerbaijanis, and Georgians, but there is not calm enough. And there are also Balkans and some democratic problems because they are changing, Albanians, Romanians, Bulgarians, and they also have affected quite a lot with this crisis, Gulf crisis, because of oil prices.
Oil prices today seem to have taken a considerable tumble. That would mean that as betting people, the oil traders are betting on the coalition forces too, doesn't it?
I think what they understood, because they see that coalition is winning, and therefore Iraqi forces will be eliminated, and therefore oil will be abundant rightly, and there will be no fear of losing some Saudi fields, and probably oil price may come down to $16, $17.
Turgut Özal, His Excellency the President of Turkey, who has been kind enough to talk to CNN today and to tell us that the way now is cleared for the United States or the coalition allied forces to use Turkish bases for operations inside Iraq. Marianne?
Reed, as you and our viewers saw at approximately 10:59 Eastern Time, our phone link out of Baghdad at the Al Rashid Hotel, where our correspondents Bernard Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett had been talking to us all throughout the initial attack and throughout the night from Baghdad, was at 10:59 this morning Eastern Time, cut off by the military sensors in Baghdad. Let's take you back to a few moments before that happened and listen to the last words we have heard out of Baghdad.
John, we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship. We have been told that we may no longer transmit live to our audience, and that in the future, taped reports will be to censorship. So that's, well, I don't know what to tell you, Bob Cainard and Bobby Batista and our viewers. This official, Mr. Allah, who's been a good friend to CNN for our time here, is now, you know, demanding that we do something that we desperately don't want to do.
So, John, I will make the decision to cut the communications because I'm the senior man here. So for Bob Weiner and John Holloway and John Holloman and Bernie Shaw and myself, Peter Arnett, who is signing off from Baghdad for CNN, and I hope we can resume our communication with you in the very near future.
For those of you in Atlanta and up and down the network, we'll try to get back in touch with you as soon as we can. Obviously, this is something that is just abhorrent to all of us in our journalism. We'll talk to you as soon as we can.
And those were the last words we have heard in the last hour and few minutes out of Baghdad. CNN, of course, is trying everything that we possibly could try to get communications reestablished, but the Iraqi government, for now, does not want CNN sending messages and reports out of Baghdad. General Perry Smith is joining us now. And General, we were going to speak to you, and we will continue to speak to you about analysis of some military aspects of videotape pictures that we are receiving sporadically at this hour. But I wanted to get your impressions about this move by the military censors in Iraq. Our correspondent said they were the ones responsible. The military decided no more CNN reports. What is their reasoning for that, and perhaps why is that decision wrong on their part?
Well, it's interesting. In times of great stress at war, particularly when you're losing, sometimes people operate completely outside of their self-interest. It would seem to me it would be very much in the interest of Iraq to keep CNN running, because CNN provides them quite a bit of information about what's going on. We, on the other side, have lots and lots of information coming to us from various intelligence sources and so forth. So they're really operating outside their self-interest. It is my guess that there's probably a big debate going on, perhaps between the military on one side and the Department of Information on the other, which is the best thing to do. And I think if they operate in their own self-interest, they'll turn CNN back on.
The U.S. information gathering agencies include all the satellites, of course, that the U.S. government is using. To my knowledge, that is one tremendous advantage that the U.S. and the Allied forces have over the Iraqis as far as information gathering.
Satellites are very important, but in addition, we have tactical intelligence. We have airplanes flying in there, picking up all kinds of information by film, by electronic signals, and so forth. We have airplanes operating outside the area, picking up electronic signals, communications, and so forth. Very sophisticated array of intelligence gathering information that we have, much more significant than what Iraq has.
This debate that you suspect may be going on between different parts of the Iraqi government and Saddam Hussein's generals in his administration. Do you suspect that perhaps the military will lose, and as this discussion continues, that decision to cut CNN's reporting off will be reversed, that we might expect perhaps in this hour, in a few hours, to see that signal turn back on again?
Very close call. Hard for me to pick out, because it's hard to figure out internally who's in charge, which voice is stronger talking to Hussein. And of course, Hussein himself is a bit irrational. So I would be unwilling to predict the possibility of it coming back on.
Would this also indicate, and again, we're asking you to just give your opinion and your impression, but would it also indicate that there is perhaps even less room for any kind of dialogue between the two sides? And I'll give you my reasoning behind that. CNN and other international media have been used along the course of this, as this has developed in the Gulf, as a diplomatic channel of sorts. If President Bush wanted to give a message out, perhaps he might know Saddam Hussein would be watching, say, a CNN or reading an international paper and would hear exactly the words. Is this a more negative sign if less communication is available?
Well, of course, he can still see CNN other than the CNN that's coming out of Baghdad, and he probably will continue to watch it. What CNN is doing here is very dramatically important from the point of view of the conduct of the war, of intelligence resources, of diplomatic interplay, and so forth. I'm not an expert in the media, but it seems to me the CNN role has been very important, and I frankly hope that the CNN opens up again, because it may lead to some better dialogue between ourselves and the Iraqis, which could lead to a peace proposal and perhaps the end of this war.
It's not exactly as if our correspondents who were in the Al Rashid Hotel were giving away any kind of military secrets. perhaps is the thing most objectionable to Saddam Hussein's and military commanders, that they were describing things that were being destroyed by Allied forces?
I think so, and they were coming off very positive about how well we were doing, and of course many of the Iraqis are watching that, and as a result I think they were concerned about the impact on the negative impact on the morale of the Iraqi citizens.
And what do you expect Iraqi military and information sources are putting out on Iraqi television? That we've seen footage that we think was from today, but we cannot be sure, but it was aired on Iraqi television today, of a smiling Saddam Hussein shaking hands with other military leaders and other people, cheers going up. How much manufacture is involved in something like that, do you imagine?
I would imagine quite a bit. I mean, he needs to keep the people on his side. He needs to keep morale up. So my guess is the media sources that he has to reach his people are very positive on the Iraqi side. And of course, the CNN stuff has been very positive on the U.S. side and the coalition side.
We're hoping you will stay with us, General. We expect here at CNN to get our very first pictures of the attack sometime within this hour. Pictures are being transported to Jordan, and it takes some time to get the pictures out, but we will appreciate your insights on these things.
It'd be my pleasure.
As our coverage continues from here and Washington, and hopefully soon again from Baghdad. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's go to Washington, and once again, Reed Collins joins us. Reed?
Marianne, the Crown Prince of Jordan, Crown Prince Hassan, His Highness is now going to join us and give us his impression of events thus far in his troubled area. Sir? Can you hear my voice, sir?
Yes, indeed, I can hear you.
Can you tell me what is the official Jordanian throne reaction to what has happened now next door?
I think there has been a feeling of shock and horror at the massive nature of the raids on Iraq. I expect that 14,000 tons of explosives in the first few hours are equivalent to Hiroshima. So although the initial statements were surgical strike and tactical bombing, there's a lot of deep concern and outrage over the loss of civilian life, in addition to the fact that we are expecting up to 750,000 evacuees, many of them possibly wounded as a result of coming out of the war zone. We have yet to see that.
Your Highness, what is the condition on the border now? If you expect nearly 1 million evacuees, do you have another border crisis evolving?
We already have up to 3,000, and many more are trekking on foot. Our responsibility, of course, will be to try and give them as many comforts as possible, but we only have capacity for 52,000, and only through movement through the port of Aqaba, that means vessels coming into the port of Aqaba, will we be able to move them out. And as I said, once again, 750,000 expected according to the UN.
When you mention the ordnance dropped 14,000 tons, you say it was not surgical. Do you have any evidence to indicate what the real result on the ground was? Were there heavy civilian casualties that you know of?
I don't think any of us have any clear evidence in the different towns and cities of Iraq. Of course, in a sense, this country has been a window even for CNN onto Baghdad, and I think you have tried to do a very good job there, if I may say. But at the same time, this is not total coverage of Iraq and Kuwait, and obviously we have to wait and see.
But what I mean is, as a next-door neighbor, is there any evidence or any hard empirical evidence that you may know that would indicate that there were heavy civilian casualties?
I'm sorry, I have no evidence of a change in positions. Mr. Gorbachev, of course, called for everyone to keep the thing in perspective and not allow it to the fighting to stretch further. And today, the motion by the Turkish government before Parliament to allow the Turkish government to use further NATO, the so-called NATO mobile force of airplanes, plus 48 U.S. aircraft out of Turkey, is a potentially very serious development. I hope that this thing can be contained, and that, as President Gorbachev suggested, people can get back to the diplomatic option, but maybe it's too late for that.
In other words, you believe that the Turks have made a mistake by allowing the use of their bases to the coalition force?
Well, we're not passing judgment on anyone. All we're saying is that if this thing continues day after day, and with the possibility of stretching further and further afield. As Mr. Gorbachev pointed out, it is extremely worrying. We live in an interdependent world, and the possibility of it spilling over beyond the region is something we have warned about for several months.
Thank you, sir. What is your brother doing now, the king, and what is his feeling at the moment?
Well, clearly, all of us have been in continuous consultation. My concern particularly has been for the evacuee crisis. His Majesty has also held emergency meetings in both the lower house and the Senate. And obviously we're watching, monitoring very closely, and praying that the human cost of this ensuing tragedy will not leave the wounds we expect it will. It is a question of people, where people matter, all people matter, of course.
What do you have to say about the loss of the CNN broadcast facility in Baghdad?
Well, I suppose that is a casualty of the crisis. Clearly, as you said, it is a diplomatic channel of sorts, but I suppose airwave diplomacy over the last 5 months has only brought the crisis into sharper relief. It has not changed the mindset of war, and here we are at the moment of truth and confrontation. Let us hope that not only CNN, but all channels can open up in the future.
Right, sir, let me ask you the status of the Iraqi forces. Are they on high alert? Has there been any response? Have they been engaged in any way?
You are asking me about Iraqi forces?
Yes, sir.
I think your information is probably as up to date as anyone's. It seems to us today that the airstrike is the predominant feature of the last several hours. I'm not aware of more extensive fighting as such.
As far as you know, sir, there is no Jordanian engagement in any way, shape, or fashion here?
Our position has been very clear. Of course, Jordan, as I said from the very beginning, is in a geopolitically thankless position, and we are extremely vulnerable. As far as we are concerned, our position is very clearly to defend our land and our sky against all comers. We will not be a corridor.
Were you not relieved, sir, however, that there was no occasion for you to become a corridor, that apparently no missiles were fired from Iraq toward your neighbor Israel?
I think that the airstrike and the hostilities have been focused entirely on Iraqi towns and vital points around those towns. We have to watch and see how the thing unfolds. As far as the exposure of Jordan today, it is very much to the civilian casualties flowing over from this crisis, and particularly the evacuee casualties.
And of that number, you expect there will be a considerable number. Do you have the facilities, and is the Red Cross and the Red Crescent capable of handling what you expect?
Well, I think they are expressing some concern, because effective mobilization of field hospitals and so forth can only really come with the firing of the first shot. That shot has been fired, and today, of course, we are trying to expedite the improvement of the facilities we have. But I would point out particularly to hospital facilities, and in particular, if we have to speak of civilian casualties, napalm, phosphorus, and God forbid anything worse than that. It's going to be a major strain on all of us, and on the UN family, in particular on the ICRC. But they're all here, ICRC, Médecins Sans Frontières, and the international humanitarian community.
Crown Prince Hassan, we thank you very much for giving us of your time on this, the first day of the operation which now has become a war in the Gulf. We appreciate your time, sir. Marianne?
Reed, thank you. We want to inform our viewers we have been promising to bring you some videotape shot from the cockpit of some of the planes that flew the raids over Baghdad last night. We were hoping to get that from the U.S. government. This, of course, footage shot from U.S. planes. U.S. military officials, however, now in Saudi Arabia tell us that footage that we expected today, in fact expected within hours of now, tell us we will not be able to bring you that footage. We won't have it in our possession until sometime tomorrow. It's now 8:23 p.m. in Saudi Arabia, so officials tonight in Saudi Arabia are saying that footage will not, in fact, be made available to us and therefore to you until sometime tomorrow. We hope to bring you as many pictures as we possibly can. We have our correspondents working on that, of course, as we speak. And this hour, the air war over Baghdad is continuing. The world's window, though, on Baghdad does not continue, as Iraqi government officials have slammed that window shut just a little more than an hour ago, ordering CNN's team of correspondents to stop broadcasting from their position inside a Baghdad hotel. Meantime, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein appeared in a taped broadcast on Iraqi television. That broadcast was preceded by these pictures you're seeing now of President Hussein in what appeared to be the streets of Baghdad. We don't know when these pictures were taken. In his speech, the Iraqi leader called Saudi King Fahd a criminal and again predicted victory over Allied forces. We have more now on the progress of the fighting and how it's being evaluated on the scene here in Washington and elsewhere. This report compiled by CNN's Dave Michaels.
The early intelligence is in, and the conclusion of U.S. military leaders.
So far, so good. But I would urge all of you to be cautious in your reporting, just as we're trying very hard to be very cautious and very precise in terms of what we say about the status of the operation to date.
U.S. Defense Secretary Cheney confirms over 1,000 air sorties flown and over 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles fired. This one from the battleship Wisconsin. According to the Pentagon, the missiles were said to be very effective, as were 80% of the coalition airstrikes.
We believe we have done reasonably well, as best we know right now, with the preliminary bomb damage assessment in attacking airfields, attacking fixed Scud facilities around the countryside. But I once again caution you that this is very preliminary, only 12 hours into the operation.
Confirmation, though, also of the casualty count. One U.S. Navy F-18 down, its pilot said to be lost, also one British Tornado down. Iraqi surface-to-air missile and anti-aircraft fire was reported heavy. Iraqi artillery also hit a Saudi oil facility across the border from Kuwait, and the Pentagon reports that artillery battery has now been silenced. In return, the Pentagon believes the coalition damaged the command control capability of the Iraqi military. President Bush says he's pleased so far.
We are determined to finish what we've set out to do.
One U.S. pilot reported little return fire during his mission.
It's like being a professional athlete, never playing a game. Today was the first game, and the enemy didn't show up. The opponent didn't show up. We went out there and ran our first play, and it worked great. Scored a touchdown. There was nobody home.
From the British Parliament, a renewed message for Iraq from the British Prime Minister.
We hope very much for a speedy end to hostilities. That will come about when Saddam Hussein withdraws totally and withdraws unconditionally from Kuwait.
From the beginning of the attack, a communications line from CNN headquarters in Baghdad was open. But within the last 2 hours,
we, unfortunately, have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship.
Dave Michaels, CNN reporting.
This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Welcome back, buddy. Good shot, guys. Welcome back. Give me time. It was ugly, huh?
Been a very fortunate fellow. Led a really swell life. Lord blessed me with a good woman, You made me an American fighter pilot. God bless America.
I believe we waited as long as we could, did everything possible, gave it some last-minute tries. He didn't want to listen. Just gonna have to be taught.
I just hope the American public supports the president. We're here to do a job. We think it's an important one to do. We want it to be over as quickly as possible, and we'll do everything we can to get it over as quickly as possible.
Here's important information about a product we hope you never have to use. Mace. Now you can have the same sense of security that many people find with Mace, because the original formula used by police and the military is now legally available to you. Mace shoots a powerful stream up to 12 feet. Any upper body contact causes profuse tearing and a painful burning sensation. Just one spray can instantly stop an assailant for up to 20 minutes. Unfortunately, personal safety is a serious concern today, but you don't have to feel defenseless. You can keep Mace in your car, within reach at home. Take it with you jogging, or carry it in your pocket or purse. For an added sense of security, shouldn't you carry Mace? Just in case.
To order Mace, call 1-800-257-1257. Order 1 for $19.95 or 3 for $16.50 each.
This is CNN.
Then come back and start here for the actual start of the line.
This is CNN's continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf. Let's look now at how the markets are being affected by the situation in the Persian Gulf. Jan Hopkins joins us once again from the New York Stock Exchange. Jan?
Thanks, Marianne. Here on Wall Street, investors jumped in at the opening bell and they began to buy stocks. Prices went straight up, nearly 100 points. Stocks then fell back a bit, up about 80 points, and now they're moving higher again. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 92 points at 2601.5. And volume is very heavy, 202 million shares changing hands. Advancing issues are ahead of declining issues by a 7-to-1 margin. The broader market is sharply higher. The New York Stock Exchange Composite Index up 4.81. The S&P 500 Index up 9.5 points. The American Stock Exchange Index up 3 points. The over-the-counter market, the NASDAQ Composite, up almost 9.5 points. Crude oil prices are sharply lower. Traders optimistic about a short war and no supply interruptions. On the New York Mercantile Exchange now, the U.S. benchmark crude is down $9.10. It's selling at $22.90 a barrel. And unleaded gasoline is down 18 cents at 64 cents a gallon. Home heating oil is also down sharply. In the credit markets, the Treasury's 30-year bond is sharply higher, but it's down from an earlier peak. The bellwether bond down 2 7/32, and the yield 8.20%. Investors are selling short-term issues to buy long bonds. Yields on T-bills are posting steep increases. The 3-month bill now 6.28%. 6-month low, the 6-month bill at 6.54%. Precious metals less attractive as a safe haven. Investors are selling. Gold now down $28.70 at just $375.80 an ounce. It's fallen more than $30 earlier. Silver is now down 17 cents. In New York currency trading, the U.S. dollar apparently stabilizing at sharply lower levels. The dollar now off almost 4 yen against the Japanese currency, down 3 1/3 pfennigs against the German mark, and off 1 2/3 cents against the British pound. We'll have another update in 1 hour. Now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up almost 93 points, I'm Jan Hopkins, reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
I'm Jeff Flock in Independence, Missouri, where in a short time we will be talking to museum goers at the Harry S. Truman Museum and Library here about Operation Desert Storm.
Now at Century Hardware, get DAP Alex Plus acrylic latex silicone caulk. Watertight, mildew-resistant, and paintable. Just $139. For faster cuts with less force, get Vermont American 7 1/4-inch speed framer with Dianite carbide saw blade. Just $744. Look for special money-saving values at participating Century Hardware stores during our Home Fix-Up coupon sale.
I thought my husband Dan was perfectly healthy, but the doctor said his cholesterol level was 218. So we changed to a healthier diet, including no cholesterol Mazola, America's leading corn oil.
In a clinical study, a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet, including Mazola, reduced cholesterol an average of 17%.
Did Dan's cholesterol come down?
You bet. 100% pure Mazola corn oil. Together, we're beating cholesterol.
Does dry skin itch? Won't anything stop it fast?
Lanacaine will. Lanacaine shuts off the itch like a switch, fast. Only Lanacaine cream works on contact with the nerves that cause dry skin itch. Look, Vaseline Intensive Care can't. Jergens can't. These can't. And Lanacaine Deep moisturizes too. Helps heal rough, dry skin. For dry skin itch, every itch.
Lanacaine does shut off the itch. Like a switch, fast.
Now, you can ask Angela Lansbury about Bufferin.
Angela, for a tough headache, is Bufferin really strong aspirin?
Oh, my, yes. I've learned extra strength Bufferin has the strongest dose of aspirin you can buy, 1,000 milligrams.
Miss Lansbury, how can Bufferin be so strong if it has buffers?
I wondered myself, till I heard that the buffers don't weaken it. They just help prevent aspirin stomach upset. I depend on Bufferin.
Shouldn't you discover the strength of Bufferin?
We have this information just in from the French news agency, Agence France Presse, quoting a Kuwaiti cabinet member, a high-ranking Kuwaiti official, as saying that Iraqi soldiers have suffered hundreds of casualties during the fighting on Thursday with Allied forces. This Kuwaiti official also says he has been told by 4 separate sources that an undetermined number of Iraqis were defecting. This official is identified as the Minister for Cabinet Affairs in Kuwait. Abdul Rahman Al-Awati spoke at a news conference in Dhahran in Saudi Arabia. According to the French news agency, he said 2 doctors in Kuwait told him that 2 500-bed hospitals in Kuwait were filled to overflowing. No information as to just how full those hospitals were before the fighting actually started. However, the Kuwaiti minister says Iraqi soldiers have suffered hundreds of casualties during the fighting in the raids on Thursday. So we'll attempt to bring you more information, of course, details about exact numbers of casualties suffered on the Iraqi side. Very difficult to obtain with any certainty at this hour. We'll continue to find out more for you as developments occur. Back now to Washington and Reed Collins. Reed?
Well, Independence, Missouri is a city which for many typifies middle America. It is the home, as you know, of former President Harry Truman, who was president during the final months of World War II and the beginning of the Korean War. CNN's Jeff Flock, who's been touring middle America, has a live report now on how the folks of Independence are reacting. Jeff?
Reed, we are right here at the Truman Library and Museum. The artifacts and the mementos of the Truman presidency are here. Of course, Truman is the man who said, popularized, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. I guess it's fair to say, as some of the folks here have pointed out today, we are smack in the middle of the kitchen. All of the mementos here include, right to my right here, the table on which the original UN Charter was first signed. Of course, ironically, that is the organization that tried so hard to avert this crisis. Perhaps also, ironically, in another room of this museum, just a short time ago, a special exhibit was mounted. It is an exhibit on the Korean War. It is the artifacts from that war, the pictures, the mementos, the guns, all of the artifacts, including the newspaper headlines from that era. And if you look closely at that New York Times headline that you see there, you see that that is the headline that told America about the U.S. involvement in Korea. I guess it is sort of an eerie thing to take a look at that one and this morning's Kansas City newspaper and the first word of our involvement in Iraq. With me now, some museum goers. If you'd come on over, folks. These folks are from South Dakota, as it turns out, this morning. And these folks here have a son who is perhaps preparing to go and take part. What are your thoughts today?
I'm scared. I'm afraid that he'll have to go. I guess if he does, why, we'll be proud of him, but I don't like the idea of him going.
What about you, Dad?
Well, I think we should have got more commitment from other countries before we went in there, but now I believe that, like Truman would say, give them hell.
Yeah, ironic that we're here today, huh? Yeah. You gentlemen both served, and if you could come on around, why don't you just come on around, folks? You folks served in the armed forces. You spent, one of you spent some time in Korea. What are your thoughts? You folks have been through combat. You know what it's like. What are your thoughts about what's going on there now?
Well, I feel that it is, now that we're committed, that it is a thing to do now, and do it this is the time. And it gives you kind of an eerie, empty feeling, kind of a feeling of silence. And wait, hope it don't last long.
Of course, some of us, perhaps folks my age, don't remember what being in the midst of a war is like. You do. You've been through a few of them. What goes through your mind now?
Well, this is similar to the Korean situation because Truman had to declare war on the Koreans, North Koreans, in the 50s, and so the incident is the same because Iraq invaded Kuwait like North Korea invaded South Korea.
Understand. As we take a look back, perhaps, at what it looked like in Korea, we've got that other camera over in the other part of the museum. Someone pointed out to us that right now it's very difficult, as we've been reporting, to get really a sense of what that combat looks like. We've had some problems with censorship and with getting our pictures out of the Middle East, but they pointed out to us that you really don't have to look back very far to get a picture of what it looks like to have American troops in combat. And as we take a look at that picture from the museum here, it probably doesn't look an awful lot different. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from the Truman Library here in Independence, Missouri, and we'll continue our look across the Middle West to show you what America is thinking.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Many of the squadrons active in the air blitz on Iraq are normally based at Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia. CNN's Tom Mantier is in Hampton. He joins us with a live report on what life is like there now, the morning after the first Allied airstrike against Iraq. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Marianne. Or I guess it is afternoon
Yes.
now. The F-15s are behind me here. This is Langley Air Force Base, and two of the squadrons have been deployed into the Middle East. And as you look behind, there are very few aircraft here. One squadron is still here, and they are out training this afternoon. But in this empty ramp area, two other squadrons of F-15s, just like the ones you see here, have already departed and are the ones who were active over the skies of Iraq and around Baghdad. But there are still some here. 8 airplanes just left a few minutes ago. They're going down to Shaw Air Force Base and do a mock engagement with an F-16 group, so they practice against each other. We're going to talk to a lieutenant colonel here. The F-16s took off just a couple of minutes ago, and they probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes will be all the way down. There are actually a couple more F-16s taking off right now. It's been a busy time around here. They are training, they are working against each other. They're training for the possibility that they may have to possibly move into the conflict. But right now, they are in reserve. They are here at Langley Air Force Base. Joining us now is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Moose Moore. Lieutenant Colonel Moore, you were telling me you had kind of mixed emotions this morning when you've been watching the news and watching what the other squadrons have been doing.
Yeah, Tom, it's, I tell you, we're extremely proud of the guys from the 1st TAC Fighter Wing and all the guys that are over there. We're disappointed because we're not part of that action. We've trained for a long time. We thought we could be part of it. We missed it. So it's a mixed emotions, but we're extremely proud. They did a great job.
A little surprised by the lack of other airplanes meeting the F-15s and the other American aircraft, the inability of the Iraqis to put planes up in the air?
I think we're all a little surprised. We know what they have and their capability. Although the cover of darkness, we felt like that would be an added plus for us. I think that because we got in undetected as we did and probably closed their eyes before we actually got a lot of aircraft in there, it was our advantage.
All right, let's take a look here at this airplane, what it has and what it's capable of carrying as far as it is only used in the air. This is not the bomber version. This is what fights other airplanes.
That's exactly right. This is an air superiority F-15. It's the F-15C model. It carries 8 air-to-air weapons. We carry 2 Sidewinder missiles, the AIM-9 Lima Mike on the outboard pylons. We can also carry 4 AIM-7 Mikes on this aircraft, which is the radar missile, which is our long-range missile. In fact, our knowledge right now is the reason the one kill that's been accredited to the 1st TAC Fighter Wing that was on the news earlier today, Captain Steve Tate, who we're extremely proud of. It looks like he got a kill with an AIM-7, so it looks like the weapons are doing great.
All right, so very quickly, we're going to take a look over here. This is the inside of the F-15, and it is extremely complicated in here. A lot of work, Sergeant Nelson, you have to do in here?
Yes, right now I'm inspecting the LOX compartment, what the pilot uses for his oxygen while he's fighting, and so he needs what he needs to breathe with, basically. And also we have other various components. I'm inspecting the electrical connectors, making sure nothing's burned, chafed, and everything is uptight. Basically, all I'm doing is updating my pre-flight, so preparing for the next flight.
Okay, very good. Sergeant Nelson, Captain Moore, or Colonel Moore, we thank you very much. Again, this is where the F-15s are based, and there are still a lot of F-15s here, but as I was saying, they're very proud of the other squadrons that have departed here already and have engaged over Iraq. I'm Tom Interior, CNN, reporting live from Langley Air Force Base.
Tom, thank you. Here at CNN, as we continue our complete coverage of the war in the Gulf, we'll bring you in just a few moments live reports from the White House and also from Saudi Arabia. Stay with us.
Let's go, Alicia.
I'm trying to call overseas with this other long-distance company. I think I remember the number, but I guess not. I call the operator, but she says she can't give me an international number. I say AT&T always could. She says, you're not dealing with AT&T.
If you miss dealing with AT&T, it's easier than ever to come back. Just call 1-800-972-0404 right now and we'll switch you back for free.
They kept saying how much money I'd save, so I kept waiting for that first low bill. Then I get it. I'm not kidding. I thought it was a typo. I mean, where were the big savings?
People who thought they could do better than AT&T are coming back for the real value, like the Reach Out America plan where you can save 24 hours a day. Come back now for free. Call 1-800-972-0404.
Takes longer to get through. They aren't saving me what they said, so why am I doing this? But I thought, you know what? It's going to be a real pain to switch back.
Coming back to AT&T is easy. All you have to do is call us. We'll have you back with dependable AT&T long-distance service in no time. And if you call right now, we'll even switch you for free.
The last straw? When it took so long to reach a real person. I had, some problems, some questions about my bill, but I kept having to wait. I mean, who has time for this?
You can count on AT&T to be there whenever you call. Just like you can count on us to make every conversation sound as clear as being right there. Don't wait to get back the service you deserve. Call now.
You gotta read the fine print.
Where's the big savings?
You gotta follow their rules. I couldn't believe it.
Why am I doing this? I don't get it.
They gotta be kidding. Big savings, huh?
You're not dealing with AT&T.
Oh, I am now.
1-800-972-0404 for dependable, crystal clear AT&T long-distance service. It's easy. And if you call right now, we'll switch you for free. You couldn't pick a better time to come back.
There have been reports, of some Iraqi defections, particularly along the Kuwait front. We're going to go now live to Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia. And Charles, perhaps you can address the matter of defections. Have there been any?
Yes, Reed, good evening from Saudi Arabia. It's about 8:45 in the evening here. According to the Kuwaiti Minister of State in exile, who's been in touch with the Kuwaiti resistance, and you'll have to wait just a moment while this rather large C-58 transport takes off right over our heads practically here. This has been going on all day. It was either a C-5 or a C-141. They sound alike. It's hard to hear them at night. Anyway, the Kuwaiti Minister of State in exile has said that he's been in touch with the Kuwaiti resistance several times since the aerial bombardment began, and they're reporting at least 4 instances where Iraqi troops have abandoned anti-aircraft guns and other positions in Kuwait City. According to the Kuwaiti Minister of State, the Iraqi soldiers are, quote, fleeing into the city. This is reports to him from the Kuwaiti resistance inside Kuwait City. We also have reports from military sources here of 50 Iraqi tanks up near the Iraqi-Saudi border that have surrendered to the Arab multinational forces. Now, one correction on some information we gave you when the bombardment started. Apparently, we now understand that the B-52 bombers were used in the bombardment. We had been told at the time they were not, but we're now told that they were used against elements of Iraq's Republican Guard, which were massed together, and the B-52s hit those positions. As you've just heard, transport planes have been taking off from this area all day, along with squadrons of F-15s roaring into the sky in the general direction of Kuwait. North of here, the aerial war being pressed against Iraq and Kuwait by the multinational forces is continuing. Now, some military sources here have said they question, frankly, about why there was no aerial combat over Kuwait and over Iraq, and they suspect Saddam Hussein may have hidden warplanes, SAM missiles, and longer-range missiles to use later. Said one Air Force person we talked to, look, we know we're good and we know we're lucky, but I don't think anyone's that good and anyone's that lucky. So they have their doubts that all the Iraqi Air Force and all the Iraqi anti-missile capability has been used up. That's not proven yet, but they just suspect as a matter of combat conservatism, if you will, that might have happened. So to recap, we do have reports that from the Kuwaiti resistance that at least some Iraqis in Kuwait City have abandoned their positions and fled into the city. Of course, that's impossible to confirm firsthand given the position of things right now. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, the defection of 50 tanks and crews, that'll be about 200 Iraqi tank crews plus a lot of equipment. You say that was going over to the Egyptians or to some Arab force? We can't seem to confirm that.
Right, that's what we've been led to understand. The initial reports were that they went over to the Egyptian army. Later, that was broadened to one of the Arab forces. We're getting that from about 3 different sources here, and it has appeared on some of the Arab language teletypes and wire services that did indeed occur. Again, that's almost impossible to confirm. There are scattered reports of those kinds of defections, but again, as Defense Secretary Dick Cheney said earlier today, and as the men and women of the Saudi and the U.S. military and the British military say today, a lot of these reports have to be relayed, of course, have to be taken with a grain of salt because they want to be extremely conservative. They do not, under any circumstances, want to give the impression that this could be a cakewalk and that the Iraqi army has started to defect en masse. There is absolutely nothing to confirm that at this point. Reed?
Charles, the exact targeting of the B-52s that we know now were in action during the night, that's not been announced yet either, has it?
I don't believe so. There's some confusion about that. We are led to understand, and this information keeps dribbling out a little bit at a time, but we were led to understand from several separate sources that the B-52s were used against massed units of the Iraqi Republican Guard. Those are, of course, their elite troops, and as CNN military affairs correspondent Wolf Blitzer reported almost right after this operation began, his sources are telling him that the Republican Guards had pretty well been, in those sources' words, decimated by the attack. This could be one of the reasons, but the reason we used that is, of course, last night we were told that the B-52s had not been used.
Thank you. That's Charles Jaco with us live from Saudi Arabia, where, as we see now, it's night again.
John Towers. Gentlemen, thank you. There has not been a great deal of congressional reaction so far this day to last night's successful attacks by the U.S. and allied forces, but there has been some congressional response, particularly from some members of Congress who met with President Bush today. Our White House correspondent Frank Sesno joins us now and perhaps can tell us a little bit about that visit. Frank? Hello.
House here has been cautious and careful all day long. President Bush says there will be some downs, but so far he says the operation is going forward with great success. The President and First Lady Barbara Bush, along with much of the cabinet, the Vice President and others, attended a church service at Fort Myer earlier this morning, about 4 miles from here. Mr. Bush says there is a lot of prayer going on. The Reverend Billy Graham, who spent the night at the White House, led the service by saying, quote, "There come times when we must fight for peace. I pray we will be on God's side." Earlier, here at the White House, the President did, as you say, Marianne, meet with congressional leaders. And choosing his words very carefully in a brief session with reporters, the President offered a positive assessment of the operation going on in the Persian Gulf just now, but warned against tough and unpredictable days ahead.
The way we're going to handle this is I will not be commenting on the ups and downs. There will be some downs, or the trauma of the moment. There's a lot of trauma at the moment. But I think it is fair to say, and I will be repeating this to the leaders here, that we are pleased with the way things have gone so far. We are determined to finish what we've set out to do. But I just think, for procedural reasons, I'd like you all to know that I'm not going to be trying to do briefings from the White House on the details of the operations over there.
At that meeting, the congressional leadership was briefed by Defense Secretary Cheney, among others. One subject on the congressional leaders' minds, much as we've heard from Saudi Arabia as well, why the Iraqis have not put up stiffer resistance.
Where was this guy? Where was Saddam Hussein? He must have been on vacation or asleep, because nothing, there was no response. And maybe he didn't think we would do it. Maybe he didn't think there was a resolve. But in my view, that was settled last Saturday in the Congress of the United States. But there was a feeling of satisfaction about the punishment inflicted, not on innocent civilians, but on strategic targets.
I do not believe there could be any doubt as to the outcome of armed conflict between the United States and Iraq. I've said many times, believed and do believe that the United States will prevail.
And we hope you regret your vote.
We hope that the outcome is swift and with the minimum of damage and loss of life, and we will join in full support of the men and women of our armed forces who are displaying such courage and skill.
In that congressional meeting, several theories were bandied about, according to Dole, for why Saddam Hussein did not strike back. Among them, that he was genuinely caught by surprise, that the high-tech weaponry achieved an even greater than hoped-for degree of success, or, in the words of a senior administration official here, the most likely scenario is that he is husbanding his resources for a fierce retaliation to come. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
And a long and nerve-wracking day is drawing to its close in Israel. Let's get a report now live from Richard Blystone in Jerusalem. Richard?
Reed, the lights of Jerusalem are twinkling outside the CNN office window down below here. Just as though nothing were happening unusual in the world at all. However, there is almost none of this city's usually robust traffic, and that is because the Israeli army has told all Israelis who ventured out earlier today, when things looked quiet and looked safe, to go on home. The reason for that, an army spokesman said, is that Israel believes that Saddam Hussein still has some mobile missiles based presumably somewhere around 300 to 325 miles east of here in western Iraq, and capable of hitting the Jewish state. The United States jets struck hard and early this morning in order to keep Iraq from any chance of drawing Israel into the conflict and possibly damaging the Gulf coalition. But the Israelis now say they believe there still is a threat, so people are at home with their gas masks handy, and if that's comfortable, I guess they're comfortable. We heard you earlier tell about a wire service report of 2 unidentified objects dropping into the sea near Tel Aviv. We've checked that out as best we could, and from all appearances, it would seem to be either a mistake or mischief. In the occupied territories, There is no choice at all about whether to go out. There is a curfew levied there. Earlier today, there was one of those strange things that happen in a place like this at a time like this. Immigrants coming in from two troubled areas of the world. Ethiopia, where which has been torn by war for years, and also from the Soviet Union, where things seem to be falling apart. Here they came and were shown how to use gas masks on as they're welcoming to Israel. You can imagine yourself being a child from the Soviet Union. You walk off that plane, and the first thing you see is a soldier with this strange-looking space contraption trying it on you. And so that's about the way it is here, Reed, tonight. It's relieved, but not relaxed. The danger seems to be diminished, but not past.
All right, thank you, Richard Blystone, live from Jerusalem, and CNN's coverage of what is now war in the Gulf will continue, so stay with us.
Now, how'd you like to make a bet? If you like going to where the action doesn't stop, to places like Las Vegas, the Caribbean, Atlantic City, I'll bet this Players Club card will save you big in your hotel rooms and air travel. And I'll bet this little card can get you a lower room rate at any of our participating hotels than you'll find in any newspaper ad. Oh, we'll pay the difference. I'm not talking about Hotel 5 and Dine. I'm talking places like Caesars, and the Sands in Atlantic City, the Flamingo Hilton, and right here at the New Riviera in Las Vegas. I'm talking up to 60% off your room. And not just weekdays and off-season. I'm talking prime time, all the time. You pay up to 50% less for the shows, and always 25% less for meals and drinks. It's a sure thing. See that couple? They're Players Club members. They eat at the best places, and when they dish out their Players Club card, they dish out a lot less for their dinner. 25% less. And you can bet on that. You'll get airfares guaranteed to be lower than any available scheduled fare. So if you like living it up in places like Las Vegas, Atlantic City, and the Caribbean, a tip from Telly. Start using your brains instead of your bucks, okay? You call Players Club now. The information free, and so's the call. Now, who gets you the lowest rates on hotel rooms? Who gets you the lowest rates on travel? Who gets you discounts on restaurants? Who gets you the best seats in the house? Who gets it for you? Players Club, baby. It's a sure thing.
Here's another sure thing. New members get 2 free nights in their choice of Las Vegas, Atlantic City, or Lucayan Beach, Bahamas when the club books their flights. Call toll-free right now. Get all the facts with no obligation. 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues. I'm Reed Collins in Washington.
And at CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Marianne Laughlin. The opening of the Allied assault to dislodge Iraq from Kuwait is a day of almost continuous air raids. U.S., British, French, Saudi, and Kuwaiti planes streaked into battle before dawn to slam bombs and rockets into Iraqi military targets. In Ankara, President Turgut Özal told CNN that his country will permit non-Turkish troops to launch strikes against Iraq from Turkish soil. Until now, Turkey, a member of NATO, has taken a purely defensive posture. On the streets of Baghdad, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein was shown greeting supporters. Iraqi TV says the tape was shot today, but that has not been confirmed independently. Police in New Delhi, India, are investigating a bomb explosion at an American Airlines office. They say Iraqi agents might have been involved. No injuries are reported in that blast. It came about 13 hours after the assault on Iraq was launched. The French news agency Agence France-Presse quotes police as saying they plan to raid districts where Iraqi students live. India was once a major arms supplier to Iraq. In Baghdad, the lines of communication to CNN reporters have been disrupted. And here is CNN's Al Hinman.
From Baghdad, the sound of censorship. The end of CNN's live coverage from Baghdad. Moments earlier,
we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship.
From the beginning, until Iraqi officials pulled the plug, CNN correspondents Bernie Shaw, John Holloman, and Peter Arnett watched Baghdad under fire.
This is Peter Arnett. We have heard this siren 5 times in the last 4 hours.
Prompting all the sirens, round after round of heavily armed Allied forces planes, fighters, and bombers. Allied military commanders, U.S., British, and Saudi Arabian, were pleased with the raid's early successes in more than 1,000 sorties.
Of all of the air sorties that went in, we are rating 80% of them as having been affected.
There were Allied losses. A U.S. Navy FA-18 Hornet fighter bomber, which did not make it back to its aircraft carrier. Its pilot is listed as missing. British commanders confirmed one of their planes went down when its engine caught on fire during the second wave of attacks. Britain's Prime Minister reminded his nation and the world that Iraq remains a powerful enemy.
The action is continuing. Attacks have been directed at Iraq's military capability, in particular airfields, aircraft, missile sites, nuclear facilities, chemical facilities, and other military targets. Reports so far received suggest they have been successful.
Major said that although Britain entered the war reluctantly, it was in to the finish. On the ground, Allied troops, along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. The Pentagon says no Allied ground clashes yet, but near the forward position, smoke from a Saudi oil facility hit by the Iraqis. From those squared off against each other, prayers. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein shown on Iraqi TV. And U.S. President George Bush leaving a special church service conducted by the Reverend Billy Graham.
I think it's fair to say there's a lot of prayer going on both here on the Capitol Hill and across this whole country.
We hope and pray, as I know does the President and all of our officials, that the loss of innocent civilian life will be at a minimum. We have
Al Hinman, CNN, reporting.
War, said the Prussian Clausewitz, is the extension of diplomacy. No, said somebody else, war is the failure of diplomacy. At any rate, the diplomats at the State Department are standing by and watching what is being wrought in the Middle East. And Candy Crowley now joins us live.
Reed, I'm not sure I can give you an answer to that question except to say that at least diplomacy is now on the back burner. Let me give you a little bit of history, at least very recent history, and take you back 24 hours about this time yesterday. That was when the State Department said, look, if there was some indication from Saddam Hussein that he was going to get out of Kuwait, we'd have to take that into consideration before we did anything. Then, of course, 7 o'clock Eastern time came last night, and the bombers were on their way. Today, there is a very different story at the State Department. Now, the only thing apparently that will satisfy the U.S. government is for Saddam Hussein to pull out of Kuwait. No phone calls of intent, no let's talk about this. He must turn around and leave Kuwait. So as a result of those bombers flying over Iraq and into Kuwait, everything has changed.
The pause for peace mandated by the United Nations Security Council Resolution 678 is over. Our objective is to achieve full Iraqi compliance with the United Nations Security Council resolutions. We had hoped to achieve that peacefully, but Saddam Hussein rejected the pause for peace and refused to recognize the Security Council resolutions. He rebuffed all peace envoys and categorically rejected any Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. As a result, we and our coalition partners are now using military force to ensure compliance with the resolutions. The international operation will continue until full compliance with the United Nations resolutions has been achieved.
Let me do a little bit of translation here. The pause of peace that was referred to by State Department spokeswoman Margaret Tutwiler is a reference to the 45-day grace period that Iraq was given by the UN to comply with the resolution that said get out of Kuwait. And as Margaret Tutwiler said, the time for the pause for peace is over. So from here, it looks as though the assault will continue until Iraq gets out of Kuwait. Candy Crowley reporting live from the State Department.
The mood around the White House has been cautious at this hour, but President Bush has said that thus far the operation is going forward with success. He had a meeting with bipartisan leaders of the Congress this morning and briefed them on the latest in the Middle East. During a photo opportunity with Congressman, he expressed his confidence in the U.S. troops and in their commanders.
I will not be commenting on the ups and downs. There will be some downs, or the trauma of the moment. There's a lot of trauma at the moment. But I think it is fair to say, and I will be repeating this to the leaders here, that we are pleased with the way things have gone so far. We are determined to finish what we've set out to do. But I just think, for procedural reasons, I'd like you all to know that I'm not going to be trying to do briefings from the White House on the details of the operations over there. I have full confidence in our Secretary of Defense and in our able Chairman of the Joint Chiefs and, of course, in our General Schwarzkopf. So for the future, though I will be in touch with the American people, I think it's better to leave the details of the operation to the briefings over there. And, of course, I'll be available for questions from time to time.
Later, the President, Mrs. Bush, and most of the cabinet attended a church service at Fort Myer in Virginia. The Reverend Billy Graham presided, telling the congregation, "I pray we will be on God's side." A quick survey of U.S. public opinion taken last night found huge interest in the war, of course, and strong support for President Bush. A CNN Gallup poll questioned people just after the president's speech of last night. 84% of this randomly selected sample of nearly 900 people said they saw or heard the speech. 86% of those said they were satisfied with Mr. Bush's explanation. 81% said they approved of the president's handling of the war. Only slightly fewer, 79%, said they approved of the decision to go to war. And 17% said they expect the fighting to last a few days, 39% said a matter of weeks, and 23% said several months. This poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3.5 percentage points. And here is a sample of more public opinion from Atlanta.
I can only speak for myself and my family, but I think it's just a feeling of very somber, gloomy type of thing. But I think, you know, most people feel that it's something that had to be done, and you have to do it the best way you can.
I think it was necessary. It's better to get it over as soon as possible. The tragic loss of life is always something we wonder about, but I think if we do it now and quickly, it'll be a better world.
All the initial reports have been really positive. Hope that's true. And I just like to see a little more support for our guys that are over there. I don't like to see people protesting because I don't think a lot of them understand a lot of the atrocities that Saddam Hussein's been committing. And I think they're not realizing what our freedom really means.
From all the initial reports, things have gone pretty well for our end of it. And wish President Bush the best, and that we can get this over with as quick as possible and get our troops back home with as small amount of loss as possible.
Stock prices skyrocketed following news of the Allied attack on Iraq. All the financial markets are, of course, keeping a close eye on developments in the Gulf. CNN's Jan Hopkins is as well at the New York Stock Exchange. She brings us the latest from there. Jan?
Thanks, Marianne. The buying has not let up on Wall Street today. As you said, stocks surged from the opening bell in very heavy trading. Stocks up as much as 100 points this morning. You're now looking at the activity on the trading floor at the moment. Now remember, this is the lunch hour, and this is usually a very slow time. But it looks like we could have the heaviest trading day today since October of 1989. Let's take a check at what the prices are doing right now. Right now, the Dow Industrials the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 90.84 at 2599.75. Now, oil prices are going in the opposite direction. Crude oil is down in New York trading, down $8.75 at $23.25. Unleaded gasoline prices are also collapsing in New York trading. Unleaded gas down 17 3/4 cents, selling at $64.50 a gallon. It's a very hectic day in the financial markets. I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
Jan, thank you. We'll come back and get further updates from there, and we'll have more of our coverage of the crisis in the Gulf, the war in the Gulf, after these words.
CompuServe is the world's largest network of people with personal computers. CompuServe can turn your computer into a limitless source of information and resources that will simplify your work and enrich your life. It combines the power of your computer with the convenience of your telephone to bring you hundreds of online services, like a reference library and international news wires. It helps you decide on investments, make airline reservations, and shop the electronic mall. It connects you with other computer owners and offers games against opponents around the country. Just call 1-800-522-4477 for more information, or to join CompuServe. Just call this number today and get a membership kit for only $39.95 with usage charges as low as 10 cents a minute. CompuServe, the only computer service with more than 500,000 members.
If this is your idea of a hot breakfast, think about this. In the time it takes to make coffee, you can make hot scrambled eggs, sizzling bacon, and crispy home fries. Swanson Great Starts Breakfast. A real breakfast in minutes.
Kids don't worry about cholesterol, fat, or tropical oils, so you have to. That's why Hostess created light Twinkies and cream-filled cupcakes. 94% fat-free with no cholesterol or tropical oils. The sweet snacks you can say yes to.
How do you recognize the mature cat?
He's the one with the dentures.
Oh, wrong.
The one in the rocker?
That's wrong.
The one with the barely noticeable toupee.
Oh, that's wrong. You can't always recognize the mature cat. His looks may not change, only his needs. Introducing new Cat Chow Mature brand, recommended for cats over 7. Less fat and calories, easy to chew, because cats' needs can change. They're just not always easy to recognize.
Pentagon has been cautiously pleased with what result it knows about the war in the Gulf thus far. With us now live is CNN's Gene Randall. Gene?
Reed, the Pentagon clearly feels its air war against Iraq is going well. By 9 this morning Eastern Time, more than 1,000 missions have been flown against targets in Iraq and Kuwait. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Colin Powell indicated the U.S.-led coalition was close to a major goal, control of Iraqi airspace.
I'm comfortable that we are able to achieve control of Iraqi airspace. That is not to say that the Iraqi Air Force has been totally destroyed at this time. Since I spoke to you last evening, I've had further reports that suggest they did come up. There were some air-to-air engagements. I'm not prepared to give you the results of those air-to-air engagements, except to say we have lost no aircraft as a result of those engagements. So the Iraqi Air Force is still out there, and we're going to work on them and their airfields.
We were also told that more than 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles have been used in the early stages of the opening attack. And I believe we have some pictures of one missile launch from the battleship Wisconsin in the Persian Gulf. Dramatic sight. Despite the enormous volume of air action initiated by the U.S. and 4 of its coalition allies, only 2 planes are reported lost. One a U.S. Navy FA-18 from the carrier Saratoga in the Red Sea, 1 man aboard, and a British fighter bomber with 2 crewmen aboard. And we are told American B-52 bombers are back in action, hitting Iraq's elite Republican Guard units in both Iraq and Kuwait. Said one Pentagon official today, the Republican Guards are going to have a very, very long day. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Defense Department.
And thank you, Gene Randall, for that live report from the Defense Department. And our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues in a moment.
It continues as we speak, Reed. As you know, we are juggling a lot of sources here, and our correspondents are reporting to us live from various parts around the globe. We want to take you back now to Saudi Arabia, where our correspondent Charles Jaco has got some new information from the press pool reports just in. Charles, what can you tell us?
Well, the newest press pool report we have was probably of the greatest interest to the men and women who have friends and family in the 1st U.S. Marine Division up near the Kuwaiti border. According to this pool report, the Marine troops, the U.S. Marine troops near the Kuwaiti border are, quote, sitting tight as the airstrikes go on, meaning, of course, there's been no U.S. Marine troop movement overland toward the Kuwaiti border. The U.S. Marines are apparently in place, not moving at this time, allowing the war to be taken forward by air. Meanwhile, in the last few minutes, a top Saudi Arabian source has confirmed to us that between 40 and 50 Iraqi battle tanks have indeed surrendered near the Saudi-Kuwaiti border to troops from Egypt. 40 to 50 tanks would be 180 to 220 men, plus their equipment surrendering to Egyptian forces up near the border. And in the past few minutes, a pair of British-made Tornado fighter bombers have roared off the tarmac just to the right of me over here. We're not sure if they were from the British or the Saudi Air Force, but flights of those Tornadoes from the British and Saudi Air Forces and F-15 fighter bombers from the Saudi and U.S. Air Forces have continued all day and into the evening, indicating that the air war against Kuwait and Iraq is still very much active. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, thank you. Let's return now to Reed Collins, who's standing by in Washington. Reed, it's yours.
Marianne, we understand that within the hour, perhaps 40 minutes from now, the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States is planning to hold a news conference. CNN, of course, will carry that live. Meanwhile, some of the sights and the sounds of the war in the Gulf.
What we're looking for now is what Saddam's going to do next, what type of reaction we're going to get. We're looking as deep into the battlefield as we can and assessing the threats as we continue to send the forces forward. And we're waiting now to see what's the next move.
I think everybody is still as hyped up and charged up as they were when the first airplanes got airborne.
They did not surprise us. The SAM, surface air missiles, did not surprise us. The aircraft did not surprise us. We didn't see any. We just saw the one plane that blew up that Captain Tate from the F-15s shot down.
When he blew up, I could see a piece of the airplane blowing up. Obviously, it was at night. I couldn't see if a parachute or anything like that. It was a huge fireball. I don't anticipate anybody getting out of that.
An awful lot of sand, and we saw very little. We saw some damage to one target, and the target that our flight hit was heavily damaged.
Did you know that you can send beautiful flowers like these anytime, anywhere to anyone by calling one phone number? The number is 1-800-FLOWERS because now more than 5,000 of America's finest florists have the same telephone number, 1-800-FLOWERS. All you need is a telephone and a major credit card. Just pick up the phone and call 1-800-FLOWERS. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, toll-free. 1-800-FLOWERS. We're America's florist.
Hold it! Snap out of it! Do I look like dinner for a guy like you? I'm a one-course meal. You want the whole kit and caboodle. It's a real dining experience. Come here. Look at all these shapes and 5 yummy flavors plus stuffing. Do you see any stuffing here?
Kit and Caboodle brand cat food. So many shapes and flavors it makes other meals seem downright mousy.
Huh, cats.
Critics are applauding Green Card as the perfect love story. It's a bouncy, refreshing comedy, proclaims Us Magazine. An irresistible romance rates sneak previews. And winner of 3 Golden Globe nominations, including Best Performance by an Actress, Best Performance by an Actor, and Best Motion Picture, Comedy or Musical. Don't miss the most irresistible romantic comedy of the year. Green Card, from the director of Dead Poets Society, rated PG-13. Now in select cities, starts tomorrow everywhere.
All right, how many this time? 8 cavities. 14 cavities? I didn't think I had that many teeth. You're gonna have to drill? My parents will be very upset.
Parents today hope their kids won't have to go through what they went through. Luckily, today's kids use the toothpaste more dentists recommend, Crest. The first toothpaste clinically shown to give you protection down to the root of the tooth.
Another great checkup. Yes! Woo, woo, woo. Later, dude.
Crest, the dentist's choice, is the easy choice.
It's been fun.
The airstrikes against Iraq drew mixed responses from U.S. newspapers today. Most agree force could not be avoided, but some urge a restraint in military action. Here's a sampling from various editorial pages. From the Wall Street Journal to the many people in the world who still look to the United States for leadership, it is reassuring to have been witness these past months to a president who has the political skills to achieve serious goals. The Los Angeles Times says, at this writing, the world has largely given up on the man from Baghdad. Is he still sane? Does he understand what is at stake? If so, there is still time to stop it. Wednesday night saw a massive demonstration of U.S. and British air might. Why invite more? From the New York Times, the use of force could not finally be avoided, but the use of too much force can be. A prudent regard for America's long-term interests in the Arab world counsels careful targeting and measured strikes. Those are just a few of the comments on editorial pages of U.S. newspapers this day.
The British forces in the Gulf report they lost a Tornado or Tornado bomber in the raids against Iraq. British defense officials say the bomber's 2-man crew, though, apparently bailed out over Iraq or Kuwait after reporting an engine fire. It is not clear if the Tornado bomber was hit by enemy fire or simply had trouble. Reports say Allied forces have been trying to get to the British crew before the Iraqis do. Britain's Prime Minister John Major told the House of Commons that Saddam Hussein is to blame for the Allied attacks upon his people.
It is only with the greatest reluctance that we have come to the point of using force as authorized by the Security Council. We did so only after peaceful means had failed and Saddam Hussein's intransigence left us no other course. We have no quarrel with the people of Iraq. We hope very much for a speedy end to hostilities. That will come about when Saddam Hussein withdraws totally and withdraws unconditionally from Kuwait. Our military action will continue until he comes to his senses and does so.
The British say they have flown hundreds of successful sorties over Iraq, and they're planning to fly many more in the days to come. Israelis are confined indoors, warned they still face the threat of a possible chemical attack or otherwise. The Army says Iraq's ground-to-ground missiles still pose a threat despite the raids on Baghdad and in western Iraq. Israeli officials welcomed the attack on Iraq, but with some caution.
My first thought was relief that the threat to Israel, the threat to my country, to my people, has been, if not removed, significantly reduced. And no, I was not thinking about my own personal history at that point, very frankly. I was thinking about the fact that we have had here moments of anxiety, and that in any war, one doesn't know in this country when you face the brink of disaster. We have fashioned here a capacity to defend ourselves against tremendous odds, and perhaps the world now understands what we've been facing.
Iraq Saddam Hussein, you know, had threatened he would attack Israel first in the event of a Gulf war.
CNN's Rick Salinger has talked with pilots returning from missions against Iraqi positions. Here's his report now from Saudi Arabia.
These are some of the planes that bombed Iraq. They belong to the Air Force of Saudi Arabia.
We know that we are fighting for something we believe in it.
So I'm grateful and proud that
all our air forces and land forces, and they did a good job.
Saudi and Kuwaiti planes joined the U.S., Britain, and France in the air attack. The pilots said they were amazed at the lack of Iraqi resistance.
It looks like massive air attack was going on. I mean, they were coming in and going on, all friendly forces.
They used F-15 fighters and British Tornadoes to carry out their warfare. Their role wasn't always certain. There was concern if Iraq succeeded in attacking Israel, the Arab nations would pull out of the multinational coalition. But that scenario did not emerge. What did was one that pitted Arab nations against each other. The Saudi pilots pray to Allah before they begin each mission. They say God is on their side. So too does Saddam Hussein.
I hate everybody who cause problem to others. He shouldn't attack Kuwait, or shouldn't killing people for nothing.
We do what we have to do, regardless whether it's Arab or other.
Their job, they insist, is twofold: to teach Saddam Hussein a lesson and to free Kuwait. Rick Salinger, CNN, in eastern Saudi Arabia.
The Allied forces in the Gulf War are making moves to consolidate their command structure. Today, the Netherlands and Italy joined France in agreeing to place their forces under U.S. military command. Meanwhile, the European foreign and defense ministers reviewed the course of the new war during a meeting in Paris. European community foreign ministers planned an additional emergency session later. The community already has expressed deep regret that war has erupted in the Gulf. The members urged Iraq to withdraw from Kuwait promptly to avoid new victims and greater destruction.
And we'll continue our live coverage of the war in the Gulf in a moment.
If you think Architectural Digest is only for architects, take another look. Architectural Digest covers the entire spectrum of fine design. Take inspiration from our pages, then put it to work with our exclusive insider's advice on where to shop and how to buy. If you think Architectural Digest is an investment to be saved and savored again and again, then you are right. Each spectacular issue brings you the very best in interior design, art, antiques, and travel. Call now, and you'll find the investment is smarter than ever with 12 fabulous issues for just $29.95. As part of this offer, you'll receive this special bonus, Celebrity Homes Revisited, your free gift as a new subscriber. Call toll-free 800-257-1257 for Architectural Digest. That's 800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
The military thunder and lightning of Operation Desert Storm unleashed full air power today on Iraqi installations. Bombs and rockets pounded targets in Iraq and Kuwait, punctuating UN resolutions demanding that Iraq end its occupation. The attack occurred at a time of no moonlight, prime hours for U.S. aircraft equipped with night flying capability. The raids and weapons launched from carriers at sea and bases in the desert are designed to cut off Iraq's communication between command headquarters and battlefield forces. They're also designed to knock out Iraq's chemical weapons and nuclear facilities. The raid included the launch of Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from the battleships Wisconsin and Missouri. Iraqi television showed footage today of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein talking to supporters. The television says the pictures were shot today, but that has not been independently confirmed. And CNN's live coverage from Baghdad has been disrupted. Communication lines are cut. The Middle East News Agency reports 50 Iraqi tanks carrying 190 officers and soldiers have surrendered today to Egyptian forces in Saudi Arabia. One top Saudi source has given a similar report to U.S. pool reporters there. In Washington, the military leadership briefed reporters after the assault began.
I think it's very, very important for people to remember a number of key things. That this is a very serious business, that we are in the very early stages of an operation that may run for a considerable period of time. That there have been casualties, and there are likely to be more casualties. So while we feel very good about the progress to date, it is important, I think, for everyone to be careful about claiming victory or making assumptions about the ultimate cost of this operation in terms of casualties.
I'm comfortable that we are able to achieve control of Iraqi airspace. That is not to say that the Iraqi Air Force has been totally destroyed at this time. Since I spoke to you last evening, I've had further reports that suggest they did come up. There were some air-to-air engagements. I'm not prepared to give you the results of those air-to-air engagements, except to say we have lost no aircraft as a result of those engagements. So the Iraqi Air Force is still out there, and we're going to work on them and their airfields.
And at the United Nations, Secretary General Javier Perez de Cuellar says any prospect for peace in the Gulf depends on Iraq. The UN chief says he sees no opening for diplomacy right now.
San Francisco has been one of the centers of dissent over the recent activities in the Gulf, and now especially the coming of the war. CNN's Don Knapp reports.
This effort here at the Federal Building in San Francisco has been going on since about 6 o'clock this morning, following the efforts in San Francisco last night of demonstrators who expressed their anger, which they did by burning a patrol car, damaging several police cars, and running through the city. This morning, they have been trying to shut down the Federal Building effectively by forcing employees or by preventing employees from coming into the building. The U.S. Marshals have said, of course, that they can come into the building, that employees would be escorted in, but in fact, that hasn't happened. The demonstrators, as you can see here, have formed sort of a human wall around the building and have prevented employees from coming to work today. Not long ago, just to the west of here, a block full of demonstrators on the street. Police got on both sides of that group of demonstrators, began to take a proactive stance, moved in on them, and called the situation an unlawful assembly. Shortly after they told the demonstrators it was an unlawful assembly, they said they would arrest them if they didn't get out of the street. They then moved in and did arrest them. In fact, there were several media people caught between the lines of police officers. Eventually, they were allowed out to report what had happened. It has been, as we said, an angry demonstration, although not as violent as what happened last night. We talked a little while ago with one of the demonstration organizers, a member of the Pledge of Resistance, David Raymond.
We are here today to block this federal building from functioning. We did so on Tuesday before the war began. People are extremely angry. A lot of people here have relatives and friends in the Gulf.
As we said, others, employees are not getting into the Federal Building today. Effectively, they have shut it down, at least for now. Reporting live, Don Knapp, CNN, San Francisco.
Don, thank you. Let's quickly go to the New York Stock Exchange for the latest financial news from Jan Hopkins. Jan?
Thanks, Marianne. It has been a wild day on the world's financial markets. Here on Wall Street, stocks have been sharply higher all day. Early on, the Dow Industrial shot up close to 100 points. Right now, the Dow Industrial Average is up 90.34 at a level of 2599.5. Volume is very heavy, 225 million shares changing hands so far today. The broader and secondary market averages are all sharply higher as well. Crude oil prices have been plunging all day. Light sweet crude in New York fell $7.50 in the opening minutes, forcing the New York Mercantile Exchange to temporarily halt oil trading. Trading resumed an hour later and prices headed lower. Right now, the benchmark U.S. crude down to $8.75, selling at $23.25 a barrel. The decline in oil is giving a strong boost to bonds. The bellwether 30-year Treasury bond up 2 4/32, and that yield down to 8.20%. That's the latest in business news. We'll keep you updated as it's warranted. Now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 91.5 points, I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you, Jan. And our coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Next time you're dining out, we invite you to try something startling. Something that won't cost a thing. Just pick up a packet of Equal. There, the blue one, and taste. We think you'll be so surprised by the great taste of the one with NutraSweet. You'll want to buy a box of Equal for the next time you're dining in.
It's happening. Something special's making your mailbox a bonus these days. It's the Brand Book, and it's filled with money-saving coupons on products for the whole family. Here are just a few. Golden Grahams with that irresistible honey graham crunch. You're not just good, you're golden. Get great-tasting cold season relief with Luden's and Luden's Helps. And Minute Rice, always light and fluffy, the perfect recipe rice. Use the Brand Book, the bonus in your mailbox.
If for years you've been itching to get relief from the discomfort of a dry nose, here's some good news. Nasal. It's not a decongestant. Nasal's a gentle moisturizing spray that soothes away dryness. So gentle that you can use Nasal as often as you like. So the next time your dry nose needs soothing relief, try Nasal moisturizing spray. It's what every dry nose has been itching for.
Because of high cholesterol, 1 out of 4 adults is gambling with heart disease. You can leave it to chance or do something about it with a diet including Fleischmann's margarine. 0 cholesterol, low saturated fat. Fleischmann's, because your heart is in your hands.
A lot of you insist on eating wheat thins and oat thins because they taste good. But the whole idea behind these crackers is that you can eat them without feeling guilty. That's why they're baked, not fried. I mean, eat them because they're delicious, and you miss the whole point.
If you have been following our coverage here on CNN on the war in the Gulf, you know that news out of Baghdad, news out of Kuwait is very difficult to come by. CNN's own line out of Baghdad has been shut down, and we've been trying to get more information from those two nations for you. With us on the phone right now from Kuwait City, inside Kuwait, is Ali Salem. And sir, thank you for joining us on CNN. Can you tell us what the situation is in Kuwait City this hour?
Well, it's calm in the city, but we've been hearing large explosions to the north of us from the sea, coming from the sea and coming from the north of Kuwait. There's a town called Jahra. They've been hearing large explosions since 5 o'clock this afternoon, and it seems to be continuous air raids to the north of them, which is that it's a small plateau that extends from Jahra all the way to Basra. Seems to be a continuous bombardment by air in that area since 5 o'clock this afternoon.
And it is about 9:40 p.m. now in Kuwait City?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us where you are, sir? Are you at your home? Are you at your place of business?
No. Yes, I'm in a home in the suburbs of Kuwait. And the city is calm. There's sometimes every once in a while there's intermittent machine guns in the streets, and there's some confrontation between the Kuwaiti underground and the Iraqi army, but on a very small scale in some areas of the city itself. But it's it's calm as such, except for those huge explosions we're hearing from the north and coming from the sea.
Have you seen any damage in Kuwait City itself?
No, we haven't got any damage in Kuwait City, and we haven't got any bombardment of the Kuwait City. But we've got, since morning, we had 3 attacks, air attacks on an area near the airport where there's a big Kuwaiti army camp that that is used by the Iraqi now, and in that area there's also a military hospital. And according to some eyewitness from the hospitals inside Kuwait City, that some injured had been moved into those hospitals, but not in large. They could, there's score of injuries, not in the hundreds, in the tens, 20 or 30. But they assume that all the injured Iraqis had been taken to that military hospital in that camp in the southern part of Kuwait City.
We have heard, Mr. Salam, some reports.
One in the morning, one in the afternoon.
Okay, sir, would you repeat that? I'm sorry, we didn't hear you clearly.
Yes, we got, there was you know, it began at 3 o'clock in the morning. There was firing in the city itself, but it's mainly tracer bullets that have a red light at the end of them, and there was no explosions. But at about 9 o'clock, we heard some aircraft noise in the south of Kuwait City, raiding that area near the military hospital. We had explosion for about 10 minutes, and then it disappeared. And then later, about 11 o'clock, there was a raid on a camp called G1. It's near the city proper, and it's also a huge camp. There was about 2 explosions, and some aircraft noises were heard in that area. And then later, about 5 o'clock, that military hospital area was also bombed for about 20 minutes. And since then, we had, nobody confirmed any raids, but it seems that the Iraqi short guns in the Salmiya area, which is the horn of the Gulf of Kuwait, seems to be bombing the sea. Nobody can see anything in the sea, but I don't know, is it that they're afraid of something or they see something? We can't tell.
Mr. Salem?
Excuse me?
We have had a number of reports about a varying number of Iraqi troops surrendering. Have you seen anything to that effect, or have you heard that yourself?
No, I haven't seen anything, but I have an eyewitness that said that they have about 15 in the town of Jahra, and they have about 10 in an area of Kuwait that had surrendered, and they're keeping them in a safe house. A friend of mine told me that, so I have to take his word on it. I haven't seen it.
Obviously, sir, your telephones are operating. How about power in Kuwait City? Do you have electricity? Do you have running water?
Yes, we have electricity, except in that Salmiya area, which I told you, the horn of, it's like the small horn of in the Gulf. And it doesn't have electricity. It went off for a while, and then it went back again. But the area that had gunfire between the underground and the Iraqi troops, they had the electricity went for a quarter of an hour, and they had a machine gun battle going around in that area, and then the electricity went on. And they said there's casualty in the street, but it seems everything is calm and safe for civilians.
Mr. Salem, you would feel safe on the streets right now? You would not be afraid of encountering one of those conflicts? No. Is there, how much resistance is going on in the streets? How much fighting in the streets?
There's no fighting in the street, except for that isolated incident. And then there's 2 cases that I've heard about where 2 checkpoints were attacked. But it's isolated incidents, and it seems that everybody is keeping calm because we don't know exactly what's happening. It looks like, everybody is expecting something, and we're waiting for it.
How are you getting your information, sir? How are you finding out what goes...
Telephones are working, and everybody's contacting each other in different areas and trying to collect information.
All right.
There's unconfirmed information that Ahmadi area had been bombed, and that the governorate of Ahmadi had been demolished, and that the hospital had been hit. We just got it about half an hour ago. We haven't confirmed it yet, but. We're trying to get somebody, eyewitness to confirm that incident.
We will also try to get more information on that. Before we conclude our conversation, Mr. Salem, are you aware of any Westerners who are still in Kuwait, any Americans, any Europeans?
Yes, there's a guy that said that he's in contact with about 10 Americans in the city, and he didn't leave. He's a Vietnam veteran, and he seems to enjoy it. He said that he wants to see the end of it since he saw the beginning of it.
Those Americans are in hiding still?
No. The last time I saw him was 1 week ago. He had, he moved from his house to another house, and he goes around without any problem. I think he has fake IDs, one of the European countries' fake IDs, a Swedish ID.
And Mr. Salem, you have everything you need where you are? There is enough food? There are supplies?
Yes, there's no problem for the next couple of days. I mean, everything is, everybody is well stocked, and food is plenty, water is plenty, you know, everybody is anticipating things to happen, and he's waiting and to see what's going to happen.
We shall wait with you, Mr. Salam. Ali Salam calling us on our line from Kuwait City, in Kuwait, where the streets are this hour quiet. Reed?
Well, families at Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia are on pins and needles today, waiting word of the fate of their loved ones in that Gulf War. CNN's Tom Monteer's in Hampton, and with him is Janet Doucette, who we understand caught a glimpse of her husband on CNN today. Tom?
Most definitely, Reed. You know, the families here had a meeting this morning at 10 o'clock where they were given some information by the Air Force. They called them all together so that they could pass out some of the information. But with the high technology of today, sometimes the information comes a little faster than it does even through the military. Sometimes you sit at home in your living room, as we are right now with Jeanette Doucette. And Jeanette, you were able to see your husband, Captain John Doucette, who flies an F-15 from the 27th Tactical Fighter Squadron, who has been in Saudi Arabia for some time now. And we have that videotape right now of John Doucette, and we're going to play it again and let Mrs. Doucette hear it one more time.
You sit there and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking out a little bit better. So it kind of brings you back into reality real quick. It truly wasn't until I was back down on the ground. The mission isn't over until it's over. And until you come back down on the ground and you go through your debrief, the mission is still going on. So until you get your feet back firmly on the ground, that's the point when you can go, okay, I'm done. But on this particular mission, there was no lack of adrenaline. There was no lack of impetus to make it all work out right and get back home. I don't think I'll ever become comfortable with the feeling of the fact that, you know, there's a possibility of, you know, endangering one's life. But this particular mission, I did not, I repeat, did not run out of adrenaline. I was gung-ho the whole way.
Any regrets? Any second thoughts?
I'm back on the ground. I've got no regrets. It went perfect.
Are you looking forward to doing it again?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. John Doucette says he wants to go back and do it again. Absolutely. Does that describe your husband?
Yes, he I don't know, he's really excited about doing this. He feels really privileged to be over there to fight for this cause, and I'm super proud of him and doing my best here to keep things, you know, running and smoothly, and so he doesn't have to worry about us. And yeah, he's just, I know he's real excited about this. When he left, God, 5 months ago, he was really sad to leave, but I could see in his eyes just this excitement of doing what he's been training to for so long. He's like, you know, finally I can show that I can do it, you know, and perform.
Did it feel a little strange to be sitting there watching television to see your husband being interviewed in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, it was. I didn't expect it at all. I had gotten word earlier in the evening that they were okay, and so I kind of like knew that he was all right. But then when I saw him on television, it just, you know, this incredible feeling inside, it was like, he really is all right. I could see him, you know, and he looked great. He really looked super.
You're active in the family support group here on the base.
Mm-hmm.
How are the other wives doing?
Holding out very well. We're a really tight-knit group, and we support one another and pass information back and forth, and we're constantly on the phone, especially the last day, you know, and I feel like I'm part of a family, you know, and not only for the wives, but the guys over there. I feel like they're all my brothers, and I'm praying for each and every one of them as well as my own husband.
If right now you could look into that lens and send a message to John Doucette in Saudi Arabia, go ahead.
Say I love you. I'm so proud of you, and I hope you come home safe, and as soon as they can send you home, and that's about it.
Okay. Jeanette, thank you very much.
Thank
Jeanette Doucette. Her husband is in Saudi Arabia and described for the world what it was like to fly over Baghdad on his mission in his F-15. I'm Tom Monteer, CNN, reporting live from Langley Air Force Base in Hampton, Virginia.
And this reminder, the ambassador from Kuwait to the United States is planning to hold a press conference very shortly, within the next hour, we believe. CNN will carry that live, and our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues.
This man is a dentist, so we can't show you his face on television. Morning, Rob. But the fact that he's brushing his teeth may prompt you to ask, what brand of toothbrush do dentists use? Okay, Rob, show us. Oral-B. Used by more dentists than any other brand of toothbrush. Oral-B. The toothbrush more dentists use.
A woman who's never done a dishonest thing in her life finds herself falling into a love affair with a musician.
It's a little vague, Alice. Who's the woman? Who's the man? Who's the poor husband? What makes it interesting? Is it lurid? Is it sexual? Perverse? Where does it go?
Where am I going?
Alice, written and directed by Woody Allen, rated PG-13. Now playing in select cities, starts January 25th at theaters near you.
For those of you who have been reluctant to wear a hearing aid, Miracle Ear has more great news. If you have trouble hearing in noisy situations, the exciting Miracle Ear Clarifier may be your answer. The Clarifier features a special filter that automatically reduces background noise.
In a restaurant situation, it picks up the noises I want to hear, but the other noises are just moved off into the background.
If you or someone you know thinks they may be suffering from hearing loss, call Miracle Ear at this number and receive helpful information.
It really makes a lot of difference in your way of hearing and in your way of life.
Call this number. Miracle Ear will send you a booklet on better hearing, plus a coupon for a free hearing test. Call today. Learn about all the good news from Miracle Ear.
A lot of people don't even know you got it, especially the one I got, the design that I got.
Call this number. Find out if Miracle Ear can help you.
The White House has just completed its longest, perhaps most definitive briefing of the war in the Gulf. CNN's Frank Sesno now joins us live to tell us what they're saying. Frank.
Well, Reed, first and foremost, I would say two things. The bottom line message here out of the White House today is that this in Operation Desert Storm should not be taken for granted, should not be perceived as being too easy or too quick. And secondly, the White House now says that if Saddam Hussein wants to stop this thing, it's very easy for him to do. All he has to do is surrender. A new word brought into this equation and into this conflict. It's not simply Saddam Hussein signaling some interest in leaving. No pause here in this operation. It's onward to completion of the mission. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater offered a short statement at the top of the briefing, Reed, where he described Operation Desert Storm as a military operation of unprecedented size and complexity, very much an ongoing operation that will continue until the UN resolutions are implemented. He described the president as very heartened by the early Pentagon reports of low coalition casualties, but he said there is tough work ahead before the work is done. I quoted President Bush as saying the initial reports of losses and the accomplishments of the coalition are good, but we need to keep this in perspective. No one should suggest that this operation will be, in Fitzwater's words, quoting the president, will be short or easy. With the beginning of Operation Desert Storm, Fitzwater says, the U.S. embassies had instructed the governments or informed governments around the world that this was proceeding. So a pretty hard line, tough line coming from the White House, not particularly surprising, however, Reed.
Does the White House seem to convey the impression to you that it fears the nation's euphoria may be outdistancing the reality of the situation and they're trying to put the brakes on?
Well, there's a combination of mystery and concern. Mystery as to why there was not fiercer resistance by Saddam Hussein. Most likely, says a senior administration official here, is that Saddam Hussein is saving some of his tougher weapons for later on in this battle. And that's where the concern comes in, the concern that the battle will get longer, will be protracted, and will be costlier as time goes on. And so Fitzwater said the following, and I'm quoting, we won't be trying to give deadlines, dates, or durations because no one knows. It's a long way from over.
Frank, we haven't had, since the origination of our briefings, a casualty report on the action that has taken place all during the daylight hours today. Is there any indication that perhaps it's been hotter and heavier in daylight time than we know now?
Absolutely no information given, Reed, here on any of the operational details.
on what casualties may be, on whether it's hot and heavy, where it may be, or also on these other reports we've heard of possible defections among the ranks. The interesting thing, though, is that that is clearly what the administration is looking for. Nor would Fitzwater say, for example, whether a ground assault is imminent or part of the plan. He did say this is going to be an incremental implementation of a plan that has been put together in totality, as we heard from the Pentagon earlier today.
Turkey's President Özal told CNN that, and in fact it turned out to be the case, that he got his parliament to okay the use of U.S. planes that have been on his bases now for some time to make forays into Iraq. That must be greeted at the White House with pleasure.
No specific response to that, Reed. In fact, when we asked Marlin Fitzwater as he was leaving whether the president has talked to Özal, he didn't even want to comment on that. But yes, the White House would be pleased by that sort of thing. It's the administration has wanted that second front, if it's available, at least to launch planes from Turkish soil.
Like Frank Sesno, live from the White House with a lengthy briefing report on a briefing that the White House press corps has just been given. The war in the Gulf coverage of CNN will continue. I'm Reed Collins in Washington.
And I'm Marianne Laughlin from CNN Center in Atlanta. We remind you to stay with CNN as our coverage continues, including in the next hour, we expect to hear from the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States.
Let me just insert something here as we continue to watch this full video from Saudi Arabia, some of the F-15s.
The flash poll shows that President Bush has overwhelming support.
Tuesday, we had heard prior to the beginning of Operation Desert Storm that probably the cruise missiles would be used first.
That's it. Yeah, retired Air Force
Later, in the midst of the chaos of the
Iraq War was nothing but maybe a limited ground support, some airlift, reconnaissance. It wasn't really an air war. He saw for the first time what an air war can do if it's properly laid on. And so did some of us, I might add, because this is one of the
4-hour pause during which time some diplomatic initiative was allowed to take hold. In other words,
Are you still living with this nightmare? Over 1 million motorists have said never again. They've switched to Triple Edge, and the difference is amazing.
This is the first set of wipers that really work for my car. Triple Edge has made my driving easier and safer.
Triple Edge is the world's first high-tech windshield wiper. It clears, it cleans, it wipes dry, all in a single pass. But that's not all. Triple Edge wipers are not made of rubber. They won't tear, dry rot, or freeze to your windshield. Triple Edge is made from DuPont Nordell, the same material used in 50,000-mile radial tires. It's so strong, we guarantee these wipers for as long as you own your car. If they ever fail, we'll replace them free.
Triple Edge wipers are absolutely great. It's been raining for 2 weeks straight, and I almost enjoy driving in it.
Triple Edge gives you visibility through the heaviest downpour. It whisks away snow and ice. Even mud is no match for Triple Edge. State troopers, ambulances, and taxi cabs are now using these incredible wipers. Shouldn't you?
The day after I got my Triple Edge wipers, we had a big snowstorm with blowing sleet and wind. Everybody had trouble seeing except me. My visibility was beautiful.
Join the satisfied million who have switched to Triple Edge. No noise, no streaking, no smearing, no tearing. They're custom fit to install in seconds on your car, van, or truck. Triple Edge wipers are only $19.95 a pair, guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Order yours now. They're the last windshield wipers you'll ever buy.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or send $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Triple Edge Wipers, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. Please include your car or car's make, model, and year for correct sizing. Use your credit card and call now 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
We continue now our coverage of the war in the Gulf. We're going to Washington for a news conference with the Kuwaiti ambassador.
Military course of action was forced upon us by the irresponsible policies of the Iraqi dictator. All diplomatic means to end the crisis have been tirelessly pursued and have subsequently failed because of the aggressors' intransigence and contempt of the international community and all its principles. Saddam continued in his insane insistence on occupying and brutalizing Kuwait and her people. Therefore, the use of force on the part of the coalition participating in Operation Desert Shield comes after the expiration of the deadline for Iraq's compliance with international will, as specified by the United Nations Security Council Resolution 678. As the liberation of Kuwait begins, the Kuwaiti Air Force participates today in conjunction with the air forces of the coalition partners led by the United States of America, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the United Kingdom in an air campaign at neutralizing strategic and military targets in Iraq and in Kuwait. The final objective of this strategy is the full implementation of the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. The current military operation, Operation Desert Storm, will hopefully liberate Kuwait in the most expeditious way possible with the minimum number of casualties and physical destruction. Finally, we pray for the safe return of all the brave men and women involved in this noble cause. I also have an update here on the status of the military operation. In addition to the statement issued, I would add that we have been monitoring Operation Desert Storm very closely in the past 2 days. Thus far, I report to you that one of our A4 Skyhawk aircraft has not returned to its base. The pilot has ejected near the Saudi-Kuwaiti border as a result of anti-aircraft shelling. Rescue operations are now underway. We will, of course, keep you updated as the situation develops. Also, there are reports of Iraqi defections in Kuwait, but I hasten to add that the numbers are so far not yet unconfirmed. To conclude this, let me say, on behalf of my people and on behalf of my government, we are deeply grateful to all our brothers, allies, and friends, led by the United States of America and our brothers in Saudi Arabia, in coming to our assistance to liberate Kuwait. We hope this will conclude swiftly and decisively. I shall now take your questions.
What are you hearing from inside Kuwait about the damage had with these people or possible retaliation by Iraq and Kuwait?
The sketchy reports we're getting now are very, very sketchy, and there is a lot of defection, a lot of casualties by the Iraqi forces, and we are continuing to monitor by our private channels with Kuwait as to the situation inside.
There were some earlier reports from Kuwait Radio Kuwait, that there was some ground action. Do you know anything about that in Kuwait, inside Kuwait City?
We have no confirmation of these reports yet.
Are the Emir and the al-Salah family fully committed to greater democracy in the new Kuwait? We've heard from some young Kuwaitis that they're doubtful about it.
Well, we are addressing ourselves now to a much more important fact, which is the military operation that are taking place. I will have the chance to respond to your question maybe at a later date when things are quieter.
Supporting Minister is put on the air saying that the hope to return to Kuwait within 10 days. What is your estimate when Kuwait will return to Kuwait?
I have no information on that report, and I cannot confirm it. The lady... I said we don't really have specific numbers, but there are a large number of defections inside Kuwait, and casualties by Iraqis, incurred by Iraqis in the military operations. Well, we have fully operational 2 squadrons of A4 Skyhawks, and they are fully piloted by our boys.
You mentioned defections within Kuwait. There were reports earlier that there had been defections. Tank commanders, maybe it's been 50 tanks turned over in Saudi Arabia. Do you have any information on that?
I believe that report came from Egypt, and I have no confirmation of this myself, no.
You mentioned Iraqi casualties in Kuwait. Do you know anything about Kuwaiti citizens in Kuwait right now?
I believe the casualties were as a result of the military operation on military targets inside Kuwait. So as far as the well-being of the civilians inside Kuwait, we do not really yet know of any casualties.
Do you feel that Saddam Hussein must be militarily crushed, or would you accept a simple surrender at the beginning as well?
Well, if he wishes to surrender, the time is now to surrender. If he wishes to continue, I believe he will be militarily crushed.
Could you tell me a little bit about the Kuwaiti recovery program? I know there's a lot about shooting down one case that says government people getting organized. What's your involvement in this?
Well, we have been preparing for the last over 2 months a lengthy and a massive planning program for the reconstruction of Kuwait, and we are in the process now of implementation of this program. Yes, sir.
Would you like to see them, once the conflict is over, would you anticipate and would you like to see the multinational force continue on a long-term basis in the region?
Well, we are taking things step by step now, and the priorities are there, and when we get to that stage, we will have the chance to discuss it and find kind of a security arrangement for the area.
In Kuwait, there is Saddam next door to it. Something you say that?
Well, let's wait and see.
You mentioned that there have been some defections within Kuwait. Who are these people defecting to?
They're defecting to the Kuwaiti resistance inside Kuwait.
Speak a little bit to the issue of resistance
Well, I wish to elaborate more on this, but I'm giving you the information I'm getting firsthand from Kuwait. And as I said, that I promise that we will have updates as the days go on in this operation.
Did the world overestimate Saddam's military capability?
I believe that the world, number one, overestimated Saddam's military capability. And number two, the world also overestimated the loyalty of the Iraqi military to their leaders. And I think we're seeing that our pilots are reporting that they are not encountering any significant resistance during their sorties inside Kuwait. So we can see that the Iraqi forces are not actually pleased with what they did in invading Kuwait, and now they are somehow relieved that they have been attacked by the multinational forces and have a chance now to defect. Well, that concludes it, and I promise I will be in touch with you to keep you briefed. Well, the Allied forces are concentrating on the military gatherings of Iraqi forces inside Kuwait and on the borders of Kuwait in the north and in the west. And they are neutralizing those military concentrations. Nothing has been yet, no target has been inside Kuwait City.
Would you describe your current mood as confident, concerned, cautious?
Confident and concerned, I believe, would be the proper description of our mood. We are concerned with the life of all the people who are involved in this operation, and we hope to see the minimal number of casualties. And we hope to see a decisive end to this whole military operation.
Are you worried that perhaps outsiders are getting overly confident that this is going to be too easy because of the way the conflict has gone so far?
I don't believe there is overconfidence. As I said, that we are cautious because this is an ongoing military operation that will take time, and we have to wait and see until the next couple of days how things turn to be. Well, thank you very much for coming to this conference, and I hope to see you soon to update you on all the information that we have. Thank you.
The Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States wrapping up a news conference saying that he is confident and concerned. We have this report in from Reuters Wire Services. Iraq still plans to attack Israel, it says, and has not done so yet for strategic reasons. Belgian radio quotes the Iraqi ambassador to Belgium saying that today, he said the attack on Israel is coming, the decision has been taken, the timing is of course secret. That report attributed to Reuters Wire Services. Ralph?
We have a first-hand report of the situation in Kuwait City now. It's from a Mr. Ali Salem. He said there had been numerous explosions, but he saw no damage to the city. Mr. Salem had unconfirmed reports of attacks on 2 Iraqi checkpoints in the city and 2 small groups of Iraqi soldiers surrendering. Again, these are unconfirmed reports. He spoke with CNN's Marianne Laughlin.
Yes, I'm in a home in the suburbs of Kuwait. And the city is calm. There's sometimes every once in a while there's intermittent machine guns in the streets, and there's some confrontation between the Kuwaiti underground and the Iraqi army, but on a very small scale in some areas of the city itself. But it's it's calm as such, except for those huge explosions we're hearing from the north and coming from the sea. No, we haven't got any damage in Kuwait City, and we haven't got any bombardment of the Kuwait City. But we've got, since morning, we had 3 attacks, air attacks on an area near the airport where there's a big Kuwaiti army camp that had been, that is used by the Iraqi now, and it has in that area there's also a military hospital. And according to some eyewitness from the hospitals inside Kuwait City, that some injured had been moved into those hospitals, but not in large. There could, there's score of injuries, not in the hundreds, in the tens, 20 or 30. But they assumed that all the injured Iraqis had been taken to that military hospital in that camp in the southern part of Kuwait City. Yes, we got. There was, it began at 3 o'clock in the morning. There was firing in the city itself, but it's mainly tracer bullets that have a red light at the end of them, and there was no explosions. But at about 9 o'clock, we heard some aircraft noise in the south of Kuwait City, raiding that area near the military hospital. We heard explosions for about 10 minutes, and then it disappeared. And then later, about 11 o'clock, there was a raid on a camp called G1. It's near the city proper, and it's also a huge camp. There was about 2 explosions, and some aircraft noises were heard in that area. And then later, about 5 o'clock, that military hospital area was also bombed for about 20 minutes.
Again, that was a citizen of Kuwait City giving a first-hand account of exactly what has been going on there. Cheryl?
We're going to the Pentagon now to get an update from Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Yes, Cheryl, there are indications that U.S. ground forces are beginning to move closer to the Kuwaiti front, including Marine Corps amphibious landing forces, but there is no indication that the ground war, the long-awaited ground war, is anywhere near approaching. The U.S., in fact, indicates that the air war is going to continue for at least several more days. And we're now told that, as of right now, over 1,300 sorties or air missions have already been conducted. And we're also told by Pentagon sources that the United States air power is going to continue at this rate of about 1,300 or 1,400 missions a day. One of the most important missions that the U.S. has, of course, is to launch these long-range B-52 strategic bombers at the heavily fortified elite Iraqi Republican Guard units in the northwestern part of Kuwait and in southern Iraq. The officials say that some 20 B-52s moved in recent days from the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia to the Middle East are involved in the air strikes. One Pentagon official said, quote, "The Republican Guards are going to have a very, very long day." Others added that the B-52 strikes on the Republican Guard units were priority day one targets for the U.S. Air Force. U.S. military officials tell CNN that the strategy in going after the Republican Guards is this. The Republican Guards are the best trained, the elite of the Iraqi forces, about 150,000 of them. If the U.S. can cause significant damage to these Republican Guards, the theory is that not only will the Iraqi military be weakened, but psychologically it will deal a very severe blow to the other less trained frontline troops that the Iraqis have in Kuwait. Here's the way, by the way, the Washington Post earlier today described the effect of some of these B-52 bombing raids. A 2,000-pound bomb leaves a crater 36 feet deep and 50 feet in diameter. Shrapnel from the blast is lethal in a radius of 1,200 feet. When all the bombs from 3 B-52s flying together are dropped at the same time, they can create a crater over 1.5 miles long and 1 mile wide. And anyone standing hundreds of yards away can have their eardrums blown out from the concussion from these bombs. Obviously very devastating, and we're told that the B-52s right now, the third wave of B-52s, are dropping these bombs on the Republican Guard forces in northwestern Kuwait and in southern Iraq. Meanwhile, Pentagon officials say that the high-flying U.S. reconnaissance photography is also searching for Iraq's mobile Scud ballistic missiles. Early indications claimed by Pentagon officials are that the fixed-site Scuds are believed to have been destroyed in the first wave of airstrikes, but there is still some concern among officials here that the Iraqis may have managed to conceal some of the mobile Scuds and could yet launch a missile attack. So far, Pentagon officials insist that there is no indication that any of the Scuds have yet been launched. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, met with reporters earlier today. They cautioned us that this is going to be a long ordeal. Yes, the initial strikes appear to have been successful, but this war is by no means over. Wolf Blitzer, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
And our live coverage of the Gulf War continues in just a moment. We will be getting a live report from Kennedy Airport in New York. Stay with us.
In weather this raw, don't take chances, take Chapstick. This infrared camera compares lips sealed with chapstick and lips without chapstick. Chapstick seals in moisture to heal and prevent chapped lips. Don't take chances, take Chapstick.
We believe getting hair into a superior salon condition takes 3 steps: shampoo, conditioner, and finishing rinse. Now, the benefits of these 3 salon steps are in 1 bottle. Introducing Ultra Care from Vidal Sassoon, the first salon shampoo and protein conditioner with the benefits of a finishing rinse. This final step helps seal and protect hair from styling stress. Shampooing, conditioning, even finishing, all in one. Advanced salon thinking for superior salon hair. Ultra Care.
As the war in the Gulf continues, CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
Thomas Jefferson. That's right. And why did so many people come to America? Jimmy.
To work hard and save their money so they could have lots of good stuff.
But why here? Mary Ruth.
They knew they'd be safe here. That's what our government does.
The safety of the American government and the confidence of having hard-earned money grow. The 2 principles behind Spartan U.S. Treasury Money Market Fund from Fidelity Investments, a money fund that combines high current yields with the added safety of U.S. Treasury investments. Plus, there's no sales charge. What's more, Fidelity guarantees to keep fund expenses low all the way into 1995. Call this number now for a free fact kit. Spartan U.S. Treasury Money Market Fund, bringing in the future with safety and security for your savings. For your free fact kit, call 1-800-351-1500. The minimum investment is $20,000. Call Fidelity today.
Operation Desert Storm is getting widespread support among people surveyed in the latest CNN Gallup poll. 895 people in the United States were questioned by telephone last night following President Bush's address to the world. 84% of the respondents saw or heard the president's speech. 86% were satisfied with the president's explanation for initiating hostilities. The commander-in-chief's approval rating for his handling of the Persian Gulf crisis stands at 81%. 79% of those surveyed go along with Mr. Bush's decision to go to war. How long will the fighting last? 17% of the respondents say just a few days. Another 39% believe it will be a matter of weeks. 23% think it will take several months of fighting before the conflict is resolved, and 5% believe Allied forces are in for a year or more of fighting. 16% of those surveyed had no idea how long the fighting might last.
Before the conflict began, there were warnings that there could be terrorist activities around the world. That would include the United States, of course, and there have been increased security concerns ever since. Among those at airports around the world and in the U.S., one of those is at Kennedy Airport in New York. Jim Hill from CNN is there right now. Jim?
Well, Ralph, what we're told, this is the first time that airports in the United States, John F. Kennedy among them, has been put on the highest level of security alert. Now, the FAA took that action late yesterday. Of course, that was a response to the initial bombing in Iraq, but in particular, it's a response to Iraq's promise to conduct a virtual war of terrorism around the world. Now, all U.S. airports should be seeing increased patrols of and a host of behind-the-scenes activities that we're told authorities can't really say much about. For passengers, that means some new rules. No curbside baggage checks are being allowed. Each bag has to be checked only by its owner. No unattended luggage is allowed inside. That will be seized by authorities. No parking within about 100 feet of terminals, and no unattended cars in front of airports. Those will be towed away. Only ticketed passengers, we're told, are being allowed past the security checkpoints inside airports. Now, authorities say they have quite an elaborate coordination between about 17 law enforcement agencies to head off any kind of trouble.
We're looking for everything. Anything that is questionable, we will stop, question, check out to make sure that it's nothing that is out of the way or could cause us a problem, whether it be vehicles or passengers.
Now, all of this does add time for passengers. We're told people should leave about an hour and a half worth of time to do this elaborate check-in, and 2 hours when it comes to international flights. This obviously does discourage some people. Travel agents say a lot of people have been canceling some of their reservations. Right now, it's kind of a slack time at this airport, so it's hard to tell how many people are holding back. I'm Jim Hill reporting live for CNN from John F. Kennedy Airport, New York.
CNN's Jeff Flock has been measuring opinion as this war continues. Right now, he is at a gas station in Independence, Missouri. Jeff?
Absolutely. We are here, and in fact, one of the things we wanted to point out is that what a lot of folks had concern about as we traveled across Middle America this past week was that if hostilities broke out, regardless of whether they went well or poorly in the early hours, that perhaps there would be a concern about gas prices, that prices would rise rapidly at the pumps. Perhaps there might be lines. People might want to stock up. At this point, at this gas station, which is one of the busiest ones in Independence, not a whole lot of activity right now. And in fact, the prices right here, if we look up at the sign, we can see that prices are very good. If you live in a place like where I live in Chicago, you know that is a very good price for a gallon of gasoline at this time. So right now, no great problems with prices jumping here, although we've had other reports of those problems elsewhere around the country. Let's see if we can sample a little bit of public opinion. We've been stopping folks all over the Midwest over the last few days. Now that this has actually happened, what are your thoughts?
Well, I believe that Bush has forewarned Saddam plenty of times to alleviate from Kuwait, and I'm glad that I stand behind his choice. I'm just, I'm worried about our troops. I'm just hope everybody gets home safe, but I believe in what Bush is doing. I really do.
Good deal. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it. That's about all we've got time for here. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live, Independence, Missouri.
We'll continue our coverage of the Gulf War right after this.
Attention viewers, if you have one of these credit cards, you qualify for a blockbuster TV offer. This Mikai 35mm motor drive is one of the best-selling cameras ever made. But you don't have to spend $200 or $300 to own one, because with your credit card, it's yours for only $19.95. Incredible! Repeat, if and only if you have one of these credit cards and call today, you'll have a Mikai within a week for just $19.95. This top-of-the-line model is fully loaded with important features. Count them. Automatic motor drive, pre-focus lens with flash track, variable weather selector, and a quick mount sun shield. Remember, there is no need to spend $200 or $300 for a feature-loaded 35. If you're a card member, you qualify for the $19.95 price. Satisfaction backed with a no-nonsense 5-year guarantee. Call 1-800-257-1257 for rush delivery. 1-800-257-1257. Order processed within 48 hours. Call now, 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
I want to tell you that one of the things we're waiting to do is conduct a live interview with the leader of Libya, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. We hope to do that any time now, and that would be, as I said, a live interview scheduled this hour. Baghdad Radio is now reporting 23 Iraqi civilians have been killed since Allied air attacks began about 19 hours ago. The report also says 66 civilians have been wounded. Now, this is the first casualty toll announced by Iraq since fighting began. Well over 1,000 air sorties have been flown by Allied planes since the start of Operation Desert Storm. And from Washington comes word that there will be no respite for Saddam Hussein anytime soon. U.S. State Department spokeswoman Margaret Tutwiler says the only thing that will bring the air bombardments to a halt is Iraq's complete withdrawal from Kuwait.
The pause for peace mandated by the United Nations Security Council Resolution 678 is over. Our objective is to achieve full Iraqi compliance with the United Nations Security Council resolutions. We had hoped to achieve that peacefully, but Saddam Hussein rejected the pause for peace and refused to recognize the Security Council resolutions. He rebuffed all peace envoys and categorically rejected any Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. As a result, we and our coalition partners are now using military force to ensure compliance with the resolutions. The international operation will continue until full compliance with the United Nations resolutions has been achieved.
Now, while U.S. troops near the Kuwaiti border are reportedly sitting tight, CNN's Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia reports that a top Saudi source says 40 to 50 Iraqi battle tanks have surrendered near the Egyptian border. The chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff says the Allied forces are close to achieving major control of Iraqi airspace. General Colin Powell says more than 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles have been fired and that B-52 bombers are back in action against units of Iraq's elite Republican Guards. CNN's contacts with Baghdad was cut off a little bit more than 3 hours ago. CNN's Don Miller has more on that and a wrap-up of today's events so far.
For near 16 hours, CNN's team in Baghdad was the world's key source of what was going on in the Iraq capital. And then, just before 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 at night in Baghdad,
we unfortunately have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship. We have been told that we may no longer transmit live to our audience and that in the future, taped reports will be subject to censorship. So, that's that.
For the Allied forces of Operation Desert Storm, the news from the front is predominantly positive. Cruise missiles. Launched from U.S. battleships in the Persian Gulf, plus aircraft from 5 nations, have blasted military and strategic targets belonging to the forces of Iraq's Saddam Hussein. The Pentagon says more than 1,000 sorties have been flown. It rates them as 80% effective. Allied pilots returning from some of those sorties had these kinds of comments.
Well, from a big picture standpoint, we went in there and did exactly what we wanted to do. We had air superiority the entire time. He came up very little. We went in with some very precision bombers. We went in some very heavily defended areas and dropped some excellent bombs and destroyed a lot of targets.
I can tell you that where we went today, nobody showed up to challenge us.
But in the midst of the positive assessment, the loss of a U.S. Navy pilot and his F-A-18 Hornet fighter bomber and 1 British Tornado GR-1 fighter bomber. From official Washington, a sense that Operation Desert Storm has gone well so far. But over and over, there are warnings against unwarranted optimism.
I will not be commenting on the ups and downs. There will be some downs. Or the trauma of the moment. There's a lot of trauma at the moment. But I think it is fair to say, and I will be repeating this to the leaders here, that we are pleased with the way things have gone so far. We are determined to finish what we've set out to do.
This is a very serious business, that we are in the very early stages of an operation that may run for a considerable period of time. That there have been casualties, and there are likely to be more casualties.
In Baghdad, Saddam Hussein shows no sign of budging from his no-compromise stance. Iraqi television has been broadcasting videotape of him with his commanders. Exactly when and where it was shot is unknown. Also on the airwaves, a defiant speech couched in the language of a holy war.
As long as the oppressors and the unjust continue in their conflict, God make this fire falling on Iraqis to be peace and cold on those who are perpetrating jihad. God is great. God is great. God is great. Victory is there with the support of God, and the criminals will rot in hell.
This is Don Miller, CNN reporting.
We are now hearing reports of a big drop in oil prices. Jan Hopkins is standing by live at the New York Stock Exchange with the latest. Jan?
Thank you. Here on Wall Street, the word of the day is buy. The rush into stocks began at the open and continues at this hour. This is a look at where the Dow has traveled today, almost straight up, close to 100 points, then down and up. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is headed again towards 100 points. It's up 98.5 at 2607.42. Volume very, very heavy, 252 million shares traded so far. Advancing issues are ahead of declining issues by a 7-to-1 margin. The broader market is up sharply. The New York Stock Exchange Composite Index up more than 5 points. The S&P 500 Index up more than 10 points. The American Stock Exchange Index up 3 1/3 points. The over-the-counter market, the NASDAQ Composite, up 9.5 points. I think the floor is exploding now because we just went over 100 points. In San Francisco, though, today, some anti-war protesters tried to disrupt trading at the Pacific Stock Exchange. They were turned away, and all other exchanges report business as usual. Oil prices are sharply lower today at the New York Mercantile Exchange. Not only are supply fears eased, but the market is selling on fears of an oil glut. Right now, the U.S. benchmark crude is off $9.60 a barrel. It is selling at $22.40 a barrel. Unleaded gasoline futures falling sharply also. A gallon off 20 cents, selling for 62 cents. We just came down below 100. In the credit markets, the Treasury's 30-year bond enjoying its biggest rally in nearly 3 years. Right now, the long bond up 2. We just went over 100 points. Long bond up 2 10/32, and the yield down to 8.19%. Precious metals are sinking at the New York Commodity Exchange. Investors losing interest in them as safe havens. Gold is down $29.70, and silver is down 17 cents. The dollar is falling as well. It's off 4 3/4 yen against the Japanese currency. It's down almost 4 pfennigs against the German mark, and it's off 2 cents against the British pound. We will keep you updated now with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 100.5 points. I'm Jan Hopkins reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
What an incredible day in the stock exchange. One of the areas we want to continue to hear from throughout the day is the United Nations. Lots of comments to come from there, and apparently some of the ambassadors have some things to offer on the war in the Gulf. CNN's Charles Feldman is there, and he has this update for us. Charles?
Yes, in fact, there is some very strong support coming from the Soviet ambassador to the United Nations for the Allied action in the Persian Gulf. He says that he doesn't feel there ought to be any pause. In fact, says the Soviet ambassador, military action needs to run its course.
The moment he is ready to announce to us and to the world that he is leaving Kuwait on his will, then I think we will take over from the generals.
Also, the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations met with the Secretary General carrying a message from the president of Iran. The Iranian ambassador, as I said, carrying that message from the president of his country.
The message was about the regret of President Rafsanjani about the conflict that has been caused by the invasion of Iraq, of Kuwait, and also included the desire of President Rafsanjani of an intensified effort to end to this conflict. Of course, by withdrawal of Iraq, of Kuwait, and withdrawal of foreign forces from the region.
The Iranian ambassador also expressed his concern to the Secretary General about any refugee problem and offered Iran's help, humanitarian help, to any what he called victims of the Persian Gulf War. That is the latest now from the UN. Charles Feldman, CNN, reporting live from the United Nations.
And we're getting this report from Jordan. According to a report just in from Iraqi radio, we have new casualty figures reported from Iraq. Iraq is now saying there are 23 dead and 66 injured. Those are new updated figures, 23 dead and 66 injured. Also, as we promised you a little while ago, or as we told you, we didn't promise, but we hope to have an interview with Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. We think we are coming very close to that interview, and we will have it for you momentarily. We shall continue with more of our coverage right after this.
Advanced salon thinking from the salons of Vidal Sassoon. Vidal Sassoon conditioning rinse. It goes beyond traditional conditioners and helps protect hair too. First, it finds and conditions the damaged areas and goes on to help seal and protect hair overall, from heat, from styling, from the world. So your hair moves, shines, feels salon fabulous. Go beyond conditioning. Protect with Vidal Sassoon. Advanced salon thinking, advanced salon hair.
Because of high cholesterol, 1 out of 4 adults is gambling with heart disease. You can leave it to chance or do something about it with a diet including Fleischmann's margarine. 0 cholesterol, low saturated fat. Fleischmann's, because your heart is in your hands.
A lot of you insist on eating wheat thins and oat thins because they taste good. But the whole idea behind these crackers is that you can eat them without feeling guilty. That's why they're baked, not fried. I mean, eat them because they're delicious, and you miss the whole point.
As war erupts in the Persian Gulf, the world turns to one source, where the principals check the widening conflict, key figures monitor world reactions, and families look for news of hope. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching CNN?
Advantages. We both have Schwab accounts, but I've got the edge. We both have Schwab One, the brokerage account with free checking. Both save on commissions, and both earn income between investments. My old broker charged $80 for an account with checking. At Schwab, we pay zip. But I've still got Jack beat because I can find my Schwab One checkbook.
For a free Schwab Fact Kit, call toll-free 800-257-1257.
As war erupts in the Persian Gulf, the world turns to one source, where the principals check the widening conflict, key figures monitor world reactions, and families look for news of hope. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching CNN?
We are still hoping to hook up for a live interview with Colonel Muammar Gaddafi in Tripoli, Libya. But in the meantime, joining us here in Atlanta is retired Air Force General Perry Smith. General Smith, besides being a noted air warfare expert, is a longtime friend of the commander of Allied forces in the Gulf, General Norman Schwarzkopf. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Tell us about your association with the General.
Well, I've known Norm Schwarzkopf for a long time. He's a West Point classmate of mine. I worked for him for a couple of months in the summer when we were cadets. He comes from the same background. I come from a military family. He comes from a military family. We were both very much touched by World War II. I watched the Japanese drop bombs on Pearl Harbor when I was 6, and he was with his father in Saudi Arabia during much of World War II.
And you roomed with him for a time.
We roomed with him. I roomed with him for 2 months in the summertime of one of our summer training periods. In addition, we've been touched by war a lot. You know, I saw World War II start. My wife's father was killed in World War II, Medal of Honor winner by the name of Jimmy Dias. He had many close friends killed in Vietnam. My closest personal friend was killed in Vietnam. So we have been touched by war a lot, and he understands war, both the strategic and tactical side of war, but he also understands the human side of war. He's a friendly, outgoing fellow, and he's kind of gruff, but he is a very sophisticated person. He has held a coalition together for 5 months, almost the same way Eisenhower did during World War II, and it's been difficult. He's had many opportunities to fail over the course of the last 5 months, and he's done very well in that regard.
How important is the personality like that to holding together the forces, the coalition?
I think it requires an intellect, and he has that, and it requires the ability to work well with people, and he has that. He's a charming, warm, and wonderful person, and he also has a planning focus, and he has a very good air commander in Chuck Horner, Air Force Lieutenant General, who has helped put the air campaign together. They've worked well together, so he's a good leader, has good staff support, and has pulled the campaign together very well so far.
Do you see his fingerprints, the fingerprint of his personality on the plans and the actions that have been taken so far?
Oh, I think so. I think so. He's very non-parochial. A more parochial person might try to throw Army troops into the battle in order to get them engaged and get them credit for a certain amount of things. He has looked at the situation, followed the guidance of the president to try to minimize casualties, put together a campaign that's well thought through, and I think his personality, being broad-scoped and being objective and strategic in his viewpoint, has come across very well.
Give us an idea of what the feeling must be like for someone accepting that nobody wants war and nobody wants to see anybody get killed, but accepting that many people train all their lives for the experience that they're now undertaking. How would the general feel, do you think, on a day like yesterday when this operation came through?
Well, I think he would have a heavy heart because he knows he's going to lose some troops. He also, it seems to me, exhilarated in one sense, in the sense that all this training and all this work is finally going to go forward. He's in charge. He has the responsibility. He enjoys leadership, and I think he will probably be uplifted by this experience.
I want to switch a minute and talk about some of the latest news that we're getting tactically from Iraq and Kuwait, and ask you why you think we haven't heard anything from the Iraqi ground troops in Kuwait, why they still seem to be in defensive positions. What might they be waiting for?
Well, they are in very strong defensive positions. If they started to move, they would become more vulnerable to attack. They think they can probably ride out air attack better in their ground positions. They hope, I think, that we would attack and they would take advantage of their very strong defensive positions and therefore would be hurt very badly in the attack. And so they're just hunkering down and trying to be as minimally vulnerable as possible.
What about the bunkers that we hear about, that there are a lot of protection offered by Iraqi bunkers? They are very strong, and we heard U.S. military officials admit that. Will we be able to penetrate that, do you believe, at some point with more bombing force?
Yes, it's very difficult to penetrate a bunker, but with this ordnance that has the accuracy of down to a foot or less, and with some very specialized kinds of ordnance, we can penetrate those bunkers if we have a direct hit, which isn't too hard with a laser-guided bomb or electric optical guided bomb. And so slowly but surely we can take out those bunkers.
When would you think that we might be ready, the United States rather, would be ready to move in and use their ground troops? We understand that there will be Air Force used for at least the next several days. At what time is the ground forces right, are the ground forces right to use?
I think when the Iraqi soldiers are really in desperate shape, close to being ready to give up, to surrender, the Army folks and the Marine folks can come forward, put that additional pressure on them, and then have them collapse. And I think that would be the time.
Thank you. Major General Perry Smith will be with us throughout our coverage of the war in the Gulf. We hope to be talking to you again very soon. Our coverage of the Gulf War continues in just a minute.
My son and I built a model plane together. We could hardly wait for its maiden flight. You should have seen Danny's face when I handed him the controls. Up it went. And it was going, kept on going.
He called Citibank. Since he just bought the plane with the Citibank Visa, he was covered under buyer security.
The Citibank Visa replaced the kit for free. We had to start over again from scratch, but, you know, I really didn't mind.
Not just Visa, Citibank Visa. This is the way it has always been. The sun has always blessed the land, and our ways have always passed to caring hands. Taste that purity and goodness in every jar of Smucker's preserves and jellies.
I was afraid to go to the doctor. I didn't want to hear that I might have an ulcer, but I just couldn't ignore my stomach. You can imagine how relieved I was when my doctor said Mylanta. He told me it wasn't an ulcer. It was indigestion. And indigestion like mine needed a strong medicine.
Mylanta is strong medicine, strongly recommended. In fact, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
As the war in the Gulf continues, CNN is the network for the most complete coverage from the Middle East and throughout the world. Now, more than ever, shouldn't you be watching the network viewers voted best in coverage of the crisis in the Gulf? CNN.
What do we have here? Acute lower abdominal pain.
I don't see any alternative.
I don't either. We have to go in. Have we gotten the parents yet?
I have them on the phone, Doctor. They're out of the country.
Fax them a consent form. Stat.
That's the only thing we're waiting on.
I know it.
Okay.
I've got it.
Any minute now.
Doctor, I've got the parents' signatures.
Excellent. Here we go.
Dex Facsimile, one of a wide range of business communication solutions from Fujitsu, the global computer and communications company.
We would like to update some figures, some casualty figures we are getting. The source, Iraqi Radio Now, the numbers are killed in action, 23, wounded, 66 people. That source, again, Iraqi Radio, making that report. Ralph?
Sumter, South Carolina, the home of Fort Shaw, has long been a military town, and the people there have a lot to say about the war. 2 stations are hosting a simultaneous call-in broadcast. CNN's John Zarella has a live report now from Sumter. John?
Good afternoon, Ralph, and certainly you're absolutely right. This is a community with great ties to the military. In fact, listening to this radio call-in show for the past couple of hours or so, it is oozing of patriotism here, everyone in complete support of what the president did, and many of the callers very outraged by phone calls or expressing in their phone calls outrage over flag burning. This is WDXY. That's Dixie Radio here in Sumter, South Carolina. We're going to listen in to one of these phone calls right now.
Wife. I have a husband and a brother over there and a lot of friends, and we appreciate all the support that Sumter community has been giving us and the radio station. But I have a feeling people are going to start getting a little too complacent. I don't know if anybody else has the same feeling I have, but a friend of mine and I were talking at lunch, and it seems like it was just a little too easy. I don't know why Saddam Hussein hasn't returned any fire.
All right, we want to interrupt. I'm sorry. We are going to take you now to Tripoli, Libya now for a statement by Colonel Muammar Gaddafi.
Yes, the situation in the Gulf is very serious. And I am afraid that very serious consequences may reflect on the relationship between Arabs and Americans in the future. I don't speak about Gaddafi or Bush or Hosni Mubarak or Hussein or Saddam or Fahd. I speak about the future of the Arabs and the Americans, new generations. And bombing Baghdad must stop immediately. It is in accordance with the will of the American people. If there is democracy in the United States of America and in Europe, the war must stop immediately, because all the peoples of Europe and America are now demonstrating in the streets saying war must stop immediately. It is the voice of peoples of America and the voice of peoples of Europe. It is the will of the peoples of West. They say war must stop, and I say war must stop. I support this message. I support these peoples. The bombing Baghdad must stop immediately. Otherwise, as I said, serious consequences on the future may reflect on the relationship between Arabs and Americans. For Kuwait, Kuwait must be liberated by people of Kuwait. Kuwait is for Kuwaitians. And our brothers in Baghdad must leave Kuwaitian people to decide its determination, self-determination for Kuwaitian people, not by force. If we have to unify Kuwait with Iraq, not by force. We are against the invasion of Iraq to Kuwait. Kuwait for Kuwaitians, not for Iraqis, in fact. But Kuwaitians, Iraqis are Arabs in the same time. No right for other foreign forces to interfere in this area. It is very serious on the issue of peace, international peace. And I am afraid also that Russia may interfere in any time if America and this coalition pass the red line in the Gulf. And some countries are now beating the drums of war. They must stop this beating the drums of war, like Turkey. Soviet Union now reconcentrating its troops on the borders of Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. Turkey now is beating the drums of war, as I said. And NATO now speaks about to spread its troops in the Mediterranean. What is the relation between Mediterranean and the Gulf? I am afraid that serious deterioration may take place in future, and all the world find themselves involved in Third World War. And this one is different from the Second World War, First World War. This age is very serious. There is nuclear weapons and chemical weapons and biological weapons, and we have to stop war immediately and to solve this problem peacefully. And we as Arabs, we have to do our best to solve this problem brotherly between Kuwaitis and Iraqis.
An emotional Libyan leader, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, saying there could be serious, grave consequences between the Arab and American people for years to come because of the Gulf War. He even touched on the possibility of a third world war. We should tell you that we had anticipated and hoped for an interview with Colonel Gaddafi. That was not possible. All we could bring you was this statement. Cheryl?
The Allied blitz against Iraq is drawing mixed responses from U.S. newspapers. Most agree that force could not be avoided, but some urge restraint in further military action. The Wall Street Journal says, to the many people in the world who still look to the United States for leadership, it is reassuring to have been witness these past months to a president who has the political skills to achieve serious goals. USA Today comments, there will be no Middle East peace, nor will this nation be at peace with itself until we know not just that the war thwarted aggression, but that it will bring lasting peace. And the New York Times says the use of force could not finally be avoided, but the use of too much force can be. A prudent regard for America's long-term interests in the Arab world counsels careful targeting and measured strikes.
I want to tell you that we shall continue to bring you more of our coverage of the Gulf War throughout the afternoon and the evening.
Thanks for watching. I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
I'm Ralph Wenge. We want to leave you now with some of the sights and sounds of the war.
Who would you choose? A president, a prime minister, a national hero, or a maniacal villain? Would you hail the clown or the champion? Who has the right stuff? Who are the 10 most important people of the 20th century? Time reveals its choices in this extraordinary video cassette, free with your paid subscription to Time. In an ever-changing world with information coming at you from all directions, you need one source to help you cut through it all. One magazine to help you understand. Time every week. Who gets your vote? The candidates are from a variety of fields, who each in his own way, for better or for worse, has left an indelible mark on history.
It's one small step for man.
Who made Time's top 10? Who stood up to be counted? Who led the way? Who raised his voice to be heard?
Free at last! Free at last!
From peacemaker to lawbreaker, from medicine to music, the creative, the inventive. Who are they? Who are the 10 most important people of the 20th century? To find out, call this toll-free number now and get all the selections in this exclusive collector's video free. You'll see the winners through rare footage that captures their accomplishments in an entertaining style. You'll get the runners-up too. It's the best of the best, all in one astonishing video. Call now to receive your free video and save almost 55% off the cover price of Time. You'll enjoy 26 weeks payable in 3 monthly installments of only $9.89 each. Every week, Time makes it easier to understand the rush of world events with penetrating views of trends and the variety of people that affect our lives. Make time for Time.
I say we must act now.
Call right now and get the 10 most important people of the 20th century free and save almost 55% on Time.
This is CNN.
And for Cheryl Atkinson, I'm Ralph Wenge. Here's the latest on the Allied assault to force Iraq to relinquish Kuwait. CNN has been unable to communicate with its reporters in Baghdad for the past 4 hours. The Baghdad government disrupted the lines. In late-breaking developments elsewhere, the White House is calling on Iraqi President Saddam Hussein to lay down his arms and comply with UN demands for withdrawal. Now, in a Baghdad radio report that was monitored in Nicosia, an Iraqi military spokesman says 23 Iraqi civilians have been killed, 66 wounded in the raids that began before dawn. The radio says the casualties include women, children, and the elderly in Baghdad and in 4 other regions. Baghdad radio also says that Iraqi forces shot down a total of 44 warplanes in the first 13 hours of the air attack. The Pentagon and Allied commanders are disputing these figures. The report also contradicts a statement from Kuwait's ambassador to the United States. He says that one Kuwaiti jet went down in anti-aircraft fire, raising the number of Allied aircraft losses to 3. He says the Allies are trying to rescue the pilot of the Kuwaiti aircraft. With more now, here's CNN's Dave Michaels.
B-52s are said once again to be pounding Saddam Hussein's best troops, the Republican Guards. But after almost 17 hours of nearly unlimited communication from the Iraqi capital, and at the same time Iraqi TV pictures of President Saddam Hussein praying, CNN's link with Baghdad was cut.
We, unfortunately, have been ordered to cease transmitting. It was an order given by the Ministry of Information. The reason for this order was military censorship.
Along with the pictures of President Hussein, a speech. The Iraqi leader saying Bush would rot in hell. Shortly after, Western reporters said Iraqi TV disappeared from the air. With full video now available of planes returning from battle, the Pentagon reports only one U.S. jet has not returned, a Navy F-118, its pilot believed killed. Also, one British Tornado down, 4 French jets hit, but they made it back to base. A phone call from Kuwait brought news of air attacks and occasional gunfire in the streets.
We've been hearing large explosions to the north of us from the sea, coming from the sea and coming from the north of Kuwait. Every once in a while there's intermittent machine guns in the streets, and there's some confrontation between the Kuwaiti underground and the Iraqi army.
The Turkish National Assembly voted to allow U.S. planes from air bases inside Turkey to join in the attack against Iraq, adding to the coalition's available forces. President Bush attended church in Washington shortly after telling reporters he was pleased with the results of the military operation so far.
We are determined to finish what we've set out to do.
At the Pentagon, assessments are still being made of the damage done. One other result of the fighting so far, crude oil prices plummeting on world markets. Dave Michaels, CNN, reporting.
We are going to the Pentagon now to get a live update from CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, are the Allied airstrikes continuing right now?
Yes, Cheryl, we're told that the Allied airstrikes are continuing. There have been so far over 1,300 sorties or missions since the war started. We're also told that they will continue for several days, approximately at the rate of about 1,400 missions a day.
It is clear why the initial air attack took place after dark, but why are the most intense air attacks continuing to happen after dark in Iraq?
Well, they're continuing not only after dark, Cheryl, they're continuing throughout the daylight as well. And Air Force experts here, Air Force officials at the Pentagon, say this underscores what they claim is U.S. air superiority. The fact that the United States is flying these missions not only in the nighttime but also in the daytime means that there's a high degree of confidence that the United States can get away with it, especially with these B-52 strikes, these huge lumbering jets. They're a very inviting target. The fact that they are going sortie after sortie at these heavily fortified elite Republican Guard bases in northwestern Kuwait and southern Iraq indicates to U.S. aviation, Air Force experts here, that the United States, they claim, controls the skies.
The losses have been described, at least on the Allied side, as very light so far. Why is that, do you think?
Well, we're told that none of the Iraqi Scud missiles even were launched. There are concerns that perhaps some of the mobile Scuds may yet be launched, but the fixed Scud sites appear to have been knocked out. And the first targets of the U.S. Air Force, the Navy fighters, the first targets were anything that could endanger U.S. air power, especially the anti-aircraft batteries, all the radar facilities, anything involving SAM missile sites. All of these things were apparently knocked out, and as a result, most of the Iraqi planes didn't even take off to challenge the U.S. Air Force. And I will add also that these airstrikes are continuing throughout all of Iraq, including in and around Baghdad. We are told strategic targets as precisionally conducted as possible, but these bombing rates continue.
At what point do you think it would make sense for the United States to use its ground troops?
Eventually, the U.S. will send in ground troops, assuming that the Iraqi military has not yet surrendered. It's unclear exactly how long that will go, but officials here from Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they make clear that this initial phase is going to involve strictly U.S. and allied air power.
Thank you. Wolf Blitzer reporting from the Pentagon with the latest. Ralph?
You know, most of the talk we're dealing with today has to do with war, with fighting, with casualties. But every once in a while, a word called peace slips through. People still talking about how can we end this? Can we end this? Is there possible for a new peace initiative? Well, apparently they're talking about that at the United Nations today. A new initiative apparently is underway, and it's coming from Iran. Let's go to the UN's Jeannie Moos.
I have to say that's not really the way we understand it at this point. The Iranian ambassador, it's true, did see the Secretary General today, but we understand the main thing he was interested in was refugees coming from Iraq into Iran, assuming there is fighting there and that bombing there at least. And that was the main reason for the Iranian ambassador's visit to the Secretary General today, although he said, of course, they would love a peaceful solution to be worked out. At this point, the UN Security Council isn't meeting, and it's not expected to meet. Not even the countries that have opposed the use of force, namely Cuba and Yemen, those two countries aren't at this point expected to put forward any kind of ceasefire resolution, or at least they haven't yet. But apparently they feel that there is no support for such a resolution in the Council. As one diplomat put it to me a short time ago, no one wants to put themselves in a ridiculous position of trying to get through something that has no support. We do know that the Algerian ambassador in Washington is here in New York to see the Secretary General. He wants to ask the Secretary General to do what he can to stop the destruction. We understand that the Algerians believe they have confirmation on their own that the Republican Guard in Kuwait has been decimated. And supposedly the Algerians want to be on the record asking the Secretary General to kind of do the impossible to try to stop the fighting. The Secretary General left the building a short time ago, and here's some of what he had to say on his way out of the building.
Well, what do you expect me to say? Anyway, I am following the developments with sadness because, of course, I don't like war, as you don't like war. And the only way of putting an end to this situation would be the Iraqi decision to withdraw from Kuwait.
And that seems to be what everyone is saying. The only way this can end at this point is for Iraq to announce it is withdrawing from Kuwait. As for the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, no one has seen him today. No one saw him yesterday. We believe that all the Iraqi delegation is in the Iraqi mission to the UN. We understand that they're having trouble communicating at all with Baghdad, which is understandable under the circumstances, and we understand they're simply holed up there waiting to see what happens and watching on television. I'm Jeannie Moos reporting live from the UN.
All right, Jeannie, we shall continue to follow the developments there throughout the day and the evening. Cheryl?
We have several different reports. First of all, we heard earlier that France's armed forces chief was saying that Iraq was no longer able to launch a serious chemical attack against Saudi Arabia or Israel because the launch sites had been neutralized. Then we heard a report from Reuters saying Iraq still plans to attack Israel and has not done so yet for strategic reasons. That quote from the Iraqi ambassador. Let's see what Linda Scherzer can tell us from Jerusalem. Linda?
Cheryl, it feels a lot different in this country than it did just 24 hours ago. There is a great sense of relief in Israel, although the country is far from being completely relaxed. Emergency regulations are still in effect at least until tomorrow. People are being told to stay close to their homes, close to their gas masks, and to be prepared for anything until this war is over. The Air Force is still on high alert. Pilots have been sitting in their cockpits 24 hours a day. They are circling Israeli airspace, prepared to head towards Baghdad if Iraq does launch an attack against Israel. Amongst the civilian population, though, there is a sense that after a few very tense days, the worst is over. The headlines in Israel read war in boldface, but within 2 hours after Operation Desert Storm was underway, Israelis learned with a great sense of relief that at least for now, they'd be watching this war from the sidelines, but watching it very closely.
As you know, we still maintain the state of alert. Our citizens are still at home. We are on other forms of alert.
In Tel Aviv, the city Saddam Hussein promised to make his first target if war broke out, streets were deserted. Israelis heeded the army's order to stay in their homes, to open the cardboard boxes containing their gas masks, and to be prepared for a possible chemical attack. But the missiles never came to Tel Aviv, and by early afternoon, some people ventured outside. Practically everyone had their gas masks with them, but the tensions had clearly eased.
This is Israel today. We feel good. Everybody feels good.
So we were afraid, and now we are relaxed a little bit.
In the days preceding the war, plane loads of tourists headed out. But on the day it started, 2 planes carrying new immigrants touched down in Tel Aviv. As they disembarked from the airplane, some learned from an Israeli cabinet minister that they'd arrived in a country still at peace.
You see, I prayed for Israel. I prayed for Israel.
As new citizens of Israel, they were quickly issued gas masks at the airport. The immigrants had barely arrived when they got their first lesson on how to live in a tough neighborhood. Meanwhile, in the occupied territories, Palestinians were confined to their homes. Only, unlike the Israelis, it was not by choice. Soldiers imposed widespread curfews to head off rioting. The army was concerned that Palestinians would step up violence as a way of helping the Iraqi war effort. Israel may be watching the war from afar, but it is watching it very closely. Army spokesman Nachman Shai says that Iraq still poses a threat to Israel, that it does possess some mobile missiles that are capable of reaching here, so the danger has not passed, but it has certainly diminished. This is Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem.
Linda, almost to try to counter that point that the danger has passed but not diminished, the Iraqi ambassador to Belgium was quoted as saying the attack on Israel is coming. The decision has been taken. The timing is, of course, a secret. Did you hear that report there, and did you get any reaction to it?
We have heard that report here, Cheryl. The chief of staff here said that Israel is even expecting that Iraq may launch those missiles, and for that very reason, the Air Force is on high alert. Of course, the civilian population is still very relieved. As you saw, people are in the streets. Restaurants and stores are still closed. People, as I said,